Chapter 22. 19 floors below the prison ward in the parking lot across East 27th, Marino was a lone figure obscured by hydraulic lifts, most of them empty at this hour, no valet in sight. He watched them in the bright green field of a long-range night vision monocular because he needed to see her. He needed to look at her in person, even if it was covertly and from a distance and for only a moment. He needed to somehow feel reassured that she hadn't changed. If she was still the same, she wouldn't be cruel to him when she saw him. She wouldn't disgrace or humiliate or shun him. Not that she would have in the past, no matter how much he deserved it. But what did he know about her anymore, except what he read or saw on TV? Scarpetta and Benton had just left the morgue and were taking a shortcut through the park, back to Bellevue. It was dizzying to see her again and unreal, as if she'd been dead, and Marino imagined what she'd think if she knew how close he'd come to dying. After what he'd done, he hadn't wanted to be here anymore. While he lay in the guest bed of her carriage house the morning after he'd hurt her, he'd started going through a list of possibilities, intermittently fighting off nausea while the worst headache of his life hammered his brain to pulp. His first thought was to drive his truck, or maybe his motorcycle, off a bridge and drown himself. Then again, he might survive. And he was terrified of not being able to breathe. That meant smothering wasn't a good choice either, using a plastic bag, for example, and he couldn't stomach the thought of hanging, of twisting and thrashing after kicking the chair out from under himself and then changing his mind. He'd briefly considered sitting in a bathtub and slashing his throat, but with the first spurt of blood from his carotid, he'd want to take it back and it would be too late. As for carbon monoxide poisoning, it gave him too much time to think. Poison, same thing, and it was painful, and if he chickened out and called 911, he'd end up with his stomach pumped and a complete loss of respect from all who knew about it. Jumping off a building, never. His luck, he'd survive and be maimed beyond recognition. Last on the list was his 9mm pistol, and Scarpetta had hidden it. As he'd lain in her guest room bed trying to figure out where she might have tucked it out of sight, he decided he'd never find it, was too sick to find it, and he could always shoot himself later because he had a couple extra guns in his fishing shack, but it would have to be a precision shooting because the worst scenario of all was to end up in an iron lung. When he'd eventually contacted Benton at McLean and confessed all this, Benton matter-of-factly informed him that if an iron lung was the only thing stopping him, he had no worries unless he tried to kill himself with polio. That was exactly what he'd said, adding that most likely if he did a bad job shooting himself, he'd end up with brain damage that profoundly compromised him, but left him vaguely aware of why he'd wanted to off himself in the first place. What would be really shitty luck, Benton had said, was an irreversible coma that became a discussion among Supreme Court justices before someone got the go-ahead to pull the plug. While he'd said it wasn't likely Marino would have any awareness that this was going on, no one knew for sure. You'd have to be the person who was brain dead to know for sure, he'd said. You mean I could hear people saying they were going to take me off, that Marino had asked? Life support, Benton had said, so it wouldn't breathe for me anymore, and I might be aware of it, but nobody knows I am. You wouldn't be able to breathe anymore. And it's within the realm of possibility you might be aware that you were about to be taken off the respirator. Have the plug pulled, in other words. Then I could literally watch the person walk to the wall and pull it out of the socket. It's possible, and I'd instantly start smothering to death. You wouldn't be able to breathe, but hopefully loved ones would be there helping you through it, even though they wouldn't know you were aware of them, which brought Marino right back to his fear of smothering and the grim reminder that the only loved ones he had were the very people he'd just fucked over, most of all, her, Scarpetta. It was at this point in a motel room near the Boston Bowl Family Fun Center where he and Benton had been having this discussion that Marino decided not to kill himself, but to take the longest vacation he'd ever had in his life at the treatment center on Massachusetts's North Shore. If he showed improvement once the alcohol and the male performance enhancement drugs had been completely flushed out of his system, and if he stuck with therapy and was sincere about it, then the next step would be finding him a job. So here he was, about half a year later in New York, working for Berger and hiding in a parking lot just to catch a glimpse of Scarpetta before she got into his car, and they drove to a crime scene, business as usual. He watched her move silently, eerily in bright green, her gestures familiar as she talked, every detail vivid but so far removed from him, he felt as if he were a ghost. He could see her, but she couldn't see him, and her life had gone on without him, and knowing her as well as he did, he was sure that by now she had gotten over what he'd done to her. What she wouldn't have gotten over was his disappearing the way he did, or maybe he was giving himself too much importance, he decided. It could very well be that she never thought about him any more, and when she saw him, it wouldn't matter, she wouldn't feel anything, would scarcely remember the past. So much had happened since. She'd gotten married, she'd left Charleston, she was the chief of a big office just outside Boston. She and Benton actually lived together like a couple for the first time in a beautiful old house in Belmont that Marino had driven past at night once or twice. Now, they had a place in New York too, and sometimes he walked along the Hudson several blocks west of Central Park and stared at their building, counting the floors until he was pretty sure he knew exactly which apartment was theirs, and he imagined what it must look like inside and the beautiful view they must have of the river and of the city at night. She was on TV all the time, was really famous, but whenever he tried to envision people asking her for her autograph, he drew a blank. That part he didn't get. She wasn't the type to like that sort of attention, or at least he hoped she wasn't, because if she was, she had changed. He watched her through the powerful night vision scope that Lucy had given to him for his birthday 2 years ago, and was lonely for the sound of Scarpetta's voice. He recognized her mood by the way she moved, shifting her position, slightly gesturing her dark-gloved hands. She was understated. People said that about her all the time, that she said and did less rather than more, and because of it made her point more loudly, so to speak. She wasn't histrionic. That was another word Marino had heard. In fact, he remembered Berger had said it when describing how Scarpetta conducted herself on the witness stand. She didn't need to raise her voice or flail away, but could just sit there calmly and shoot straight with the jurors, and they trusted her, believed her. Through the scope, Marino noticed her long coat and the shape of her neatly styled blonde hair, a little longer than she used to wear it, a little bit over her collar and brushed straight back from her forehead. He could make out her familiar strong features, so hard to compare to anyone he could think of because she was pretty and she wasn't, her face too sharply defined to be of beauty pageant quality or to fit in with the stick-like women in designer clothes who cruise the runways of fashion shows. He thought he might throw up again, just like he had that morning in her carriage house. His heart began to pound as if it were trying to hurt itself. He longed for her, but as he hid in his rust-smelling, filthy, shadowy space, he realized he didn't love her the way he once did. He had driven the stake of self-destruction into the part of him where hope had always hidden, and it was dead. He no longer hoped she would fall in love with him someday. She was married, and hope was dead. Even if Benton was out of the picture, hope was dead. Marino had killed hope and killed it savagely, and he had never done anything like that in his life, and he had done it to her. On his most disgusting drunken dates, he had never forced himself on a woman. If he kissed her and she didn't want his tongue in her mouth, he withdrew. If she pushed his hands away, he didn't touch her again uninvited. If he had a hard-on and she wasn't interested, he never pushed himself against her or shoved her hand between his legs. If she noticed his soldier wouldn't settle down, he'd make his same old jokes. He's just saluting you, baby. He always stands up when there's a lady in the room. Hey, babe, just 'cause I got a stick shift don't mean you gotta drive my car. Marino might be a crude, poorly educated man, but he wasn't a sex offender. He wasn't a bad human being. But how was Scarpetta supposed to know? He didn't fix it the morning after. Didn't make even a feeble attempt at it when she appeared in the guest bedroom with dry toast and coffee. What did he do? He faked amnesia. He complained about the bourbon she kept in her bar, as if it was her fault for having something in her house that could cause such a wicked hangover and a blackout. He acknowledged nothing. Shame and panic had made him mute because he wasn't exactly sure what he'd done, and he wasn't going to ask. Better if he figured it out on his own. And over weeks and months of investigating his own crime, he finally fit the pieces together. He couldn't have gone but so far, because when he awakened the next morning, he was fully dressed, and the only body fluid detectable was his cold, stinking sweat. With clarity, he remembered only fragments, pushing her against the wall, hearing the ripping of fabric, feeling the softness of her skin, her voice saying he was hurting her, and she knew he didn't want that. He clearly remembered she didn't move, and now he understood it and wondered how her instincts could have been so right. He was completely out of control, and she was smart enough not to incite him further by fighting. He remembered nothing else, not even her breasts, except his vague recollection that he had been surprised by them, but not unpleasantly, rather. After decades of elaborate fantasies, they didn't look quite the way he had envisioned them. But then, no woman's did. It was a realization that came with maturity and had nothing to do with intuition or common sense. As a horny little boy whose only point of reference was the dirty magazines his father hid in the tool shed, Marino couldn't possibly know what he eventually discovered. Breasts, like fingerprints, have their own individual characteristics that aren't necessarily discernible through clothes. Every breast he'd ever been intimate with had its own unique size, shape, symmetry, slope, with the most obvious variable being the nipple, which really was what the timeless attraction was about. Marino, who considered himself a connoisseur, would be the first to say that big was better, but once he got beyond the ogling and fondling, it was all about what he put in his mouth. In the green field of the night vision monocular, Scarpetta and Benton walked out of the park onto the sidewalk. She had her hands in her pockets, wasn't carrying anything, meaning she and Benton would be making at least one stop, most likely his office. He noticed they weren't talking much, and then, as if they read Marino's thoughts, they held hands and Benton leaned down and kissed her. When they reached the street so close that he didn't need light intensification to make out their faces, they were looking at each other as if they'd meant the kiss, and that there would be more to come, Marino thought. They reached First Avenue and faded out of sight. Marino was about to abandon his safe haven of triple-stacked hydraulic lifts when he noticed another figure appear in the park, walking briskly. Then he saw yet another figure enter the park from the direction of the DNA building. In the bright green field of the night vision monocular, investigator Mike Morales and Dr. Lenora Lester sat next to each other on a bench. They said things Marino couldn't hear, and she gave him a large envelope, probably information about Terry Bridges's autopsy. But it was a peculiar handoff, as if they were spies. He entertained the notion that the two of them were having an affair, and his stomach flopped as he imagined her grim, pinched face, imagined her bird-like body naked on a wad of sheets. That couldn't be it. It was far more likely that Dr. Lester had called Morales as fast as she could so she could take credit for whatever Scarpetta had discovered in the morgue. And he would want the information before anybody else got it, including Marino and, most of all, Berger. That must mean Scarpetta had found out something important. Marino watched until Dr. Lester and Morales got up from the bench. He disappeared around a corner of the DNA building, and she headed in Marino's direction toward East 27th, walking her fast walk, her eyes on the BlackBerry in her bare hands. She hurried through the cold wind toward First Avenue, where she would probably catch a cab, then take the ferry back home to New Jersey. It appeared she was text messaging someone. Museum Mile used to be Shrew's favorite walk. She'd set out from her apartment with a bottle of water and a granola bar and choose the Madison Avenue route so she could window shop as anticipation built and accelerated her feet. The highlight was the Guggenheim, where she was thrilled by Clifford Still, John Chamberlain, Robert Rauschenberg, and of course Picasso. The last exhibition she'd seen there was Jackson Pollock paintings on paper, and that had been 2 years ago this spring. What had happened? It wasn't as if she had a time clock to punch or a life, really. But after she'd gone to work for the boss, little by little she'd stopped going to museums, to the theater, to the galleries, to newsstands, or Barnes and Noble. She tried to remember the last time she'd tucked herself into the pages of a good book, or outsmarted a crossword puzzle, or patronized musicians in the park, or been mindless in a movie theater, or drunk on a poem. She'd become a bug in amber, trapped in lives she didn't know or care about. Gossip, the tawdry, banal goings-on of people who had the heart and soul of paper dolls. Why did she care what Michael Jackson wore to court? What difference did it make to her or anyone else that Madonna had fallen off her horse? Instead of looking at art, Shrew had started looking into the toilet of life, taking delight in other people's shit. She began to realize a number of truths as she thought about her dark ride home along the river Styx of Lexington Avenue in the black Cadillac sedan. The man in the cowboy hat had been nice to her, even patted her knee as she'd gotten out of his car, but he'd never given her his name, and common sense had warned her not to ask. She'd walked right into evil tonight. First Marilyn Monroe, then the worm, then the basement. Maybe God had just administered spiritual electroshock therapy of sorts by showing her the truth about the heartless way she lived, and she looked around her rent-controlled one-bedroom apartment, and possibly for the first time since her husband was no longer in it, she saw what it really looked like and that it hadn't changed. The corduroy sofa and matching chair were unpretentious and comforting, and the worn, nappy texture brought her husband back to the living room. She saw him sitting in the recliner, reading the Times, chewing on the butt of a cigar until it was slimy, and she smelled the smoke that used to saturate every molecule of their lives. She smelled it now as if she'd never brought in professional cleaners. For several seasons, she couldn't muster up the courage to clear out his clothes and tuck away items she couldn't bear to look at or part with. How often had she lectured him not to cross the street just because the white man on the traffic signal assured him it was fine? How was that any less stupid than standing on the sidewalk because the red hand forbade him to walk, even though the cross street was barricaded, not a car in sight? In the end, he'd been beckoned to by the white man instead of listening to Shrew, and one day she had a husband she was constantly nagging about cigars and not picking up after himself, and the next day and the ones after that she had nothing but his odors and his clutter and the memory of the last words they'd exchanged on his way out the door. "How we doing for coffee cream?" as he put on his silly wool deerstalker's cap. She'd bought it for him in London several decades back, and he'd never figured out she didn't really mean for him to wear it. "I don't know how we're doing for coffee cream, since you're the only one who drinks coffee with cream in it." That was what she'd said. The last words of hers in his ears. The words of a shrew who had come to live with them that same cruel month of April when they'd outsourced her job to someone in India, and the two of them were knee to knee inside their small place day after day and worried sick about money. Because he was an accountant and he had done the math. She'd scripted their last moment together on this earth, revised it every way imaginable, wondering if there was something she could have done or mentioned that might have altered fate. If she'd said she loved him, and would he like his favorite lamb chops and a baked sweet potato for dinner, and had she bought a potted hyacinth for the coffee table, might his mind have been on one or the other, or all of it, instead of whatever it was on when he didn't look both ways? Was he irritable and distracted because of her shrewish remark about the coffee cream? What if she'd sweetly reminded him to be careful? Would that have saved him and her and them? She fixed her attention on the flat-screen TV and imagined him smoking his cigar, watching the news with that skeptical look on his face, a face she saw every time she closed her eyes or saw something in the corner of them, a shadow or laundry piled on a chair, or she didn't have her glasses on, and she would see him before he was gone, and she would remember he was gone. He would look at her fancy TV and say, "Dearest, why the TV? Who needs a TV like that? It probably wasn't even made in America. We can't afford a TV like that." He would not approve. Oh, Lord, not of anything she'd done and gotten since he'd been gone. The recliner was empty, and the worn spot made by him caused her to feel such despair as more memories rushed back at her. reporting him missing, feeling as if she were living a scene in 100 movies as she clutched the phone and begged the police to believe her. "Believe me. Please believe me." She told the oh-so-politic female police officer that her husband didn't go to bars or wander off. He wasn't having a little memory problem or a little affair. He always came right back like a Boy Scout, and if he'd gotten adventurous and ornery, he would have called shrew, and simply told me to fuck off, that he'd be home when he got around to it, just like he'd done last time he'd gotten goddamn adventurous and ornery. Shrew had said to the politic police officer who'd sounded like she was chewing gum. Nobody was in a panic except Shrew. Nobody cared. The detective, yet someone else in the landmass of the NYPD, who finally called with the news, was regretful. "Ma'am, I'm very sorry to inform you. At around 4 p.m. I responded to a scene. The policeman was polite but quite busy and said he was sorry several times, but didn't offer to escort her to the morgue the way a well-behaved nephew might escort his stricken aunt to a wake or a church." "The morgue? Where?" "Mere Bellevue." "Which Bellevue?" "Ma'am, there's only one Bellevue. There most certainly isn't. There's the old one, and then there's the new one. What Bellevue is the morgue near? She could go there at 8 a.m. and identify the body, and she was given the address, lest she confuse the location of one Bellevue with the other, and she was given the name of the medical examiner, Dr. Lenora Lester, LLB, MD. Such an unfriendly, unpleasant woman for all her education, and how unfeeling she was when she hurried Shrew into that little room and drew back the drape. His eyes were closed, and he was covered up to his chin with a papery blue sheet. No sign of any injury, not a scratch, not a bruise, and for an instant Shrew hadn't believed anything had happened. "There's nothing broken. What happened? What really happened? He can't be dead. There's nothing wrong with him. He looks fine, just pale. He's so pale, and I'll be the first to agree he doesn't look well, but he can't be dead." Dr. Lester was a stuffed dove under glass, and her mouth didn't move as she explained very briefly that he was a textbook pedestrian fatality. Hit from behind while upright, thrown over the hood of the taxi, struck the back of his head on the windshield. He had massive fractures of the cervical vertebrae. The doctor's stiff white face had said. The severity of the impact had fractured both of his lower extremities. The stiff white face had said, extremities, her beloved's legs that wore socks and shoes, and on this cruel April afternoon, corduroy slacks almost the same tawny brown as his recliner and the couch. Slacks that she had picked out for him at Saks. The stiff white face said in that small room, "He looks pretty good because his most profoundly mutilating injuries are to the lower extremities, which were covered the lower extremities. His lower extremities by the papery blue sheet." Shrew left the morgue, and she left her mailing address, and later she wrote the check and got a copy of Dr. Lester's final report after it had been pended for about 5 months, awaiting toxicology. The official autopsy results were still sealed inside their official envelope in a bottom drawer of her desk under a box of her husband's favorite cigars that she'd sealed in a freezer bag because she didn't want to smell them yet. She couldn't bring herself to toss them out. She put another glass of bourbon next to the computer and sat down, working later than usual and not wanting to go to bed any time soon or ever again. It occurred to her that all had been bearable until she'd opened that Marilyn Monroe photograph earlier today. She thought of a punishing God as she envisioned the man with the mutton chop sideburns and flashy jewelry, and his offer of a free dachshund or a Shih Tzu or a Springer Spaniel puppy, and then the ride home. He was trying to silence her through the bribery of a kindness that hinted what it would be like if he weren't inclined to be kind at all. She'd caught him red-handed, and they both knew it, and he wanted her to feel friendly toward him. For their own good. She went on the internet and searched until she found a story that had run in the Times just 3 weeks ago, the very same week that the boss had written such nice things about Telltale Hearts' main pet shop on Lexington Avenue. The article was accompanied by a photograph of the white-haired man with the big sideburns and dissipated face. His name was Jake Loudon. This past October, he had been charged with 8 counts of animal cruelty after one of the pet shops he owned in the Bronx was raided, but several weeks ago in early December he'd gotten off scot-free. Charges against Puppy Mill King dropped. The New York County District Attorney's Office has dropped 8 counts of aggravated animal cruelty against a Missouri businessman who animal rights activists call the Puppy Pol Pot, comparing Jake Loudon to the Khmer Rouge leader responsible for the slaughter of millions of Cambodians. Loudon could have received up to 16 years in prison had he been convicted and given the maximum sentence for all 8 felony counts. But there just wasn't a way to prove the 8 deceased animals discovered in the pet store's freezer were alive when placed there, said Assistant District Attorney Jamie Berger, whose recently formed Animal Cruelty Task Force raided the shop last October. She added that the judge didn't feel the police had supplied sufficient evidence to prove a lack of justification for the euthanization of these same 8 companion animals, all of them puppies ranging from 3 to 6 months in age. Berger said it is commonly known that some pet shops eliminate dogs, cats, and other pets if they can't sell them, or if for some reason they become a commercial liability. A sick puppy, or one that's 3 or 4 months old, loses its doggy in the window appeal, she said. And far too many of these stores are notoriously negligent in supplying medical care or even the most basic necessities such as warm, clean cages and sufficient water and food. One of the reasons I started this task force is because the people of New York have had enough, and I am making it my mission to bury some of these offenders under the jailhouse. It was the second time tonight Shrew called 911, only she was drunker and more unraveled now. Murderers, she said to the operator, repeating the Lexington address. The little ones being locked in there. Ma'am. He forced me into his car after the event, and my heart was under my feet. He had a red, sullen face and a frosty silence. Ma'am, you've tried to put him in jail before for the same thing, Hitler. Yes, Pol Pot. But he got away. Tell Miss Berger. Please, right away, please. Ma'am, would you like an officer to respond to your residence? Someone from Miss Berger's dog squad, please. Oh, please, I'm not crazy. I promise I'm not. I took a picture of him and the freezer with my cell phone. She hadn't. They were moving, she cried. They were still moving. Chapter 23. The dark blue Impala was waiting at the hospital's entrance when Benton and Scarpetta walked out into the night. She recognized the fleece-lined leather jacket, then realized it was Marino who was wearing it. The trunk popped open, and he took the crime scene case from Benton and started talking about coffees he'd picked up for them, that the 2 coffees were in the back seat. That was how he said hello after all this time, after all that had happened. I stopped at Starbucks, he was saying, shutting the trunk, 2 Ventus, which he didn't pronounce correctly. And some of those sweeteners in the yellow wrapper, he meant Splenda. He must have remembered that Scarpetta didn't touch saccharin or aspartame, but no cream because it's in those pitchers, so I couldn't get it. I don't think either of you drink it with cream, unless that's changed. They're in the console in back. Jaime Berger's up front. You might not be able to see her. It's so dark, so don't start talking about her. Trying to be funny. Thank you, Scarpetta said as she and Benton got into the car. How are you? I'm doing good. He slid behind the wheel, his seat back so far it was touching Scarpetta's knees. Berger turned around and said hello, and she didn't act as if the situation was unusual. That was better. It was easier. Marino pulled away from the hospital, and Scarpetta looked at the back of his head, at the collar of the black leather bomber-style jacket. It was classic Hogan's Heroes, as Lucy used to tease him with its half-belt sleeve zippers and plenty of antique brass hardware on and off over the 20 years Scarpetta had known him. He'd get too big to wear it, especially around the gut, or more recently too bulked up from the gym and, in retrospect, probably steroids during the interim. Without Marino in her life, she'd had a lot of space to think about what had happened and what had led up to it. Insight came to her one day not that long ago after she'd reconnected with her former deputy chief, Jack Fielding, and hired him. Fielding had practically ruined his life with steroids, and Marino had been witness to much of it, But as he had gotten more disgruntled and frightened about a growing sense of powerlessness that Scarpetta couldn't seem to do anything about, he'd become obsessed with his own physical strength. He'd always admired Fielding and his bodybuilding physique, all the while critical of the illicit and destructive means he used to obtain it. She was convinced Marino began taking steroids several years before the more recent sexual performance drugs, which would help explain why he turned aggressive and, frankly, mean long before his violent eruption in her carriage house last spring. The sight of him pained her in ways she hadn't anticipated and probably couldn't explain, bringing back memories of the long span of their lives spent together when he'd let his graying hair grow long and would comb it over his baldness, Donald Trump style. Only Marino wasn't the sort to believe in gels or hairspray. The slightest stir and long strands would drift below his ears. He'd started shaving his head and wearing a sinister-looking do-rag. Now he had fuzz shaped like a crescent moon, and he wasn't wearing an earring and didn't look like a hard-riding outlaw or Hell's Angel. He looked like Marino, only in better shape but older, and on forced good behavior, as if he was taking the parole board on a drive. He turned onto 3rd Avenue toward Terry Bridges' apartment, which was only a few minutes from the hospital. Berger asked Scarpetta if she remembered Terry contacting her Charleston office last spring or early summer or ever. Scarpetta said no. Berger fooled around with her BlackBerry and muttered something about Lucy's opposition to paper, and then read an email Terry had written to Berger last year asking for assistance in contacting Scarpetta. July 2nd, Berger said. That's when she sent this email to the Bermuda Triangle of New York City government's general email address, hoping it would get to me because she hadn't been able to get to you. It appears she never got to either of us. I'm not surprised, with a username like Lunacy, Benton replied from the dark back seat while he looked out his window at the quiet neighborhood of Murray Hill, where so far Scarpetta had seen only one person out, a man walking a boxer. I wouldn't be surprised if the username was the Pope's, Berger replied, but I didn't get it. Question is, Kay, are you absolutely sure you don't recall her calling your office in Charleston? I'm absolutely sure I was never aware of it, Scarpetta said, but last spring and early summer my office was rather much of a Bermuda Triangle, too. She didn't want to elaborate, not with Marino sitting directly in front of her. How was she supposed to talk about what it had been like for her after he disappeared without a word or a trace, and then Rose had gone into such a rapid decline that she no longer had the proud stubbornness to resist Scarpetta's moving her and taking care of her, eventually spoon-feeding her, changing her gowns and sheets when she soiled the bed, and then the morphine and oxygen at the very end when Rose decided she'd suffered enough and death was in her eyes. How would Marino feel if he knew how angry Rose was with him for abandoning everyone in his life, especially her, when he knew she wasn't long for this world? Rose had said it was wrong of him, and would Scarpetta please tell him that someday? Rose had said, "You tell him for me, I'll box his ears." As if she'd been talking about a 2-year-old. You tell him for me, I'm mad at Lucy too, just mad as hell at both of them. I blame him for what she's doing right now. Up there at Blackwater or some training camp like that, shooting guns and kneeing huge men in the kidneys as if she's Sylvester Stallone because she's too scared to be home. Those last weeks Rose got disinhibited, her talk wild and loose, but nothing she said was utter nonsense. You tell him when I'm on the other side it will only be easier for me to find him and take care of business, and I'm going to take care of it. You watch? Scarpetta had set up a portable hospital bed and had the French doors open so they could look at the garden and the birds and hear the stirring of live oaks that had been there since before the Civil War. She and Rose would talk in that lovely old living room with its view, while the bracket clock on the mantel tick-tocked like a metronome measuring the final rhythm of their days together. Scarpetta never did go into detail about what Marino had done, but she did tell Rose something important about it, something she'd not told anyone. She'd said, "You know how people say if they could live something again?" "You don't hear me saying it," Rose had replied, propped up in bed, the morning light turning the sheets very white. "Doesn't do a damn bit of good to say something silly like that." "Well, I wouldn't say it because I wouldn't mean it. You're exactly right. He wouldn't live that night again if offered the chance, because it wouldn't change anything. I can try to rewrite it all I want. Marino would still do what he did. The only way I could stop him would be to start the process years earlier, maybe a decade or two earlier. My culpability in his crime is I didn't pay attention. She'd done to him what he and Lucy had done to Rose in the end. Scarpetta hadn't looked, had pretended not to notice, had absented herself by suddenly being busy and preoccupied or even in the midst of some crisis instead of confronting him. She should have been more like Shamey Berger, who wouldn't hesitate to tell some big cop with the appetites and insecurities that Marino had to stop looking down her blouse or up her skirt to get over it because she wasn't going to have sex with him. She wasn't going to be his whore, his Madonna, his wife, or his mother, or all of the above, and all of the above was what he'd really always wanted, what most men have always wanted because they don't know any better. She could have told Marino something to that effect when she'd first been appointed chief in Virginia, and he'd gone out of his way to give her such a hard time, acting like a nasty little boy with a crush. She'd been so afraid of hurting him, because ultimately her biggest flaw was her overriding fear of hurting anyone, and so she'd hurt the hell out of him and herself and all of them. What she'd finally admitted was she was selfish. Scarpetta had said to Rose, "I'm the most selfish person there is." It goes back to feeling shamed. I was different, not like other people. I know what it is to feel ostracized and shunned and shamed, and I've never wanted to do it to anyone else, or have it done to me again. And the last thing I just said is what's most important. It's about my not wanting discomfort more than it's really about anyone else. What a dreadful thing to know about yourself. You're the most different person I've ever met, Rose had said, and I can see why those girls didn't like you, and why most people didn't like you, and maybe still don't. It's about people being small and you're reminding them of it without trying to, and so they go out of their way to make you small as if that will somehow make them bigger. You know exactly how all that works, but who has the wisdom to figure it out while it's going on? I would have liked you. If I'd been one of those nuns or one of the other girls, you would have been my favorite. I probably wouldn't have been. You certainly would have. I've been following you around for 20 damn years almost. And not because of the plush work conditions and all the jewelry and furs you give me and exotic vacations you take me on. I'm crazy about you. Was the first time you walked in that office? Do you remember? I'd never met a woman medical examiner and assumed the obvious. What a strange and difficult and unpleasant person you must be. Why else would a woman do this for a living? He hadn't seen a picture of you and was sure you'd look like some creature that had just climbed out of a black lagoon or a plague pit. I'd already been planning on where I might go. Maybe the medical college. Somebody over there would hire me. Because I didn't think for a minute I'd stay with you until I met you. Then I wouldn't have left you for the world. I'm sorry I'm doing it now. I'm sure we could go back and check phone records, the office email, Scarpetta said in the car, to Benton, to Marino, to Berger. Not a priority this moment, Berger said, turning around. But Lucy's been forwarding information to you that you're going to want to look at when you get the chance. You need to see what Terry Bridges was writing, or we might assume it was her. Hard to say since Oscar Bain could just as easily have a hand in it, or even be lunacy, for all we know. I got a list of evidence collected that corresponds to markers inside, Marino said as he drove, and scene diagrams, a set for each of you so you know what was where. Berger handed back 2 copies. Marino turned onto a dark neighborhood street with lots of trees and old brownstones. Benton observed, "Not well lit, and a lot of people appear to still be out of town for the holidays. Not a high-crime area." "Nope," Marino said. "Nothing around here." Last complaint. Before the murder was someone playing music too loud. He parked behind an NYPD cruiser. "One new wrinkle in this," Berger said. "Based on some of the emails Lucy and I have been looking at, one has to wonder if Terry might have been seeing someone else." "Looks like nobody's bothering to hide their damn police car," Marino said, turning off the engine. "Hide it?" Berger asked. Morales said he didn't want them in plain view, in case the bogeyman came back. Guess. He forgot to tell anyone who matters. "You mean cheating on Oscar?" Benton said, opening his door, that maybe Terry was cheating on Oscar? I think we should leave our coats in the car. Blasts of cold air grabbed at Scarpetta's suit and hair as she took off her coat, and then Marino climbed out, talking on his cell phone, obviously alerting the officer who was stationed inside the apartment that they had arrived. It was still an active crime scene and should be in the exact condition it was in when the police left shortly after 1 a.m., according to the reports Scarpetta had read. The building's front door opened, and Marino, Benton, Berger, and Scarpetta climbed up 5 steps and entered the foyer, where a uniformed officer was very serious about his assignment. Marino said to him, "I see your car's parked in front." He thought the latest order from headquarters was not to have your unit in plain view. The other officer wasn't feeling good. "I think the smell, which isn't much until you sit there for a while," said the officer. "When I relieved him, I didn't get instructions about not parking in front. You want me to move it?" Marino said to Berger. "You got an opinion? Morales didn't want it to look like there's a police presence. Like I said, in case the killer returns to the crime scene." "He installed a camera on the roof," the officer said. "Glad it's such a big friggin' secret," Marino said. "The only person who could return to this apartment," Benton said, "would be Oscar Bain. Unless there are other people running around who have keys, and I have a hard time believing, as paranoid as he is, that he would show up here and try to get in. Someone in his state of mind is more likely to show up at the morgue in hopes of getting a last look at their person," Scarpetta said. She'd decided she'd had enough of being completely close-mouthed. There were ways to communicate necessary information without breaking patient-physician confidentiality. Marino said to the officer, "Maybe it would be a good idea to step up patrol around the area of the ME's office, in case Oscar Bain shows up. But do me a favor and don't transmit nothing about him over the air, so some reporter hears it. Okay, we don't need every dwarf on the east side being stopped and questioned, as if the area around the medical examiner's office was a popular hangout for little people. You need to get something to eat or do whatever. This is a good time," Marino said. "As much as I'd like to take you up on that." "No, thank you," the officer said, glancing at Berger. "My orders are to stay here, and I'll need you to sign the log. Don't be so damn professional. Nobody bites, even Miss Berger doesn't," Marino said. "And we need a little elbow room. You can hang out in the foyer, suit yourself, or you can make a pit stop. I'll give you a 15-minute heads up before we're ready to leave. Just don't go to Florida or nothing." The officer opened the apartment door, and Scarpetta smelled cooked chicken that was well on its way to turning ripe. He collected his jacket from the back of a folding chair and a copy of Philip Meyer's American Rust from the oak floor under it. Beyond that point, the officer wasn't allowed to venture for any reason, and should he be tempted. The small blaze orange cones marking locations where evidence had been collected were a bright reminder. Didn't matter if he needed water or food or was desperate to use the bathroom. He had to call for a backup to cover for him while he took care of himself. He couldn't even sit unless he brought his own chair. Scarpetta opened her crime scene case just inside the door and retrieved a digital camera and a notepad and pen, and gave each person a pair of gloves. She took her usual survey without moving closer or speaking, noticing that except for the evidence markers, there was nothing out of place and not the slightest indication that anything remotely violent had happened. The apartment was impeccable, and everywhere she looked, she saw traces of the rigid, obsessive woman who had lived and died here. The floral upholstered couch and side chair in the living room straight ahead were perfectly arranged around a maple coffee table, and on top of it were magazines impeccably fanned, and in a corner a standard-size Pioneer flat screen that looked new and was precisely positioned to face the exact center of the sofa. Inside the fireplace was an arrangement of silk flowers. The ivory Berber rug was straight and clean. Other than the cones, there was barely a hint that the police had been all over this place. In this new age of crime scene management, they would have been suited up in disposable clothing, including shoe covers. Electrostatic dust lifters would have been used to recover any impressions from the polished wood floors, and forensic lights and photography would have taken precedence over messy black powders. In sophisticated departments such as the NYPD, crime scene scientists neither created nor destroyed. The living room flowed into the dining area and kitchen, the apartment small enough that Scarpetta could see the table set for dinner and the makings of it on a countertop near the stove. No doubt the chicken was still in the oven, and God knows how long it would stay there. Didn't matter how rancid anything got by the time the landlord or Terry's family were allowed free access to the place. It wasn't the responsibility or the right of law enforcement to clean up the gore left in the wake of a violent death, whether it was blood or an uneaten holiday dinner. "Let me ask the obvious question," Scarpetta said to no one in particular. "Is there any possibility she wasn't the intended victim, even remotely possible, since there's another apartment across from this one? And what, 2 more upstairs?" "I always say everything's possible," Berger replied. "But she opened the doors, or if someone else did, he or she had keys, there would seem to be a connection between her and the person who killed her." "To Marino," she said. "You mentioned the roof access? Anything new about that?" "A text message from Morales," he replied. "He said when he got to the scene last night, the ladder was exactly where he found it after installing the roof camera, in the utility closet." Marino had a look on his face as he said that, as if he knew a joke he wasn't about to share. "I'm assuming nothing new. Nobody of interest in terms of a possible suspect or witness among the other tenants?" Berger asked Marino, continuing the conversation just inside the apartment door. "According to the landlord, who lives on Long Island, she was a real quiet lady except when she had a complaint. One of those who had to have everything just right," Marino said. "But what's a little interesting is, it was something she couldn't take care of herself. She'd never let the landlord in to fix it. She'd say she'd get someone to take care of it. He said it was like she was making notes of all the problems in case he got any ideas about raising the rent." "Sounds like the landlord might not have been too fond of her," Benton said. "He called her demanding more than once," Marino said. "Always emailed him, though. Never called, as if she was building a court case, is the way he put it." "We can get Lucy to locate those emails," Berger said. "We know which of her 18 usernames she used for complaining to the landlord." "You don't think it was Lunacy, unless we just didn't come across anything to or from him while I was with Lucy a little while ago. And by the way, I've asked her to forward anything to me she might find, so all of us are rather much online with her while she continues to go through the laptops removed from this apartment. It's the one called Railroad Run, like running her railroad?" "My interpretation," Marino said. "The landlord said that's the email address he's got for her." "Anyway, point being, it appears she was a royal pain in the butt," Scarpetta said. "Also appears she had somebody who helped her when she needed something fixed." "Well, I have my doubts it was Oscar," Berger said. "No references to anything like that in the emails we've seen so far. Nothing such as her asking him to come over and unstop the toilet or change a light bulb in the ceiling, although his height might have made at least a few tasks rather difficult." "There's the ladder in the closet upstairs," Marino said. Scarpetta said, "I'd like to wander through alone first." She found the tape measure in her crime scene case and slipped it into her suit jacket pocket and looked at the evidence inventory that told her which cone corresponded to which item that had been removed from the scene. Some 6 feet inside the door. To her left was cone number 1, and this was where the flashlight had been found, described as a black metal Luxion star with 2 Duracell lithium batteries, and in working condition. It wasn't plastic, as Oscar had described, which may or may not be of any consequence, except that a metal flashlight would be a serious weapon, suggesting Oscar hadn't struck himself very hard at all to cause the bruises she'd examined. The cones numbered 2 through 4 corresponded to shoe prints lifted from the hardwood floor, described only as having a running shoe-type tread pattern with the approximate dimensions of 6.5 by 4 inches. That was small, and as Scarpetta scanned the list, she noted that a pair of sneakers had been removed from Terry's closet. Size 5, women's Reeboks, white with pink trim. A size 5 woman's shoe would not be 6.5 inches from heel to toe, and as Scarpetta recalled looking at Terry's feet in the morgue, she remembered them as smaller than that, because of her disproportionately short toes. She suspected the shower impressions recovered near the door were Oscar's and likely had been left when he'd gone in and out of the apartment, back to his car, to leave his coat and do whatever else he might have done after discovering the body. That was assuming his story was true. For the most part, other impressions lifted from the floor were of interest because they had been left by bare feet, and Scarpetta recalled seeing several photographs that had been taken in oblique lighting. She had assumed the bare footprints were Terry's, and the location of them was significant. All were clustered just outside the master bathroom where Terry's body had been found, and Scarpetta wondered if Terry had put on body lotion or oil perhaps after her shower. And that's why the bare footprints had been visible on the hardwood floor, all in close proximity to one another. She wondered what it might mean if Terry hadn't taken her slippers off until she'd been about to enter the area of the apartment where she was murdered. Had she been attacked the instant she'd opened her front door, and had she resisted or been forced to the master bedroom in back, wasn't there a good chance her slippers would have come off earlier? In all of her years working homicide scenes, it had been Scarpetta's experience that bedroom slippers, one or both, rarely stayed on once the violent encounter occurred. People literally were scared out of them. She walked as far as the dining room, and from here the smell of cooked chicken was stronger and more unpleasant, the kitchen just ahead, and then the guest room office, according to the detailed computer-aided drafting, or CAD, of the apartment's interior and its dimensions that was included in the paperwork Marino had assembled. The dining room table was meticulously set, blue-rimmed plates on two starchy, spotless blue mats opposite each other, the stainless flatware shiny and exact in its placement, everything just right to the extreme of fussiness, of obsessiveness. Only the flower arrangement was less than perfect, the button palms beginning to hang their heads, and petals had fallen from the larkspur like tears. Scarpetta pulled out chairs, checking the blue velvet cushions for indentations left by someone kneeling to compensate for a dramatically shortened reach. If Terry had climbed up to set the table, she had groomed the nap afterward. All of the furniture was the standard size, the apartment not handicap-equipped. But as Scarpetta began opening closets and cupboards, she found a step stool with a handle, a grabbing tool, and another tool similar to a fireplace poker that Terry probably had used for prodding and pulling. In the kitchen there was chaos in the corner beneath the microwave, drips of blood and smears that had dried a blackish red, presumably from Oscar cutting his thumb while grabbing a pair of kitchen shears that were no longer here. The wooden block of knives was gone, and like the shears, most likely sent to the labs. On the stove was the pot of uncooked spinach, the handle turned inward, the way people do when they are safety-minded. The chicken in the oven smelled pungent and was stuck to the bottom of the deep aluminum pan. Grease coagulated around it like yellow wax. Cooking utensils and pot holders were in a neat line on the counter, as were basil, a set of salt and pepper mills, and cooking sherry. In a small ceramic bowl were 3 lemons, 2 limes, and a banana that was turning a speckled brown. Nearby was a cork pump, which Scarpetta considered a gadget that ruined the ritual and romance of opening a bottle, and an unopened Chardonnay, a decent one for the money. Scarpetta wondered if Terry might have removed the wine from the refrigerator an hour or so before Oscar was due to arrive, again assuming she had been killed by someone other than him. If she had, a possible explanation was she'd done some research and knew that white wine should be served cool, not cold. Inside the refrigerator was a bottle of champagne, also a decent one for the money, as if Terry had followed every recommendation she could find, possibly on the internet, as if her Bible was Consumer Reports. Apparently, no purchase she made was based on passion or playfulness. Whether it was a TV or stemware or china, all of it was the selection of a well-informed shopper who did nothing in a hurry or on a whim. In refrigerator drawers were fresh broccoli, peppers, onions, and lettuce, and deli packages of sliced turkey and Swiss cheese that, according to their labels, had been purchased from a grocery store on Lexington Avenue, several blocks from here, on Sunday, along with the food for last night's dinner. Salad dressings and condiments in the refrigerator door were low-calorie. In cupboards were crackers, nuts, soups, all low sodium. The liquor, like everything else, was the best brand for the price. Dewar's, Smirnoff. Tanqueray, Jack Daniels. Scarpetta removed the rim from the trash can, not surprised it was brushed steel, which would neither rust nor show finger smudges. To open its lid, one stepped on a pedal and didn't have to touch anything that might be dirty. Inside the custom-fit white polyethylene bag were wrappers from the roaster chicken and the spinach, and an abundance of crumpled paper towels and the green paper from the flowers on the table. She wondered if Terry had used the kitchen shears to snip off about 3 inches of the stems, which were still bound in their rubber band, then cleaned the shears and returned them to the cutlery block. There was no receipt because the police had found it last night, and it was listed in the inventory. Terry had bought the flowers for $8.95 yesterday morning at a local market. Scarpetta suspected the rather pitiful little spring bouquet had been an afterthought. She found it sad to think of someone so lacking in creativity, spontaneity, and heart. What a hellish way to live, and what a shame she had done nothing about it. Terry had studied psychology. She certainly would have known she could have been treated for her anxiety disorder, and had she chosen that course, it might have changed her destiny. It was likely her compulsions had led, even if indirectly, to the reason strangers were now inside her apartment and investigating every aspect of who she was and how she had lived. Beyond the kitchen, on the right, was the small guest room that was an office. There was nothing in it but a desk, an adjustable chair, a side table with a printer, and against a wall, 2 filing cabinets that were empty. Scarpetta stepped back out into the hallway and looked toward the apartment door. Berger, Marino, and Benton were in the living room, examining the evidence inventory and discussing the significance of the small orange cones. "Does anybody know if these filing cabinets were empty when the police got here?" Scarpetta asked. Marino flipped through his list and said mail and personal papers is what it says. They took a file box of stuff like that was removed from the closet. Meaning nothing was taken from actual filing cabinets, Scarpetta supposed. That's rather interesting. There are 2 of them in here with nothing in them, not even an empty folder, as if they've never been used. Marino came toward her and asked, "What about dust?" You can look, but Terry Bridges and dust weren't compatible. "There's no dust, not a speck." Marino entered the guest room office and opened the filing cabinets, and Scarpetta noted the indentations his booted feet left in the deep-piled dark blue wall-to-wall carpet. She realized there were no other indentations at all, except those left by her when she'd walked in, and that was odd. The police might be fastidious about not tracking dirt and evidence in and out of a scene, but they weren't about to bother brushing the carpet when they were done. "It's as if no one was in here last night," she said. Marino closed file drawers, he said. "Doesn't look to me like anything was in there, unless someone wiped down the bottom of the drawers. No dust outline of any hanging files that might have been there, but the cops was in here." He finally met her eyes, and his were tentative. "You can see on the list the file box was taken out of the closet in here." He frowned, looking at the carpet, apparently noticing the same thing she had. "Well, that's fucking weird. I was in here this morning. That closet there," he pointed, "is where her suitcases were, too." He opened the closet door, where draperies in dry cleaning bags hung from the rod and more luggage was neatly upright on the floor. Everywhere he stepped, he flattened the pile of the carpet. "But it's like nobody walked in here or else came in after the fact and swept the carpet," he said. "I don't know," Scarpetta said. "But what I'm hearing you say is nobody has walked through this apartment since last night except you, when you came in earlier today." "Well, maybe I lost weight, but I don't float off the ground," Marino said. "So where the hell are my footprints?" On the floor near the desk, a magnetic power connector was plugged into the wall, and Scarpetta found this curious, too. "She packed her laptops for the trip home to Arizona and left a power connector behind," she said. "Somebody's been in here," Marino said. "Probably that fucking Morales." Chapter 24. Lucy was alone in her loft. her old bulldog asleep by her chair. She read more emails from Terry and Oscar as she talked to Scarpetta over the phone. Date, Sun, 11 November 2007, 11/12/03. From Oscar to Terry. See, I told you Dr. Scarpetta wasn't that kind of person. Obviously, she just didn't get your earlier messages. Amazing how what's under your nose and obvious sometimes works. Are you going to copy me on the emails? Date, Sun, 11 November 2007, 14:45:16. From Terry to Oscar, no. That would be a violation of her privacy. This project has now risen to the stars. I'm in awe, so happy. What's under her nose and obvious? It's like she tried something, or he did, and got what he or she or both of them wanted, Lucy said into her jawbone wireless earpiece. What the hell's she talking about? I don't know what was under her nose, but she's mistaken, or not being truthful, Scarpetta replied. Probably untruthful, Lucy said, which was why she wouldn't let Oscar see emails from you. There can't be any emails from me, Scarpetta said again. I need to ask you about something. I'm standing in the middle of Terry Bridges's apartment, and it's not a good place for us to be having this conversation, especially over cell phones. I got you your cell phone. Remember, it's special. You don't have to worry. Neither do I. Our phones are secure. Lucy talked as she opened each email account and looked in the email trash for anything useful that might have been deleted. She said, may have given Oscar a reason to resent you as well. His girlfriend's obsessed with her hero, who finally has answered her. He's led to believe, and she won't let him see the emails. Sounds like you might have created a problem you didn't know anything about, or have anything to do with, Scarpetta said. What type of power supplies do her laptops use? That's my simple question. One of Terry's email accounts was empty, and Lucy had saved that one for last, assuming Terry had created it but simply never gotten around to using it. As Lucy opened the trash folder, she was stunned by what she found. Wow, Lucy said. This is unbelievable. She deleted everything yesterday morning, 136 emails. She deleted them one right after another. Not a USB, but a magnetized power cord? What was deleted? Scarpetta asked. Hold on, Lucy said. Don't go anywhere. Stay on with me and we'll look at this together. You might want to get Shamey Benton Marino in there and put me on speakerphone. All of the deleted emails were between Terry and another user with the name Scarpetta 612. 612 June 12 was Scarpetta's birthday. The internet service provider address was the same as that of the 18 accounts that were assumed to be Terry's, but Scarpetta 612 wasn't listed in the history. It hadn't been created on this laptop, nor was that account accessed by this laptop, or based on the dates of the emails. Lucy was already seeing Scarpetta 612 would be listed in the history, along with the other 18 accounts. It would be in the history if Terry had created Scarpetta 612. But there was no evidence she had, not so far. Scarpetta 612, Lucy said, scrolling through text. Someone with that username was writing to her, to Terry? I'm presuming. Can you get Shamey and Marino so we can get the password to that account? Anybody could come up with some permutation of my name, and my date of birth is no big secret if anybody cares, her aunt said. Just give Shamey the username. Scarpetta appended to the numbers 612. Lucy gave her the email service provider and waited. She could hear Scarpetta talking to someone. It sounded like Marino. Then Scarpetta said to Lucy, It's being taken care of. Like right now, Lucy said. Yes, right now. I was asking if either of the laptops you have might use a magnetized power supply. No, Lucy said. USB, recessed 5-pin port, 85 watt. What you're talking about wouldn't be recognized by Terry's laptops. The IP for Scarpetta 612 traces to 899 10th Avenue. Isn't that John Jay College of Criminal Justice? What IP? And yes, what's John Jay got to do with anything? Jaime and Marino are still here. They want to listen to what you're saying. I'm putting you on speakerphone. What's Benton doing? She asked them. Lucy could hear Berger's voice in the background say something about Benton being on the phone with Morales. It bothered Lucy to hear Berger say anything about Morales, and she wasn't sure why unless it was her sense that he was interested in Berger, that he wanted her sexually, and maybe it seemed he had a way of getting what he wanted. Whoever was writing to Terry and saying she was you was doing so from that IP address from John Jay, Lucy said. She continued going through deleted emails sent by someone who was clearly impersonating her aunt. I'm going to forward some of these, she said. Everybody should look at them, then I need the password, okay? This most recent one was sent by Scarpetta 612 to Terry 4 days ago, December 28th, at close to midnight, the day after Bhutto was assassinated, and you talked about it on CNN and K. You were here in New York. I was, but that's not me. That's not my email address, Scarpetta insisted. The email read, Date Fry, 28 December 2007, 23:53:01, from Scarpetta to Terry. Again, I owe you an apology. I'm sure you understand. Such a terrible tragedy. And I had to get to CNN. I wouldn't blame you for thinking I don't keep my word. But I don't have much say about my schedule when somebody dies or other inconveniences interfere. We'll try again. Scarpetta. P.S. Did you get the photograph? Lucy read it over the phone and said, Aunt Kay, when did you leave CNN that night? Other inconveniences, Berger's voice talking to Scarpetta, as if you would refer to an assassination or any other act of violence as an inconvenience. Who the hell is doing this? Sound like anybody you might know? No, Scarpetta's voice answering Berger. Nobody. Marino? Berger again? His voice. Got no idea. But she wouldn't say nothing like that, as if Scarpetta needed him to stick up for her character. I don't think it's Jack. If that's entered anybody's head, he meant Jack Fielding, and it was unlikely he would have entered anybody's head. He was a solid forensic pathologist, and meant well, and in the main was loyal to Scarpetta, but he was a muscle brain with ragged moods and an assortment of physical problems, such as high cholesterol and skin disorders from his years of pumping iron and pumping himself full of anabolic steroids. He didn't have the energy to parade as Scarpetta on the internet, and he wasn't cunning or cruel, and to give Terry Bridges the benefit of the doubt, if she wasn't Scarpetta 612, then it was cruel of somebody to lead her on. In the beginning, at least, she'd idolized Scarpetta. She'd tried hard to get in touch with her. If she finally thought Scarpetta was responding to her, that had to be a thrill until her hero started to diss her, Lucy said, Aunt Kay. You left CNN on the night of December 28th and were within 2 blocks of John Jay, and you walked back to the apartment just like you always do. The apartment was on Central Park West and very close to CNN and John Jay. Yes, Scarpetta said, another email. This one dated yesterday. Again, the IP traced to John Jay. Date, Mon, 31st December 2007, 03:14:31. From Scarpetta to Terry. I'm sure you realize my time in NY is unpredictable and I have so little control over the OCME because I'm certainly not the chief, just a low-level consultant there. I was thinking, why not meet in Watertown where I make the rules? I'll give you a tour of my office and no problem about seeing an autopsy or anything else you need. Happy New Year and look forward to seeing you soon. Scarpetta. Lucy forwarded it to all of them as she read it out loud. I wasn't in New York yesterday afternoon, Scarpetta said. I couldn't have emailed this from John Jay, not that I would have. And I don't give tours of the morgue. The emphasis about your not being the chief here in New York, Berger said. Someone is belittling you with your own lips, so to speak. Of course, I'm wondering about Terry being Scarpetta 612 and sending the emails to herself as if they're from Scarpetta. Think what a coup that would be for her thesis. My question, Lucy, is, do you see any reason we should completely dismiss the possibility that the imposter was Terry? As Lucy listened to Berger's voice, she thought she heard a special warmth in it. It had happened so swiftly, and Berger had been surprisingly sure of what she wanted. She had been surprisingly bold. Then the bitter wind had rushed in as Berger had opened the door and left. Lucy said over the phone to her aunt, These emails to Terry, allegedly from you, would explain why she quoted you in her thesis and seemed to think she knew you. Kay, did you get any indication of this from Oscar? Berger asked. I can't tell you what he said to me, but I won't deny that I got such an indication. So you did, Berger's reply. So he definitely knew about this correspondence. Whether he saw it or not is another matter. If Terry's not the imposter, Marino said, who deleted all of the emails? And what for? Exactly, Berger said, right before she was murdered, right before Oscar was supposed to come over for dinner. Or did someone else make the deletions and put the laptops in the closet? Lucy said, if Terry made the deletions because she was worried about someone seeing them, she should have emptied the damn trash. Even an idiot knows you can recover deleted files from the trash, especially if the deletions are recent. This much I think we can be sure of, Scarpetta said. No matter why she or someone else deleted the emails, Terry Bridges wasn't expecting to be murdered last night. Lucy said no. She couldn't have been expecting her own death, unless she planned to commit suicide, and then removed the ligature from her neck after the fact. I don't think so, said Marino as if he'd taken Lucy literally. There was no ligature to remove, Scarpetta said. She was garroted. Nothing was tied or locked around her neck. Lucy said, I have to find out who Scarpetta 612 is and which photograph this person supposedly sent. There are no photographs, no JPEG images in the trash. It's possible she deleted it before she deleted all these other emails and flushed her cache. Then what? Berger's voice. Then we'll have to try recovering it from this laptop the same way we're recovering her text files from the other one, Lucy said. Do the same thing you were watching earlier when you were here with me. Any other possible explanation about the photograph? It was Scarpetta who asked. Lucy said, if she, assuming we're talking about Terry, accessed an attached emailed photograph from a different device such as a BlackBerry or another computer somewhere, then it won't be on the laptop she used for the internet. That's what I've been trying to tell you, Scarpetta said. There's a power cord in her office that doesn't go to either of the laptops you have. There must be another one somewhere. We should go from here to Oscar's apartment. Marino's voice to the others. Morales had the key, he's still got it? Yes, Berger said. He has it. Oscar could be there. We don't know where he is. I don't believe for a minute he's there. Benton's voice now. You were just talking to Morales? What did he want? Berger asked him. He suspects Oscar figured he was about to get arrested, said one of the guards told him that Oscar didn't do well after Kay left. Morales said, and remember to consider the source that Oscar feels betrayed by Kay, feels lied to and disrespected, and he's glad Terry didn't witness how abusive Kay was to Oscar during the examination. She supposedly put chemicals on Oscar and caused him a lot of pain. Abuse? Scarpetta asked. They were having this conversation as if they'd forgotten Lucy was on the phone. She continued to search through deleted emails. That was the word Morales used, Benton's voice. I certainly wasn't abusive, and whoever this Morales is, he knows damn well I can't say what went on in there, Scarpetta talking to Benton. He knows Oscar's not under arrest, so I really can't defend myself if he starts tossing around words like that. I don't believe Oscar made those comments, Benton said. He knows you can't repeat anything, so if he really didn't trust you, he would assume that you would defend yourself if he did start misrepresenting you. He would assume you would breach confidentiality because you have no integrity, and I'll talk to the guard myself. I agree, Berger said. Morales is probably the source of the comments. He's a shit stirrer, Marino said. He has a message for you, Benton said. Yeah, I bet he does, Marino said. The witness you interviewed earlier today, the woman across the street, Benton said, and it seemed they had forgotten that Lucy was listening. I hadn't talked to him about it, Marino said. Well, he knows about it, Benton said to him. I had to get the dispatcher to talk the lady into letting me in. She thought I was an axe murderer and called 911. Maybe he heard about it that way. Apparently, she called 911 again. Benton told him. Just a little while ago. She's scared shitless, Marino said, because of what happened to Terry to report animal abuse, Benton said. Don't tell me. Because of her dead puppy? What? That's what I'm asking, Marino said. What are you talking about? Apparently the woman told the 911 operator to pass on the message to Jaime that it was the same man who, quote, got off the hook earlier this month, and she, the lady who called, said she took a picture with her cell phone and can prove he's at it again. Jake Loudon, Berger said. Who's this claiming she took a picture of him? All I know is the 911 operator passed on the message to Morales. I guess because of his connection with Jamie. Lucy popped open a Diet Pepsi, listening and reading as Jet Ranger snored. What damn connection? Marino sounded angry. Tavern on the goddamn green? I'm telling you, I don't like that guy. He's an asshole. He says you might want to go talk to your witness again. Long and short of it, Benton said. And maybe Hamie will want to, since it seems related to her big animal cruelty case. But maybe first all of us should meet him at Oscar's apartment while we've got the chance. The lady lives across the street, Marino said. She was drinking when I saw her this afternoon. She started talking about getting another dog. I don't know why she wouldn't have said something about Loudon earlier. We were talking about dogs and Hamie's anti-cruelty task force. We could go see her first since we're right here, then go to Oscar's. He's on the other side of the park, not far from where your apartment is, not far from John Jay. I think we should split up. Berger's voice. You two go to Oscar's. Marino and I will stay here. I'd like to get back to John Jay, Scarpetta said. How does it work if the IP traces to John Jay? Wouldn't the person who sent the emails have to be located there? Silence. Scarpetta repeated her question and said, Lucy, you still with us? I'm sorry, Lucy said. I forgot I was here. I didn't know she was on the phone, Benton said. Maybe you could set your cell phone on the desk. I'm sorry, Lucy. Hello, Lucy. The cell phone clunked as Scarpetta set it down. Lucy said whoever Scarpetta 612 is would have had to be physically within range of John Jay's wireless network to join it. For example, the person would have to be there using one of the college's computers, which isn't likely at almost midnight, when the buildings were locked, and that's when the last email was sent, right before midnight on December 28th. Or the person could have brought his or her own laptop or something smaller, such as a BlackBerry, an iPhone, a PDA, some device that's capable of logging on to the internet. And that's what I'm thinking, that this individual had something like a PDA and just stood on the sidewalk in front of one of the buildings and hijacked the wireless network. I'm assuming the cops found Terry's cell phone, or a BlackBerry or PDA if she had one. The photograph Scarpetta 612 sent, it could have been sent by a BlackBerry, a PDA, something like that as I've mentioned, her cell phone's being gone through. It was Marino. No other phones, BlackBerries, or devices you could use for the internet, assuming the inventory we got here is correct, just the one phone. Plain vanilla flip phone was on the kitchen counter, plugged in, recharging, that and the earpiece. Also recharging, all of them continued to discuss and speculate, and then there was a brief lapse as Marino and Berger contacted the email provider for Scarpetta 612. They got the information Lucy needed. Password stiff phone, all one word. Berger spelled it for Lucy over the phone. Marino, maybe you could get with John Jay's security to find out if they noticed anyone in front of the classroom building late on the night of December 28th. And again yesterday, mid-afternoon. In both instances, the 28th and last night, Benton said the building would have been closed due to the hour and the holiday. Are there security cameras? Berger asked. Lucy said, You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking the IP's deliberate to make it look like the emails are really from Aunt Kay. She's connected with John Jay, so why wouldn't she be sending emails from their wireless network? Point is, whoever's stolen Aunt Kay's identity by sending these emails doesn't care if the IP was traced and likely hoped or even assumed it would be. Otherwise, this person would have used an anonymous proxy program on a remote server that grabs files for you and disguises your real address, or some other type of anonymizer that gives you a temporary address every time you send an email, so people can't find your real IP. That's my big battle. Berger made her favorite complaint about the internet. It was one Lucy liked to hear. The devil Berger fought was one Lucy knew. White-collar crime, stalking, identity theft, Berger added. I can't tell you my aggravation. What about the account information for Scarpetta 612? Marino was asking Lucy as if nothing dysfunctional had ever gone on between them. He was just more guarded, which made him somewhat polite. For once, anything more than the generic they gave me? He asked. Names listed as Dr. K. Scarpetta, address and phone number are her office in Watertown. All public information, Lucy said. No profile, no options that would have required the person who set up the account to use a credit card. Same thing as Terry's accounts. Berger's voice, same thing with a million accounts, Lucy said. I'm in Scarpetta 612 right now, and the only emails sent or received were to and from Terry Bridges. Don't you think that might hint it was Terry who opened that account to make it look as if Kay were writing to her? Berger suggested. What about the MAC, the machine access code? Benton asked. Lucy said as she scrolled through emails. Doesn't match either of these laptops, but all that means is Terry or someone didn't carry one of these laptops to John Jay and send the emails from that network. But you're right. The sole purpose of Scarpetta 612 seems to be for an imposter to correspond with Terry Bridges, which would have added credence to the theory that the imposter and Terry were the same person, were it not for one thing. The one thing she was talking about was on her screen. I'm talking as I'm going through the Scarpetta 612 account, she said, and this is something that's really important. Really, really important. So important, Lucy almost couldn't believe it. She said, at 8:18 last night, Scarpetta 612 wrote an email that was saved as a draft and never sent. I'm forwarding it to all of you, and I'm going to read it out loud to you in a sec. This rules out Terry or Oscar writing it. Do you hear what I'm saying? This email I'm talking about rules out either one of them being Scarpetta 612. Shit, Marino's voice. Someone wrote an email while this place was crawling with cops? Fact is, her body was probably already at the morgue by then. Her body arrived at the morgue at around 8, as I recall, Scarpetta said. So someone writes an email to Terry and decides not to send it for some reason. Lucy tried to work it out, as in maybe the person somehow found out Terry was dead right while in the middle of writing to her, and then just saved the email as a draft. Or wanted us to find it and make that assumption, draw some sort of conclusion from it, Scarpetta said. Remember, we don't know how much of this is intended to deliberately lead us or, better put, mislead us. That's my hunch. Berger's voice. This is deliberate. Whoever's behind it is smart enough to know we'd see these emails eventually. The person wants us to see what we're seeing to jerk us around, Marino said. And it's working. I'm feeling jerked around as hell. Two things are indisputable, Benton said. Terry had been dead for hours by the time that email was written and saved as a draft, and Oscar was already at Bellevue, so he definitely wasn't sending emails to anyone, so he couldn't have written the one you're talking about. Lucy, can you read it, please? She read out loud what was on her screen. Date Mon, 31 December 2007, 2018-31. From Scarpetta to Terry, after 3 glasses of champagne and some of that whiskey that costs more than your books, I can be candid. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and be brutally candid with you. It's my New Year's resolution to be brutal. While I think you're bright enough to have an excellent grasp of forensic psychology, I don't think you could ever do anything but teach if you insist on staying in the field. The sad fact, suspects, inmates, victims would never accept a dwarf, and I don't know how jurors would respond either. Would you ever consider being a morgue assistant where your appearance is immaterial? Who knows? Maybe one day you could work for me. Scarpetta, Lucy said. The IP's not John Jay. Not an address we've seen so far. I'm glad she never got that. Scarpetta sounded solemn. That's terrible. If she wasn't sending them to herself, after all, she probably really did think they were from me, and Oscar probably thought so too. I'm glad neither she nor Oscar ever read that. Glad it was never sent. How incredibly cruel. That's what I'm getting at, Marino said. The person's a piece of shit is playing games, having fun with us. This is for our benefit, to fuck with us. Rub our noses in it. Who else was going to see this unsent email except those of us investigating Terry's murder? Mainly, it's for the doc's benefit. You ask me, somebody's really got it in for the doc. Any idea where that IP traces, what the address is, if not John J.? Benton asked Lucy. She said, all I've got is a range of numbers from the internet service provider. They aren't going to tell me anything unless I hack into the mainframe. I didn't hear that, Berger said to her. You didn't just say that. Chapter 25. For the first time since Marino had attacked her last spring, Scarpetta found herself alone with him. She set down her crime scene case outside the bathroom doorway in the master bedroom, and she and Marino both looked at the stripped mattress beneath a window that had draperies drawn across it. They examined photographs of what the bed had looked like when the police had arrived last night, and the soft, sexy clothing that had been laid out on top of it. There was an uneasiness between the two of them now that they were inches from each other, with no one else around and no one to overhear them. His big index finger began tapping an 8x10 of the clothing on the perfectly made bed. He said, You think it's possible the killer did this? Like, maybe he was going through some fantasy shit after the fact? Like maybe he was playing out a fantasy of her dressing up for him in red or something? I doubt it, Scarpetta said. If that was his intention, why didn't he do it? He could have forced her to dress any way he'd wanted. She pointed at the clothing on the bed in the photograph, and her index finger was smaller than his pinky. The clothes are laid out the way they would be if someone extremely organized was planning what to wear last night, she explained. Just as she had set up everything else for the evening, with methodical deliberation. I think that's how she went about her normal routines. She'd timed her dinner preparation, perhaps had taken the wine out a few hours earlier so it would be the temperature she wanted. She'd set the table and had arranged flowers that she'd bought at a market earlier in the day. She was in her robe, perhaps had just showered. Did it look to you like she'd just shaved her legs? He asked. There wasn't anything to shave, Scarpetta said. That's not how she removed her hair. She went to the dermatologist for that. Photographs made sliding sounds as he shuffled them around, looking for ones that showed the interior of Terry's closets and drawers, which the police had not left in their original ordered state. He and Scarpetta started looking through socks and hose, undergarments and gym clothes, everything jumbled up and in disarray from multiple pairs of gloved hands digging through them and sliding hangers around. The police had rooted through quite a variety of high-heel platform pumps and sandals with stiletto heels, rhinestones, chains, and ankle straps in different sizes, ranging from 3 to 5. Finding ones that fit is one of the biggest challenges, Scarpetta commented, looking at the pile of shoes. An ordeal, and I'm going to venture a guess she did a lot of her shopping over the internet, possibly all of it. She returned a pair of studded flip-flops to the carpet beneath a hanging rod, which, unlike everything else she'd noticed in the apartment, had been installed lower than usual so Terry could reach it without a tool or a step stool. She said, I'll also stick with my theory that she was influenced by consumer reviews, possibly even for her provocative tastes. I'd give this maybe 3 stars, Marino said, holding up a thong he'd just pulled out of a drawer. But you ask me, the thing about rating underwear? It all depends on who's wearing it. Victoria's Secret, Fredericks of Hollywood, Scarpetta observed. Open mesh and fishnet, lace teddies, crotchless panties, a corset. She was wearing a red lace shelf bra under her robe, and it's very difficult for me to imagine she wasn't wearing panties to match. I don't think I know what a shelf bra is. It rather much does what the name implies, she said, the object of the game to enhance and accentuate. Oh, the one he cut off her. doesn't look like it would cover anything important. It wouldn't and wasn't supposed to, she said. That's why she would have been wearing it to begin with, assuming it wasn't the killer's idea. Scarpetta returned the lingerie to its drawer and for a moment couldn't look at Marino as she remembered the sounds and smells of him and his shocking strength. It wasn't until later that she'd felt him, when pain mapped out where he'd been in damaged flesh that burned and throbbed all the way to the bone. That and all the condoms, Marino said. He had his back to her, opening drawers in a nightstand. The condoms had been collected by the police. You see from the pictures, she must have had 100 condoms in this top drawer, he said. Maybe this is a Benton question, but if she was a neat freak. Not if. In other words, she was uptight. Everything had to be exactly right. So does it make sense for someone like that to have this wild side? You mean for someone obsessive-compulsive to like sex? Yeah. Marino was sweating and his face was red. Makes perfect sense, Scarpetta said. Sex was a way to relieve her anxiety. Perhaps the only acceptable way for her to be uninhibited, to give up control, or better put, to delude herself into thinking she was giving up control. Yeah, she gave it up as long as it was according to her plan, meaning she never really gave it up. She couldn't possibly. That's not how she was programmed. Even when she appeared to be giving up control during sex, for example, she wasn't because it wasn't Oscar or someone else who decided what she would buy. I doubt it was he or any of her partners who decided what she would wear or whether she would have body hair, or even whether Oscar would have body hair. My guess is she decided what they would and wouldn't do, and where and when and how. She remembered what Oscar had said about Terry's liking his body perfectly sculpted and perfectly clean and smooth. She liked sex in the shower. She liked to be dominated, to be tied up. She called the shots, Scarpetta said. Until the end, that was the fun part for the person who killed her, controlling her absolutely. It makes you wonder if Oscar finally couldn't take it anymore, Marino said, stopping short of whatever else he was about to say. Scarpetta stood in the bathroom doorway and looked in at the white marble and French gold fixtures and the corner soaking tub with its showerhead and curtain pulled back. She looked at the polished, veined grayish stone floor and imagined the contusions Terry would have had if her assailant had sexually assaulted her on it, and was fairly certain that didn't happen. The weight of the assailant, even if the person were 109 pounds like Oscar, would have caused contusions in areas that contacted the floor, especially if her wrists were tightly bound behind her. Scarpetta outlined her thoughts to Marino as she studied the gilt-framed oval mirror above the vanity and the chair with the gold metal back shaped like a heart. Her reflection looked back at her. Then Marino's chest was in the mirror as he looked at everything she was looking at. If he wanted to watch her die, Marino said, maybe he also wanted to watch her being raped. But as I'm standing here looking at the mirror, I don't see how that could have happened if he was a normal-sized person. If he'd been standing behind her, I'm saying, well, I don't see how he could have. I'm also not so sure she could have been raped without exhibiting at least some injury, Scarpetta said. If her wrists had been strapped together behind her back and he had gotten on top of her, even if it was on the bed, she likely would have had abrasions or contusions or both, posteriorly. Not to mention the bed didn't look touched based on the photographs, and the clothing on them didn't look disturbed. She had no injuries to her back. None. You're pretty sure her wrists was already bound. I can't prove it. But his cutting her robe and bra off suggests she was bound at the time. What makes you so sure she was bound behind her back instead of in front? I know that's what Oscar told the police. Is that what you're basing it on? Scarpetta held out her wrists, the left one on top of the right, as if they were bound by a single strap. I'm basing it on the pattern of the furrow on her wrists, where the groove was the deepest, where there was sparing, etc., she said. If she'd been bound in front, it's likely the strap would have been inserted under this wrist, she indicated her right one, with the locking block a little to the right of her right wrist bone. If they'd been bound behind her back, the position would have been reversed. The killer right-handed or left-handed in your opinion? Based on the direction he pulled the strap during tightening? Consistent with someone left-handed, assuming he was facing her when he bound her. For what it's worth, Oscar's dominant hand is his right one, and I probably shouldn't tell you that. She and Marino put on fresh gloves, and she stepped inside the bathroom and lifted the vanity chair and set it in the middle of the floor. She measured the height of it from its turned-up metal foot to the black fabric seat, which had darker areas, stained areas that added to her theory. Possibly residues of the lubricant, she said. Nobody noticed because it was never considered that she might have been sitting in this chair when she was garroted in front of the mirror. Maybe some tissue and blood on the legs from her thrashing. Let me see. She looked with a magnification lens. I can't tell, but maybe not. Not really surprised, since her injuries are to the tops of her legs, not the backs of them. You still carry those little tactical lights that can blind people? Marino dug into his pocket and pulled out his flashlight and gave it to her. She got down on her knees and shone the light under the vanity, illuminating smears of dark, dried blood under the counter's edge, not visible unless one was on the floor looking. She found more blood on the underside of the vanity drawer, which was unpainted plywood. Marino squatted and she showed him. She took photographs. I'm going to swab all this, but not the chair, she said. What we're going to do is wrap it up and it goes to LaGuardia. Can you step out for a minute and tell Jaime we need an officer who can escort this chair to Lucy's jet and be on that jet and receipt it to Dr. Kisselstein at the airport in Knoxville? Lucy can set it up. In fact, knowing her, she already has. She studied the chair. She decided the lubricant is moist, so we don't want anything plastic like poly tubing or basically shrink wrap. You think paper, so it continues to air dry? Maybe a mammoth bag, and then place the entire thing in a large evidence storage box. Be as creative as you can. I don't want any chance of bacteria, and I don't want anything rubbing against any surface of it. Marino left, and Scarpetta retrieved a roll of string, a roll of blue evidence tape, and a pair of small scissors from her crime scene case. She set the chair against the tile wall and began measuring and cutting string to correlate with Oscar's and Terry's heights, and the lengths of their legs and also their torsos. She taped the strings to the wall directly above the chair as Marino reappeared in the doorway. Berger was with him. If you can give Jaime my notepad and pen so she can take notes and you can free up your hands. What I'm about to show you, Scarpetta said, is why I don't believe Oscar could have committed this murder. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm going to show you why it's unlikely, a little simple math. She directed their attention to the different lengths of string taped to the tile wall above the chair. This is all based on the theory that Terry was seated in this chair. What's relevant is the length of her torso, which is 84¼ centimeters. The metric system ain't my thing, Marino said. About 34⅛ inches, she said. I measured her in the morgue, and as you know, people with achondroplasia have abnormally short limbs, but their torsos and heads are relatively the same size as a normal adult's, which is why they seem disproportionately larger. That's why little people can drive cars without sitting on cushions but need extended pedals so their feet can reach the accelerator, the brake, the clutch. In Terry's case, her torso is about the same length as Jaime's and mine, so I've taped a segment of string to the wall. Scarpetta showed them. That's exactly the length of Terry's torso, and positioned it so it begins at the seat of the chair and ends here. She pointed to the piece of blue tape fastening the top end of the string to the wall. The distance between the chair cushion and the floor is 21 inches, she continued to explain. So if you add 34⅛ and 21, you get 55⅛ inches. Oscar Bain is 4 feet tall, in other words, 48 inches tall. She pointed to the string that represented his height. Berger commented as she wrote, "Not even as tall as Terry was when she was sitting." "That's right," Scarpetta said. She lifted the Oscar string, as she called it, from the wall and held it out parallel to the floor, and did the same with the seated Terry string. She asked Marino to hold both level and parallel to the floor. She took more photographs. Then Benton was behind Berger, and a uniformed officer was with him. The officer said, "Someone need a chair escorted to a private jet headed to the bomb factory in Oak Ridge. The chair's not going to explode or nothing, right?" "You bring the evidence packaging I asked for?" Marino asked him. "Just like UPS," the officer said. Scarpetta asked Marino to continue holding the Oscar and Terry strings while she explained to Benton what they were doing, and his arms are very short, about 16 inches from his shoulder joint to the tips of his fingers, which would have given him less leverage, she added, looking at Benton. "Your reach is a good 8 inches more than that, and if you'd been standing behind Terry while she was seated, you would have towered over her by almost 20 inches, giving you tremendous leverage as opposed to Oscar. Imagine someone his size trying to pull up and back with force while the victim is thrashing about in the chair. And he's not even level with her when he's doing it. I don't really see how he could," Marino agreed. "Especially if he kept doing it to her over and over again, allowing her to regain consciousness, then strangling her into unconsciousness again, like you said. I don't care how much he can bench press. Actually, I don't think there's any way he could have done it," Berger said. "I'm worried about him," Scarpetta said. "Has anybody tried to call him?" "When I talked to Morales," Benton said, "I asked him if anybody knew where Oscar was or had heard from him. He says the police have Oscar's cell phone. He voluntarily gave that up?" Scarpetta asked. "Along with a lot of other things?" "Yes," Benton said, "which is too bad, at least about the phone. I wish he had it, because he's not answering his apartment phone, which doesn't surprise me. I don't know how we're going to reach him." "I think what we ought to do is split up, as I suggested earlier," Berger said. "Benton, you and Kay meet Morales at Oscar's apartment and take a look. Marino and I will make sure this chair gets packaged properly. We'll make sure the swabs you just took and any other evidence goes directly to the labs. Then we'll head across the street and see what the neighbor has to say about Jake Loudon." Scarpetta carried the chair out of the bathroom and set it down for the officer who was to package and escort it. Berger said to her, "If you're still at Oscar's apartment when we're done, we'll meet you there. Lucy said she'll call me if she finds out anything else important on her end." Chapter 26. Oscar Bain lived on Amsterdam Avenue in a 10-story building of insipid yellow brick that reminded Scarpetta of Mussolini's fascist constructions in Rome. Inside the lobby, the doorman wouldn't let them near the elevator until Morales showed his badge. He looked Irish, was portly and elderly, wearing a uniform the same green as the awning outside. "I haven't seen him since New Year's Eve," the doorman said, his attention fixed to Scarpetta's big crime scene case. "I guess I know why you're here," Morales said. "That's so? Tell me why we're here." "I read about it. I never saw her." "You mean Terry Bridges?" Benton said. "Everybody's talking about it, as you might imagine. I hear they let him out of Bellevue. It's not nice, the names they're calling him. You gotta feel sorry for anyone made fun of like that." No one had heard from Oscar as far as Scarpetta knew. No one seemed to have a clue where he was, and she was extremely worried someone might harm him. "There's 5 of us who work the door, and we all say the same thing. She'd never been to this building, or one of us at least would know, and he'd gotten strange," the doorman said. He directed his attention to Scarpetta and Benton, because he obviously didn't like Morales and wasn't trying very hard to hide it. "Now, that wasn't always the case," the doorman continued, "and I know that for a fact because I've worked here for 11 years, and he's been in the building about half that time. He used to be friendly, a real nice guy. Then all of a sudden he changed. Cut his hair and dyed it the color of a marigold, got quieter and quieter, stayed in his apartment a lot. When he'd come out to walk or whatever, it was at odd times and he was as nervous as a cat." "Where does he keep his car?" Morales asked. "An underground parking garage around the block. A lot of the tenants park there." "When was this?" Benton asked. "When you noticed something different about him?" "I'd say it was the fall." "October or so, when it started becoming obvious that something was going on. Knowing what I do now, I have to wonder what he got tangled up with. You know, with the girl. Put it this way, when 2 people get together and one of them changes for the worse, you figure it out?" Is someone on the door around the clock? Benton asked him. 24/7. Come on, I'll take you up. You got a key, right? I assume you have one? Benton said. Funny you would mention that. His green-gloved finger pressed the elevator button. Mr. Bain took it upon himself to change his locks some months back around the time he started acting odd. They boarded and he tapped the button for the 10th floor. He's supposed to give us a key. We got to have a key in case of an emergency, and we've kept asking him, and we still don't have one. Sounds to me like old Oscar doesn't want anybody in his place, Morales said. I'm surprised you didn't kick him out. It was getting to where there was going to be a confrontation with the building manager. Nobody wanted that. We kept hoping he'd get around to it. Sorry, it's so slowest elevator in the city. You'd think we got someone on the roof pulling us up with a rope. Anyway, Mr. Bain keeps to himself. Never has visitors. Has never caused any problems around here. But like I said, he started acting a little unusual, and about the same time he changed his locks. I guess you just never know about people. Is this the only elevator? Scarpetta asked. There's a freight elevator. We ask the residents to use it when they take out their dogs. Not everybody wants to be on an elevator with a dog. Poodles are the worst. The big standard ones. They scare me. I'm not getting on an elevator with one of those. Rather ride with a pit bull. If someone took the freight elevator, would you be aware of it? Morales asked. Like if somebody tried to slip by you? Don't see how they could. They'd still have to come in and out of the front of the building. No other access at all? I mean, we're sure Oscar hasn't come in tonight, and nobody saw him? Morales asked. Not unless he climbed up the fire escape and came through the roof, the doorman said, as if Oscar would have to be Spider-Man. Scarpetta recalled noticing a zigzag of horizontal platforms connected by stairs on the west side of the building. The elevator stopped and the doorman stepped out into a hallway of old green carpet and pale yellow walls. Scarpetta looked up at a steel-framed plastic dome in the ceiling that wasn't an ordinary skylight. That's the roof access, you mean? She said to the doorman. Yes, ma'am. You'd have to have the ladder. Either that or use the fire escape and come through somebody's window. And the ladder's kept where? In the basement somewhere? That's not my department. Maybe you could check and make sure it's still there, Benton said. Sure, but obviously he didn't come in or out that way, or the ladder would be under the roof hatch. Right. You're starting to make me nervous now. Like, maybe we should have some cops on the roof, since they let him out of Bellevue. Now you're giving me the willies a little. He led them down to the end of the hall, to Oscar's dark wooden door, the number on it 10B. How many apartments on this floor? Scarpetta asked. 4. That's right. His neighbors' work aren't around during the day. Out a lot at night because they're single, got no kids. For 2 of them, this isn't their only residence. I'll need their information, Morales said. Not just them, but a list of everybody who lives in the building. Sure. There's 40 units, 4 per floor. Obviously, this is the top floor. I won't call it a penthouse because the apartments aren't any nicer up here than on the other floors, but the view's better from the ones in the back. You can see the Hudson pretty good. I gotta tell you how shocked I am. Mr. Bain sure doesn't seem like the type to do something like that. But you know what they say. They never do, right? And then he did start getting weird. I'll check on the ladder. A little reminder, pal, Morales said to him. Mr. Oscar Bain's not been charged with a crime. Nobody's saying he killed his girlfriend, so be careful what you spread around, got it? They had reached Oscar's door, and Morales had a key that Scarpetta recognized as belonging to a high-security Medico lock. She noticed something else that she didn't want to draw attention to while the doorman was standing there, a strand of black thread, maybe 8 inches long on the carpet directly below the bottom door hinge. I'll be downstairs, the doorman said. You need me? There's a house phone in the kitchen, a white wall phone. Just dial 0. Who do I call about the ladder? Morales gave him his card. The doorman looked like he didn't want it, but he had no choice. He walked back toward the elevator, and Scarpetta set down her crime scene case, opened it, and handed out gloves. She picked up the piece of thread and examined it under a magnifying lens, noticing a thick knot on one end that had been coated with what appeared to be a flattened bit of colorless, soft wax. She suspected she knew the purpose of the knotted thread, but the door was almost twice as tall as Oscar, and he couldn't possibly have reached the top of it without assistance. "What you got?" Morales said. He took the thread from her, looked at it under the lens. "If I had to guess," she said, "it's something he draped over the top of the door so he could tell if it had been opened in his absence. What a clever little guy. Guess we better find out about that ladder, huh? How did he reach the top of the door?" "We know he's paranoid," Benton said. Scarpetta placed the thread in an evidence bag she labeled with a Sharpie as Morales unlocked the door and opened it. The alarm started beeping, and he stepped inside and entered a code he had written on a napkin. He turned on the lights. "Well, look here. We got another ghost-busting gizmo," he said flippantly, bending down to pick up a straightened coat hanger on the floor just inside the door. Either that or Oscar was roasting marshmallows. "I'm looking for a line of flour across the floor like the crazies do to make sure aliens haven't entered their houses." Scarpetta examined both ends of the straightened coat hanger, then looked at the small flattened piece of wax inside the plastic bag. "It's possible this is how he'd get the thread on the top of the door," she said. "He'd stick the waxy knot on the tip of the coat hanger. There's an indentation consistent with the diameter of the wire. Let's see if I might be right." She shut herself out of the apartment, and there was just enough space between the door and the floor for the coat hanger to fit. She slid it back inside the apartment, and Morales opened the door. "Looney Tooney," he said. "I don't mean you, of course." The living room was immaculate and masculine, with walls painted a deep shade of blue and hung with a fine collection of original Victorian maps and prints. Oscar had a fondness for dark antiques and English leather, and an obsession with anti-mind control devices. They were strategically placed everywhere: inexpensive spectrometers, radio frequency field strength, and tri-field meters for the supposed detection of various surveillance frequencies such as infrared, magnetic, and radio waves. As they walked around the apartment, they discovered antennas and strips of vinyl-coated lead and buckets of water and odd contraptions like aluminum foil-lined metal plates wired to batteries and homemade copper pyramids and hard hats lined with soundproofing foam and topped by small sections of pipe. An aluminum foil tent completely enclosed Oscar's bed. "Wave jamming devices," Benton said. "Pyramids and hats to block out sound waves, beamed energies, including psychic energies." He was trying to create a bubble force field around himself. Marino and a uniformed officer were carrying a box the size of a washing machine as Lucy got out of a cab in front of Terry Bridges's brownstone. Lucy slung a nylon satchel over her shoulder, paid the fare, and watched them load the box into the back of a police van. She hadn't seen Marino since she'd threatened to blow his head off last spring in his fishing shack, and decided the best approach was to walk right up to him. "This the officer who's going to be on my jet?" she said. "Yeah," Marino said. "You got the tail number and the pilot's names, right?" she said to the officer. "It's signature at LaGuardia, and when you go inside, Brent should be waiting for you. He's the pick, will be in a black suit, white shirt, blue striped tie, and has on pants." "What's a pick?" The officer slammed the back of the van shut. "What do you mean he has on pants? Pilot in command, sits in the left seat, your trivia for the night. Make sure he knows you've got a gun, just in case he forgot his glasses. He's blind as a bat without his glasses, which is why he wears pants. That's supposed to be a joke, right? There are two pilots. FAA regs only, one needs to see, but both must have on pants." The officer looked at her. He looked at Marino and said, "Tell me she's kidding." "Don't ask me," Marino said. "I don't like to fly. Not anymore." Berger emerged from the building and came down the steps in the cold, blustery wind with no coat on. She pushed her hair out of her face and pulled her suit jacket together, folding her arms against the cold. "We'd better get our coats," Berger said to Marino. She didn't say anything to Lucy, but touched her hand as the two of them walked with Marino to his dark blue Impala. Lucy said to Marino. I'm going to check out the wireless network Terry was using. If you'd make sure whoever's securing her apartment doesn't have a problem with my being in there so I don't end up cuffed and on the floor. Or maybe he doesn't. He may not need to go inside her apartment if the entire building's on the same network, but I've got a couple of interesting things to pass along. Why don't we get out of the cold and sit in the car? Berger said. She and Lucy got into the back, and Marino climbed into the front. He started the engine and turned on the heat as the van with Terry Bridges's vanity chair pulled away from the curb. Lucy unzipped her satchel and pulled out her MacBook. She opened it. 2 important things, she said. First is how Terry hooked up with whoever Scarpetta 612 is, the John Jay website, this past October 9th. About a month after Benton and Kay became visiting lecturers, Terry or whoever was signed on as lunacy posted a notice on a John Jay website bulletin board asking if anybody knew how she might get in touch with Aunt Kay. Berger was putting on her coat, and Lucy caught the subtle scent of spices and bamboo and the oil of bitter orange blossoms, Berger's fragrance, from a perfume house in London. Lucy had asked about it earlier, hoping it wasn't one more lovely thing about Berger that was left over from Greg. The posting is archived, obviously, Lucy said. How'd you find it? Marino turned around, his face almost indistinguishable in the dark. Looks like you've lost a lot of weight, Lucy said to him. I quit eating, he said. Don't know why other people haven't thought of it. I could write a book, make a lot of money. You should. A book with blank pages in it. That's what I'm thinking. No food and nothing in the book. It works. Lucy could feel his scrutiny of her, of Berger, of the 2 of them sitting close. Marino had sensors that told him where people were in relation to each other, and where they were in relation to him. It was all connected in his way of thinking. Lucy watched Berger read what was on the MacBook screen. Hi, everyone. My name's Terry Bridges, and I'm a forensic psych grad student trying to get hold of Dr. Kay Scarpetta. If anybody has any connection with her, could you please pass on my email address? I've been trying to track her down since last spring to interview her for my thesis. Thanks, TB. Lucy read it out loud to Marino. She opened another file, and the photograph of Scarpetta from this morning's column in Gotham, Gotcha, filled the display. This was on the same bulletin board? Berger asked. Lucy held up the laptop so Marino could see the off-putting photograph of Scarpetta in a morgue, pointing a scalpel at someone. The original image, Lucy said. So the background's not been photoshopped out. As you recall in the photo on Gotham Gotcha, it's just my aunt, and you got no idea about the context. Except you assume she's in a morgue. But when we get the background back, we see a countertop with a monitor for security cameras, and beyond is a cinder block wall with cabinets. But when I did some image enhancement of my own, she touched the trackpad and opened another file. I got this. She showed them an enlargement of the transparent plastic shield covering Scarpetta's face. Reflected in it was the vague image of another person. Lucy moved her finger over the trackpad and opened another file, and the image reflected in the face shield was more refined. Dr. Lester Berger said, That figures, Marino said. Someone like her would hate the doc. Lucy said, We can establish a few things that may or may not be related. The photograph on the internet this morning was taken in the New York ME's office during a case or cases when Dr. Lester was present, and that's who my aunt was talking to. Obviously, Dr. Lester didn't take the photograph, but my guess is she knows who did, unless she just didn't notice when it was being done. She would know, Berger said decisively. She watches her fiefdom like a vulture. And no, Lucy said. I didn't find the image on the John Jay website, although it's possible this photograph is floating around out there on the internet and a fan sent it into Gotham Gotcha. How do you know Dr. Lester didn't send it to Gotham Gotcha? Marino asked. I'd have to get into her email to figure that out, Lucy said. And you won't, Berger said. But it's not Lenora's style. Her M.O. at this stage in her unhappy life is to dismiss people, treat them as if they don't matter. Not draw attention to them. The only person she's desperate to draw attention to is herself. I saw the two of them being real cozy with each other earlier tonight, Marino said. Her and Morales in the park at Bellevue, next to the DNA building. They met on a bench for a few minutes after Benton and the doc left the morgue. I happened to see it because I was waiting to pick them up. My read on it is Dr. Lester wanted to update Morales on what the doc did in the morgue, what she found out. But, for what it's worth, Dr. Lester was text messaging somebody when she walked off in the dark. I'm not sure that means anything, Berger said. Everybody text messages these days. That's bizarre, Lucy said. She meets with him in a dark park. Are they? I tried to imagine it, Marino said. I couldn't. He has a way of sidling up close to people, Berger said. They might be friendly, but not the other. No, I'd say she's not his type. Not unless he's a necrophile, Marino said, as if there were such a word. I'm not going to make fun of anyone, Berger said. And she meant it. Point being, Marino said, I guess it sort of surprised me because I don't think of her as having anything personal enough with anybody to merit her text messaging them. It's more likely she was text messaging the chief medical examiner, Berger said. Just speculation. But that would be like her to pass on information to him, especially if she could take credit for what somebody else did. Covering her ass because she probably missed stuff, Lucy said. So she wanted to call the chief right away. I'd have to get into his email to figure it out. And you're not going to do that, Berger said. Her shoulder was solidly against Lucy's as she said it. Lucy was so aware of Berger's every motion, sound, and scent she could be on LSD, based on what she'd read about it. An increased heart rate and higher body temperature, and crossover sensations such as hearing colors and seeing sounds. It might be something like that, Marino was saying. She's a pilot fish, has to swim after the sharks to get the leftovers they drop. I'm not making fun of her. It's the truth. What's the Terry connection in all this? Berger asked. Lucy replied, the photograph was sent to her specifically to the user account called Lunacy. Sent by? Berger asked. Scarpetta 612 sent it to her the first Monday of December, the 3rd. And what's not making much sense is for some reason Terry, I'm going to say it was Terry, deleted it, and whoever sent it also deleted it, which is why it wasn't in the trash. I had to restore it with the neural networking programming. Marino said, you're telling us the photo was sent December 3rd, and both parties immediately deleted it that same day. Yes. Was there a message with it? Berger asked. Showing you that right now. Lucy moved her finger on the trackpad. This, she said, date, Mon, 30 December 2007, 12:16:11. From Scarpetta to Terry. Terry, I know you like primary source material, so consider this an early Christmas present for your book. But I do not want to be credited with having given this to you, and will deny it if asked. Nor will I tell you who took it wasn't with my permission. The idiot gave me a copy, assumed I'd be pleased. I'm asking that you move the photo to a Word file and delete it from your email as I've just now deleted it from mine. Scarpetta. Terry Bridges was writing a book? Marino asked. I don't know, Lucy said, but based on what Shamie and I have seen of this master's thesis, could very well be that's where it was headed, Berger said. Especially if she really believed all this material was coming from Kay, and I do think she believed that. I think Lunacy was Terry, for the record, although I know it's speculative. I do too, Lucy said. Obviously, the critical question is whether whoever's been posing as my aunt in these emails to Terry has anything to do with her murder. What about the IP? Marino asked. When can you guys get the info from the ISP, the Internet Service Provider, to identify the customer? Because the address I get is a 20-something block of the Upper East Side that includes the Guggenheim, the Met, and the Jewish Museum. That's not real helpful. Lucy knew the exact location but wasn't going to be forthcoming about it. Berger didn't like her to break the rules, and Lucy had her friends in the world of ISPs, some of them going back to her federal law enforcement years, and others further back than that, who knew people who knew people. What she'd done was no different from cops getting a warrant after they'd already opened the trunk of a car and discovered 100 kilos of cocaine inside. She said also right around in that area, which is basically Museum Mile, is Dr. Elizabeth Stewart's dermatology practice. Berger's face was close to hers in the dark back seat, her fragrance a spell. Berger said, "Right around in that area? How right around are we talking about?" "The dermatologist to the stars has an apartment that's the entire 30th floor in the building where her office is," Lucy said. "She's away for the holidays. Her office doesn't reopen until Monday the 7th. Chapter 27. Scarpetta waited to go inside the library until she could find an excuse to be alone, and Lucy's call provided it. Leaving Morales and Benton in the bedroom, she walked back toward the living room and entered the library, as Lucy told her over the phone about a posting on the John Jay website and asked if she was aware of it. Scanning shelves of old psychiatric volumes, Scarpetta told her that she wasn't. "I'm sorry to hear it," Scarpetta added. "Everything I'm hearing makes me feel sorry, really sorry. I wish I'd known she was trying to get hold of me." She didn't see the book Oscar had told her about, The Experiences of an Asylum Doctor, where he claimed to have hidden the CD. Her doubts about him proliferated. What kind of game was he playing with her? "And the photograph on the internet this morning," Lucy said, "taken in the morgue here in New York. You were talking to Dr. Lester. Does that sound familiar?" "I have no recollection of anybody taking my picture when I've been there, or I would have thought of it when I first saw the photo today." When you look at the photo again, fill in the background with a countertop and a security camera video display. Maybe you can figure out where the person might have been standing. Maybe that will tell you something. It would have been from the direction of an autopsy table. "There are 3 of them in the autopsy suite, so maybe it was somebody there for another case. I promise I'll think about it carefully, but not right now." All she could think about right now was talking to Oscar again and telling him the book wasn't here. She could imagine his reply. They must have gotten hold of the CD. That would explain the thread on the floor outside his door. They had gotten in. That's what he would say. She hadn't mentioned the book or the hidden CD to Morales or Benton. She couldn't tell them the book and CD were there, and she couldn't tell them that they weren't. She was Oscar Bain's physician. What had gone on between the two of them within reason remained confidential. "You got something to write with?" Lucy asked. "I'm giving you Dr. Elizabeth Stewart's phone numbers, the dermatologist." "I know who she is." Lucy explained that the photograph was emailed to Terry Bridges on December 3 at around noon from an internet coffee shop across the street from Dr. Stewart's office. She gave Scarpetta a cell phone number and also a number for a timeshare presidential suite at the St. Regis in Aspen, Colorado, and said Dr. Stewart always stayed there under her husband's name, which was Oxford. "Ask for Dr. Oxford," Lucy said. "Amazing what people will tell you, but I didn't pass along all this to anyone else. Jaime has this thing about going through legal channels. Imagine? Anyway, can you ask Morales something for me and then tell Benton to call me?" "I'm walking that way now. I'm in the foyer of Terry's brownstone, logged onto the wireless network, which is accessible to all the apartments," Lucy said, "and it's broadcasting, meaning it's visible to anybody on it. There's a device on it." Oscar's home gym was in the master bedroom, his foil-tented bed in the midst of it, and Benton and Morales were talking. "What is it you want me to ask him?" "Exactly," Scarpetta said. She could see why Morales was popular with women and begrudgingly respected but resented by just about everybody else, including judges. He reminded her of a couple of the star athletes on scholarship at Cornell when she was there as an undergraduate, these scrappy, supremely self-assured young men who compensated for their relatively small stature by being wiry and fast, brazen and outrageous. They listened to no one, had little regard for their team or coaches, and were intellectually lazy but scored points and were crowd pleasers. They weren't nice people. "Just ask him if he's aware that there's a camera," Lucy was saying. "I can answer that," Scarpetta said. "He installed a surveillance camera on the roof. Marino knows about it. Is Jaime with you?" Scarpetta didn't realize why she'd asked until the words were out. It was something she sensed. Maybe had sensed it the first time she'd seen them together when Lucy was scarcely more than a child, at least in Scarpetta's mind, practically a child. Berger was a good 15 years older than Lucy. Why did it matter? Lucy certainly wasn't a child. She was explaining to Scarpetta that Berger and Marino had gone across the street to talk to a witness. She hadn't been with them for a good half hour. Maybe it was the simple logic that a prosecutor as busy and important as Jaime Berger was unlikely to spend her evening inside a Greenwich Village loft watching a computer run a program. Anything, Lucy discovered, could have been relayed over the phone or electronically. While it was true that Berger was known for being hands-on and extremely energetic and fierce when it came to absorbing crime scenes in person and directing the evidence to be analyzed and quickly, and on occasion showing up at the morgue if there was an autopsy she wanted to see, and Dr. Lester wasn't the M.E. doing it, she didn't watch computers. She didn't pull up a chair in the labs and watch gas chromatography, microscopy, trace evidence examination, or low copy number DNA amplification in the works. Berger gave marching orders and had meetings to go over the results. It bothered Scarpetta to think of Lucy and Berger alone in that loft for hours. Scarpetta's uneasiness about it likely went back to the last time she'd seen them together, 5 years ago, when she'd appeared unannounced at Berger's penthouse. She hadn't expected to discover Lucy there, confiding in Berger about what had happened in that hotel room in Szczecin, Poland, offering details that to this day Scarpetta didn't know. She'd felt she was no longer the center of her niece's life. Or perhaps she had seen it coming, that one day she wouldn't be. That was the truth, her selfish truth. Scarpetta told Benton that Lucy needed to talk to him. He hesitated, waiting for a signal from her that she was all right. "I'm going to check his cabinets," she said, and that was her signal. Benton should leave the bedroom so he could have a private conversation. "I'll be down the hall," Benton said, entering a number on his cell phone. Scarpetta could feel Morales watching her as she walked into Oscar's bathroom. The more she saw of the way he lived, the more depressed she was by his obvious deteriorated mental state. Bottles in the medicine cabinet made it clear he believed his own nightmares, and the date on several prescription bottles validated the timeline, too. She found lysine, pantothenic and folic and amino acids, bone calcium, iodine, kelp, the sort of supplements taken by people who had suffered radiation damage or feared they had. Beneath the sink were large bottles of white vinegar that she suspected he was adding to his baths, and early last October he had filled a prescription for ezopiclone, which was used to treat insomnia. Since then he had refilled the prescription twice, most recently at a Duane Reade pharmacy on December 27th. The name of the prescribing doctor was Elizabeth Stewart. Scarpetta would call her, but not now, and not here. She began going through a small closet where Oscar kept the expected over-the-counter medications and first-aid necessities such as Band-Aids, rubbing alcohol, gauze, and a lubricant called Aqualine. She was looking at it when Morales walked in. The price sticker was missing from the unopened jar, so she had no idea where it had been purchased. "Isn't that sort of like Vaseline?" he asked. "Sort of," she replied. "You think the labs can tell if this is the same stuff that was recovered from her vagina?" "It's more commonly used as a healing ointment," Scarpetta said, "to treat burns, irritated or cracked skin, atopic dermatitis, eczema, that sort of thing, none of which Oscar has, by the way, popular with runners, bikers, race walkers, rather ubiquitous. You can get it at any pharmacy and most grocery stores." It almost sounded as if she was defending Oscar Bain. "Yeah, we know little Oscar's quite the little walker, flat-footed fella that he is. The doorman says he goes out in his little warm-ups almost every day, no matter the weather. The ladder's on the roof. How about that for strange? The building's got no idea why. I'm thinking the little guy climbed up the fire escape and came in one of his windows, then went out through the roof access and pulled the ladder up behind him. That explains why it's on the roof. Why might he do that? To get in." Morales stared intensely at her. "And opening his window wouldn't set off the alarm?" she asked. It was set off. I called the alarm company to investigate. Not long after Oscar checked out of Bellevue, the alarm went off. The service called his apartment, and a man answered and said it was an accident and gave the password. It's not that loud. The building wouldn't have heard it, especially if it was deactivated quickly. So what do you think? I don't have a thought about it. Shit. You have thoughts about everything, Dr. CNN. That's what you're known for. You're known for all these amazing thoughts you have. He walked to the closet she was searching. He bumped against her as he picked up the jar of Aqualine. Chemically, he said. We could tell if this is the same stuff recovered from her body, correct? Certainly, she said. You could determine what it's not, such as KY jelly, which has certain antiseptic and preservative additives like sodium hydroxide and methylparaben. Aqualine is preservative-free, mainly mineral oil and petrolatum. I'm pretty sure nothing like this was found in Terry's apartment. At least it's not on the evidence inventory, and I checked the medicine cabinet, looked around when I was just there. You would know better than anybody. Doesn't mean he didn't bring it in his murder kit and leave with it. I'm not saying Oscar did, I'm saying the killer did. But I'm also not saying they aren't the same person, either. Morales's brown eyes were intense on hers. He seemed to be enjoying himself and at the same time angry. But you're on the money about nothing being in her apartment, he said. Last night I didn't know we were looking for a lubricant because the autopsy hadn't been done yet. But I did look when I went back. This was the first she'd heard that he'd gone back, and she thought about Terry's guest room office and Marino's comment that it appeared someone had groomed the carpet in there. After your buddy Marino found her laptops, I went back and checked out the place to make sure there wasn't anything else missed. Morales said, by then, I knew the autopsy results had talked to Pester Lester, so I poked around for a lubricant. Nope, not there. We noticed the carpet in her office, she said. I bet you did, he said. My mama taught me to clean up after myself, straighten the fringe on the rug, be dutiful and responsible. Speaking of, guess I'd better bag up a few of these things. Did I tell you I got a search warrant just in case we found something good? He flashed her a bright, toothy smile and winked. They returned to the bedroom with its gym equipment and foil tent. She opened a closet and scanned a shelf that had more foam-lined helmets and several antennas. She rifled through clothing, most of it casual, and noted plastic panels in the pockets of several blazers, yet another type of shield, and she remembered Oscar's anxious comment in the infirmary about not having any protection with him. On the floor were pairs of small snow boots, dress shoes, Nikes, and a wicker basket filled with hand grips, jump ropes, ankle weights, and a deflated fitness ball. She picked up the Nikes. They looked old and not suitable for a serious athlete with potential joint and foot problems. These are the only running shoes? She asked Morales. Seems like he would have a better pair than this. In fact, multiple pairs. I keep forgetting what they call you, he said. He moved next to her. Eagle Eye, he said, among other things. He was close enough for her to see faint reddish freckles scattered over his light brown skin, and she smelled his loud cologne. Wears a Brooks Ariel made especially for people who overpronate and need a lot of stability, he said. Kind of an irony. He waved his hand around the bedroom. I'd say your fan Oscar could use all the stability he can get, Morales added. Good for flat-footed people. Wide-bodied, unique tread pattern. I got the pair he was wearing last night and dropped it off at the labs with his clothes. Meaning he wore what, exactly? When he checked himself out of Bellevue a little while ago, she asked. Another eagle-eye question. She kept inching away from him, and he continued to crowd her. She was almost in the closet, and she placed the Nikes back on the floor and stepped around and away from him. Last night, when I agreed to take him to the crazy hotel, Morales said, I made a little deal. I said if he'd let me have his clothes, we'd stop by his apartment first so he could get a jump-out bag. Then he'd be all set when he was ready to leave. Sounds like you were expecting he wouldn't stay long. I was expecting exactly that. He wasn't going to stay long because his reason for being there was to see Benton and, most of all, you. He got his dream come true and he boogied. He came in here by himself last night to get his so-called jump-out bag of clothes. Wasn't under arrest, could do what he wanted. I waited in the car, and he went in, took him maybe 10 minutes max. Maybe that's why his little booby trap thread was on the floor. He forgot to drape it over the top of the door when he was leaving. He was a little upset. Do we know what was in his jump-out bag? One pair of jeans, a navy blue t-shirt, another pair of his Brooks running shoes, socks, underwear, and a zip-up wool coat. The wards got an inventory. Jeb went through it. You met Jeb? She didn't say anything as they stood near the aluminum foil tent, eye to eye. The corrections officer outside your door this afternoon. Making sure you were safe, he said. She was startled by Rod Stewart singing, Do Ya Think I'm Sexy? The music ringtone on Morales's personal digital assistant, a hefty and expensive one. He pressed his Bluetooth earpiece and answered, Yeah. She walked out and found Benton inside the library, his gloved hands holding a copy of a book, The Heirloom Gang. Benton said about a machine controlling someone's mind back in the late 1700s, You okay? I didn't want to interfere. Figured you'd yell if you needed me to crush him into a cube. He's an asshole. Read that loud and clear. He returned the book to its empty slot on a shelf. I was telling you about the Heirloom Gang, he said. This apartment's like a scene out of it. Bedlam. I know. Their eyes met as if he was waiting for her to tell him something. Did you know Oscar had a bag packed with clothing on the ward in case he got the urge to leave, she said, and that Morales brought him over here last night. I knew Oscar could leave whenever he chose, he replied. We've all known that. I just think it's uncanny, almost as if Morales was encouraging him to leave, wanted him out of the hospital. Why would you think that? Benton asked. Some things, he said. She glanced around at the open doorway, worrying Morales might suddenly walk in. A feeling there was a fair amount of negotiating going on last night when he drove Oscar away from the scene, for example, she said. That wouldn't be unusual. You understand the predicament I'm in? She said, scanning old books again and disappointed again. Oscar said the book with the CD would be in the second bookcase, left of the door, fourth shelf. The book wasn't there. The fourth shelf was stacked with archival boxes, each of them labeled circulars. What should he have in his collection that he doesn't, in your opinion, to make it more complete? Benton said it for a reason. Why do you ask? There's a certain corrections officer named Jeb who tells me things. Unfortunately, Jeb tells a lot of people things, but he sure didn't want you getting hurt today when you were in the infirmary, and he wasn't happy at all with your making him step outside. When I called and found out Oscar was gone, Jeb and I had a chat. Anyway, what's Oscar missing in here? I'm surprised he doesn't have the experiences of an asylum doctor by Littleton Winslow. That's interesting, Benton said. Interesting you would come up with that? She tugged his sleeve and they got on the floor in front of the second bookcase. She started pulling archival boxes off the bottom shelf and was beginning to feel unhinged, as if she'd lost her GPS, anything that might tell her which direction was the right one. She didn't know who was crazy and who wasn't, who was lying or telling the truth, who was talking and to whom, or who might turn up next that she wasn't supposed to see. She opened an archival box and found an assortment of 19th century pamphlets about mechanical restraints and water cures. I would have thought he'd have it, she said. The reason he doesn't is because there's no such book, Benton said, his arm against hers as they looked at pamphlets. His physical presence was reassuring and she needed to feel it. Not by that author, Benton added. The Experiences of an Asylum Doctor was written by Montague Lomax about 50 years after Littleton Winslow, son of Forbes Winslow, wrote his famous plea of insanity, his manual of lunacy. Why would Oscar lie? Doesn't trust anyone, truly believes he's being spied on. Maybe the bad guys will hear where he's hidden his only proof, and so he's cryptic with you. Or maybe he's confused, or maybe he's testing you. If you care about him enough, you'll come into this library just as you have and figure it out. Could be a number of reasons. Scarpetta opened another archival box, this one filled with circulars about Bellevue. Oscar had said that she and Benton would be interested in what he'd collected about Bellevue. She lifted out a manual on nursing and an in-house published directory of the medical and surgical staff between 1736 and 1894. She picked up a stack of circulars and lectures going back to 1858. At the bottom of the box was a thumb drive attached to a lanyard. She pulled off her gloves, wrapped the thumb drive in them, and handed them to Benton. She got up and felt Morales before she saw him in the doorway. She hoped he hadn't seen what she'd just done. "We got to leave right now," Morales said. He was holding a paper bag of evidence, the top of it sealed with red tape. Benton returned the archival box to its bottom shelf and got up, too. She saw no sign of the glove-wrapped thumb drive. He must have slipped it into his pocket. "Jaime and Marino are across the street. Not here, across the street from Terry's apartment in Murray Hill," Morales said, keyed up and impatient. "The witness who called in the animal cruelty report, she's not answering her phone or the intercom. The light's out at the building's entrance and the outer door's locked. Marino said when he was there earlier, the outer door wasn't locked. They were walking out of Oscar's apartment." Morales didn't bother resetting the alarm. "Apparently there's a fire escape ladder and a roof hatch," he said, tense and impatient. "The roof hatch is propped open. He didn't bother with the deadbolt either." Chapter 28. One tenant had returned home since Marino was here earlier, the man in 2C, the second floor. When Marino had walked around to the side of the building a few minutes ago, he could see lights on and the flickering of a TV behind opaque shades. He knew the tenant's name because he knew the names of everyone. So far, the tenant, Dr. Wilson, a 28-year-old resident physician at Bellevue, wasn't answering the intercom. Marino tried again while Berger and Lucy stood by in the cold wind, watching and waiting. "Dr. Wilson," Marino said, holding in the intercom button. "This is the police again. We don't want to force our way into the building." "You haven't said what the problem is?" A man's voice, presumably Dr. Wilson's, answered through the speaker by the door. "This is Investigator Marino, NYBD," Marino repeated himself, tossing Lucy his car keys. "We need to get into 2D, Eva Peebles's apartment. If you look out your window, you'll see my unmarked dark blue Impala, okay? A female officer is going to turn on the grill lights so you can see for a fact it's a police car. I understand you're being reluctant to unlock the door, but we don't want to forcibly enter the building. When you came in, did you see your neighbor?" "I can't see anything. It's too dark out," the voice replied. "No shit, Sherlock." Marino said to nobody in particular, the button released so Dr. Wilson couldn't hear him. "He's been smoking pot. What, you want to bet?" "So he doesn't want to let us in?" "Is this Dr. Wilson?" Marino asked over the intercom. "I don't have to answer your questions, and I'm not going to unlock the front door. Not after what happened across the street. I almost didn't come back." One of his windows slid up and the shade moved. Marino was sure the guy was stoned, and he remembered what Mrs. Peebles said about her neighbor who smoked pot. Son of a bitch. More worried about getting charged with possession than about whether the elderly widow in the apartment across from his might be in trouble. "Sir, I need you to unlock the front door right now. If you look out the window, you're going to see the entrance light is out. Did you turn the light out when you came in earlier?" "I didn't touch any lights," the man's voice said, and now he sounded nervous. "How do I know you're police?" "Let me try," Berger said, and she pushed the intercom button on the panel to the right of the door, while Marino shone his flashlight on it because they were completely in the dark. "Dr. Wilson, this is Jamie Berger with the district attorney's office. We need to check on your neighbor, but we can't do that if you don't let us into the building." "No," the voice came back. "You get some other real police cars here. Maybe I'll think about it." "That probably made things worse," Marino said to her. "He's been in there smoking weed, I guarantee it. That's why he opened his damn window." Lucy was inside Marino's car, and the high-intensity red and blue flashing lights started bouncing off glass. "I'm unmoved." The voice came back again, even more resolute. "Anybody can buy those." "Let me talk to him," Berger said, shielding her eyes from the rapid bursts of blinding blue and red. "Tell you what, Doctor Wilson," Marino said into the intercom. "I'm going to give you a number I want you to call, and when the dispatcher answers, you tell him there's a guy outside your building who says he's investigator P.R. Marino. Okay? Ask him to verify it, because they know I'm right here right now with Assistant District Attorney Jaime Berger." Silence. "He's not going to call," Berger said. Lucy trotted back up the steps. Marino said to her, "How about doing me another favor while I stand here and babysit?" He asked her to return to his car and radio the dispatcher. She asked him what happened to his portable radio, or were police not bothering with portable radios anymore. He said he'd left his in the car and maybe she could grab it for him while she was requesting an unmarked backup unit and an entry toolkit including a battering ram. She said it was an old door and they probably could pry it open with a gorilla bar, and he said he wanted more than just a gorilla bar, and that he wanted the prick doctor who was stoned on the second floor to get an eyeful of a twin-turbo ram like they used to bust in doors at crack houses, and maybe then they wouldn't need to use it because the asshole would buzz them in. Marino told her to request an ambulance just in case Eva Peebles needed one. She wasn't answering her phone or the intercom. Marino couldn't tell if any lights were on inside her apartment. The window that her computer was in front of was dark. He didn't need to give Lucy radio codes or any further instructions. Nobody needed to teach Lucy a damn thing about being a cop, and as he watched her duck inside his car, he felt a tug from the past. He missed the old days when the two of them rode motorcycles together, went shooting, worked investigations, or chilled out with a six-pack, and he wondered what she was carrying. He knew she was carrying something. For one thing, there was no way in hell Lucy would run around unarmed, even in New York. And he knew a Pistol Pete jacket when he saw one, and he'd noticed hers the instant she'd gotten out of the cab while he and the other officer were loading the packaged chair into the back of the van. What looked like a black leather motorcycle jacket had an outside breakaway pocket big enough to hold just about any pistol imaginable. Maybe she was carrying the .40 caliber Glock with a laser sight that he'd given to her a year ago this past Christmas when they were both in Charleston. Well, wouldn't that be typical of his lousy luck? He'd never gotten around to transferring the title over to her before he'd vanished from her life, so if she did anything that was whacked out, the damn gun would be traced straight back to him. All the same, the idea that she might care enough about the gun to risk breaking New York law and maybe going to jail made him feel good. Lucy could have any gun she wanted. She could buy an entire gun factory, probably several of them. She climbed back out of his unmarked car as if it belonged to her and jogged back to them, and he was thinking he should come right out and ask her if she was carrying, and if so, what. But he didn't. She stood next to Berger. There was something between them, and it hadn't escaped his notice any more than the Pistol Pete jacket did. Berger didn't stand or sit close to people. She never let anybody break through the invisible barrier that she had to have around her, or believed she had to have around her. She touched Lucy, leaned against her, and watched her a lot. Lucy handed Marino his portable radio. "You must be a little rusty, been out of real policing too long," Lucy said to him with a serious tone and straight face. What little he could see of her face in the dark. "Bad idea leaving your radio in the car, little oversights like that. Next thing, somebody gets hurt. If I want to take one of your classes, I'll sign up for it," he said. "I'll see if I have room." He got on his portable radio and called the unit en route to find out where he was. Coming around the corner now came the reply. "Hit your lights and siren," Marino said. He pressed the intercom button. "Hello?" the voice answered. "Dr. Wilson, unlock the door right now, or we're going to break it down." A siren screamed, and he heard a buzz, and he shoved open the door. He flipped a switch, turning on a light inside the small foyer, and directly ahead were the polished old oak stairs leading up, and he slid out his pistol as he got back on the air and told his backup to cut the lights and siren and stay put and watch the front of the building. He ran up the steps, Lucy and Berger right behind him. He could feel the cold air coming in from the open roof hatch when they reached the second floor, and the lights were out there too. Marino searched the wall to flip them on. He could see the night sky through the opening in the ceiling, and he didn't see a ladder, and his sense of urgency and his premonition grew. Most likely, the ladder was on the roof. He stopped at 2D and noticed the door wasn't completely shut. He guided Berger to one side and briefly met Lucy's eyes. His system was on high alert as he pushed the door open with his foot, and it softly thudded against the inside wall. "Police!" he yelled, and he had his gun out, gripped in both hands, the barrel pointed up. "Anybody here? Police?" He didn't have to tell Lucy to shine her light into the room. She was already doing it, and then her arm snaked past his shoulder and she flipped a switch, and an old, ornate chandelier cast the room in a soft glow. Marino and Lucy stepped inside and motioned for Berger to stay behind them. Then nobody moved for a moment. They looked around, and sweat was cool as it rolled down Marino's back and sides, and he wiped his forehead with his sleeve as his eyes darted to the tan corduroy recliner he'd been sitting in earlier, and the couch where Mrs. Peebles had been drinking her bourbon. The wall-mounted flat-screen TV was on, the volume off, and the dog whisperer was silently talking to a snarling beagle. Old wooden Venetian blinds were drawn in all the windows. Lucy was close to the computer on the desk, and she tapped a key. The computer screen filled with what looked like the Gotham Gotcha website gone berserk. Gotham Gotcha was rearranging into OHCHA Magoat. And the New York skyline was black against flashing red, and the Christmas tree from Rockefeller Center was upside down in Central Park, and a snowstorm struck, and lightning flashed, and thunder clapped inside FAO Schwartz right before the Statue of Liberty seemed to blow up. Berger quietly stared at it. She stared at Lucy. "Go on," Lucy told Marino, indicating she'd cover Berger and him while he began clearing the apartment. He checked the kitchen, a guest bath, the dining room, and then he faced the closed door leading into what he assumed was the master area. He turned the cut-glass knob and pushed the door open with his toe as he swept the bedroom with his gun. It was empty. The king-size bed neatly made and covered with a plaid quilt with dogs embroidered on it. On the nightstand was an empty glass, and in a corner was a small pet carrier, but no sign of a dog or cat. Lamps had been removed from the two nightstands and placed on either side of an open doorway, illuminating the edge of black and white tile. He positioned himself to one side of the bathroom as he quietly approached, and swung his gun around and pointed it as he noticed a slight movement before he could see what it was. Eva Peebles's frail, nude body was suspended by satiny gold rope that was looped once around her neck and tied to a chain in the ceiling. Her wrists and ankles were tightly lashed with translucent plastic straps, her toes barely touching the floor. Cold air blowing through an open window had created an eerie oscillation, the body slowly twirling in one direction, then the other, as the rope twisted and untwisted, again and again. Scarpetta feared that the person who murdered 72-year-old Eva Peebles had also killed Terry Bridges. She feared that person might be Oscar Bain. The thought had entered her mind the minute she'd entered the bedroom and seen the lamps on the floor and the body suspended by a gold rope that had been removed from a drapery in the dining room and attached to a short length of iron chain. The alabaster half-globe light fixture that had been attached to the chain's S-link was inside the tub, on top of folded clothing that she could tell from where she was taking photographs in the doorway had been cut open at the seams and removed from the victim after her ankles and wrists were bound, most likely while she was still alive. On the shut white toilet lid were several unmistakable shoe prints, no bigger than a boy's, with a distinctive tread pattern. It appeared the assailant had stood there to access the overhead fixture, and from that height someone 4 feet tall could have managed quite well, especially if the person was strong. If Oscar Bain was the killer after all, Scarpetta had misinterpreted and misjudged, in part based on what a tape measure had told her, and she'd been steered by her integrity as a physician, and there was no room for mistakes or confidentiality when people were dying. Maybe she should have kept her opinions to herself and encouraged the police to find Oscar immediately or aggressively prevented his release from Bellevue to begin with. She could have given Berger cause to arrest him. Scarpetta could have said a number of things, not the least of which was that Oscar had faked his injuries, had lied to the police about them, lied about an intruder, lied about why his coat was in the car, lied about a book and a CD in his library. The ends would have justified the means, because he'd be off the street, and possibly Eva Peebles wouldn't be dangling from her ceiling. Scarpetta had been acting too much like Oscar's goddamn doctor. She'd made the mistake of caring about him, of feeling compassion. She should stay away from suspects, restrict herself to people who can't suffer anymore, and therefore are easier to listen to question, to examine. Berger returned to the bedroom and stood at a sensible distance, because she was experienced with crime scenes and wasn't wearing the disposable protective clothing that covered Scarpetta from head to toe. Berger wasn't the sort to allow her curiosity to override her cool-headed judgment. She knew exactly what to do and what not to do. Marino and Morales are with the only person currently at home, Berger said. A guy you'd never want for your family doctor, whose apartment, as I understand it, is about 50 degrees because the windows are open. You can still smell the pot in there. We've got officers outside to make sure nobody else enters the building, and Lucy's dealing with the computer in the living room. The neighbor? Scarpetta asked. He didn't notice the damn roof hatch was open and all the lights were out. When the hell did he get home? She was still surveying before touching anything, the body slowly twirling in the uneven light of the lamps. What I know so far is this, Berger said. He says he returned home around 9, at which time the lights weren't out, and the roof hatch wasn't open. He fell asleep in front of the TV and didn't hear a thing, assuming someone entered the building. I'd say it's a safe assumption that someone entered the building. The ladder to the roof hatch is kept in a utility closet up here, same scenario as across the street. Benton says the ladder is definitely on the roof. It appears the assailant was either familiar with this building or with buildings set up like this one, like Terry's, and found the ladder. He went out through the roof and pulled the ladder up after him. And the theory about how he got in. Theory of the moment is she must have let him in. Then he turned out the lights on his way up to her apartment. She must have known him or had reason to trust him. And the other thing, the neighbor says he didn't hear any screams, which is interesting. Possible she didn't scream. Let me tell you what I'm seeing, Scarpetta said, and then you can answer your own question. First, even without moving any closer, I can tell by her suffused face, her tongue protruding from her mouth, the sharp angle of the noose high under her chin and tightly knotted behind her right ear, and the absence of any other apparent ligature marks, that the cause of death is probably going to be asphyxiation by hanging. In other words, I don't think we're going to find that she was garroted or strangled by a ligature first, and then her dead body was suspended by a drapery cord from a light fixture chain. I still can't answer my question, Berger said. I don't know why she wouldn't have screamed bloody murder. Someone straps your wrists behind your back, your ankles tight as hell with some sort of flex cuff, and you're nude. Not flex cuffs? Looks like the same type of strap used on Terry Bridges's wrists, and also, like Terry's case, the clothes were cut off. Scarpetta pointed to what was in the tub. I think he wants us to know the chronology of what he does. Seems to go out of his way to make it pretty clear. Even left the lamps where he'd set them so we could see, since the only light in here in the bathroom is the one he removed and placed in the tub. You're conjecturing he set up the lamps like that for our benefit? For himself first. He needed to see what he was doing. Then he left them, made it more of a rush for whoever found her. The shock effect, sort of like Gainesville. The severed head on a bookshelf, Berger said, looking past her at the body slowly twirling in its infernal, mocking pirouette. Sort of, Scarpetta said. That and the body winding and unwinding, which may very well be the reason the window's open. I'm guessing it was his final brushstroke on his way out, to artificially speed up the cooling of the body. I don't think he gave a damn about that, Scarpetta said. I think he opened the window so the air blowing in would do exactly what it's doing to make her dance. Berger silently watched the body slowly dance. Scarpetta retrieved her camera and 2 LCD chemical thermometers from her crime scene case. "But since there are buildings everywhere around us," Scarpetta said in a hard voice, "he would have at the very least had the blinds shut while he was doing his handiwork in here. Otherwise, someone might have seen the entire ordeal, maybe filmed it with a cell phone, posted it on YouTube. So he was callous enough to draw up the blinds before he left to make sure the wind blew in and created his special effects." "I'm sorry you had to encounter Marino like this," Berger said, aware of Scarpetta's anger, but not the reason for it. Scarpetta's mood had nothing to do with Marino. She'd dealt with that drama earlier and felt quite done with it for the time being. It wasn't important right now. Berger was unfamiliar with Scarpetta's demeanor at crime scenes because she had never worked one with her and had no clue what she was like when confronted with such blatant cruelty, especially if she was worried that a death might have been prevented, that maybe she could have helped prevent it. This had been an awful way to die. Eve Peebles had suffered physical pain and abject terror while the killer had his sadistic fun with her. It was a wonder and a pity she didn't die of a heart attack before he'd finished her off. Based on the sharp upward angle of the rope around her neck, she wasn't rendered unconscious quickly, but likely suffered the agony of not being able to breathe as the pressure of the rope under her chin occluded her airway. Unconsciousness due to a lack of oxygen can take minutes that seem forever. She would have kicked like mad had he not bound her ankles together, which might be why he'd done so. Maybe he'd refined his technique after Terry Bridges, realizing it was better not to let his victims kick. Scarpetta saw no sign of a struggle, just an abraded bruise on the left shin. It was very recent, but that was as much as she could say about it. Berger said, "Do you think she was already dead when he hung her from the chain?" "No, I don't." "You think he bound her, cut her clothes off, placed her in the tub, then slipped the noose around her neck and hoisted her up just far enough for the weight of her body to tighten the slip knot and compress her trachea," Scarpetta said. "She couldn't thrash but so much because of her bindings, and she was frail. At most she's 5'3" and weighs 105 pounds. This was an easy one for him. She wasn't in a chair, so she didn't watch herself." "This time, I don't think so. That's a good question for Benton as to why, if we're talking about the same killer." Scarpetta was still taking photographs. It was important she capture what she was seeing before she did anything else. Berger asked, "Do you have a doubt?" "What I feel or think doesn't matter," Scarpetta said. "I'm staying away from that. I'll tell you what her body's telling me, which is there are profound similarities between this case and Terry's." The shutter clicked and the flash went off. Berger had moved to one side of the doorway, her hands clasped behind her back as she looked in and said, "Marino's in the living room with Lucy. She thinks the victim might have something to do with Gotham Gotcha," Scarpetta said without turning around. "Crashing the site wasn't a good way to deal with it. I hope you'll impress that upon her. She doesn't always listen to me." She said something about a morgue photograph of Marilyn Monroe. "That wasn't the way to handle it," Scarpetta said to the flash of the camera. "I wish she hadn't." The body slowly turned, the rope winding and unwinding. Eva Peebles's blue eyes were dull and open wide in her thin, wrinkled face. Strands of her snowy hair were caught in the noose. The only jewelry she had on was a thin gold chain around her left ankle, just like Terry Bridges. "She admitted to it?" Scarpetta asked. "Or is it the process of elimination? She's admitted nothing to me. I'd prefer it stay that way." "All these things you'd rather she not tell you," Scarpetta said. "I have plenty to say to her without doing so in a way that might be disadvantageous," Berger said. "But I get your point completely." Scarpetta studied the black and white tile floor before stepping her paper-boated feet inside. She set one thermometer on the edge of the sink and tucked the other under Eva Peebles's left arm. "From what I gather," Berger said, "whatever virus brought down the website also enabled her to hack into it, which then allowed her to hack into Eva Peebles's email. Don't ask me to explain it. Lucy's found an electronic folder containing virtually every Gotham Gotcha column ever written, including the one posted this morning and a second one posted later in the day. And she's found the Marilyn Monroe photograph, which Eva Peebles apparently opened. In other words, it seems this woman, she meant the dead one, didn't write them. They were emailed to her from IP addresses that Lucy says have been anonymized, but since this is yet another violent death that is possibly related to emails, we won't have any trouble getting the service provider to tell us who the account belongs to. Scarpetta handed her a notepad and pen and said, "You want a scribe? Ambient temp is 58 degrees. Body temp is 89.2. Doesn't tell us a whole lot since she's thin, unclothed. The room's been steadily cooling. Rigor's not apparent yet. Not surprising, either. Cooling delays its onset, and we know she called 911 at what time exactly? 8:49 exactly. Berger made notes. What we don't know is exactly when she was in the pet shop, only that it was approximately an hour before she called the police. "I'd like to hear the tape," Scarpetta said. She placed her hands on the body's hips to stop its slow, agitated turns. She examined it more closely, exploring it with the flashlight, noting a shiny residue in the vaginal area. Berger said, "We know she said she believed the man she encountered was Jake Loudon, so if he's the last person to see her alive, question is whether he literally was the last person. Do we know if there might be any personal connection between Jake Loudon and Terry Bridges? Just a possible connection that might be nothing more than a coincidence." And Berger began telling her about Marino's earlier interview, about a puppy that Terry didn't want, a Boston Terrier named Ivy. She continued to explain that it was unclear who had given the sick puppy to Terry. Perhaps Oscar had, perhaps someone else. Perhaps it originally had come from one of Jake Loudon's shops. Hard to know, maybe impossible to know. "I don't need to tell you that he's very upset," Berger said, and she meant Marino. Always the biggest thing any cop fears. You talk to a witness and then the person is murdered. He's going to worry he could have done something to prevent it. Scarpetta continued to hold the body still as she got a closer look at the gelatinous material clumped in gray pubic hair and in the folds of the labia. She didn't want to close the window, not before the police processed it with whatever forensic methods they deemed best. Some sort of lubricant, she said. "Can you ask Lucy if her plane has already left LaGuardia?" They were 3 rooms away from each other, and Berger called her. "Bad luck is good luck in this case." "Tell them to hold off," Berger said to Lucy. "We've got something else that needs to go down there." "Great, thanks." She ended the call and said to Scarpetta, a wind shear warning in effect. They're still on the ground. Chapter 29. The shoe impressions recovered from the toilet seat in Eva Peebles's bathroom were an exact match to the tread pattern of the shoes that Oscar Bain had been wearing last night when he'd allegedly discovered Terry's body. More incriminating were fingerprints lifted from the glass light fixture that the killer had removed from the ceiling and placed in the tub. The prints were Oscar's. At shortly past midnight, a warrant was issued for his arrest, and an all-points bulletin went out over the air and over the internet. The midget murderer was now being called the Midget Monster, and police nationwide were looking for him. Morales had also alerted Interpol in the event Oscar somehow managed to evade airport and border security and escape the country. There had been plenty of reported sightings. In fact, the latest news break as of the 3 a.m. broadcast was that some little people, especially young men, were staying home for fear of harassment or worse. It was now almost 5 o'clock Wednesday morning, and Scarpetta, Benton, Morales, Lucy, Marino, and a Baltimore investigator who insisted on being called her surname, Bacardi, were in Berger's penthouse apartment living room and had been for about 4 hours. The coffee table was covered with photographs and case files and cluttered with coffee cups and bags from a nearby all-night deli. Power supply cords ran from wall outlets to the laptops they were plugged into, everybody tapping keys and looking at files as they talked. Lucy was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the wraparound couch, her MacBook in her lap, and every now and then she glanced up at Morales, wondering how she could be right about what she was thinking. Berger had a bottle of Napo Castle single malt Irish whiskey and a bottle of Brora single malt Scotch. They were clearly visible behind glass in the bar directly across from her. She'd noticed the bottles immediately when everyone had first gotten here, and when Morales had noticed her noticing, he'd walked over to look. "A girl with my taste," he'd said. The way he'd said it had given Lucy a sick feeling she couldn't shake, and she'd had a hard time concentrating on anything since. Berger had been sitting next to her in the loft when they'd read the alleged interview in which Scarpetta supposedly told Terry Bridges that she drank liquor that cost far more than Terry's school books. Why hadn't Berger said anything? How could she have the same extremely rare and expensive whiskeys in her own bar and not mention that detail to Lucy? It was Berger who drank the stuff, not Scarpetta, and more unsettling than that was Lucy's fear about who Berger might drink it with. That was what had entered her mind when Morales had noticed her noticing the bottles in the bar. He was almost smirking, and whenever he looked at her now, there was a glint in his eyes as if he'd won a contest Lucy knew nothing about. Bacardi and Scarpetta were arguing, and had been at it for a while. No, 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 Oscar couldn't have done my two. Bacardi was shaking her head. I hope I'm not offending anybody when I say dwarf, but I can't get used to saying little people or little person, because I've always called myself a little person because I'm not the longest drink of water like we say down south. I'm an old dog, no new tricks, can barely hang on to the ones I got. She might be relatively short, but she wasn't little. Lucy had seen countless Picardists in her life, almost all of them on Harleys, women on the downhill side of 5 feet who insisted on having the biggest touring bike, about 800 pounds of metal, their boots barely touching the pavement. In one of her earlier manifestations with the Baltimore PD, Bacardi had been a motorcycle cop and she had a face that went with it, one that had enjoyed too much intimacy with the sun and wind. She squinted a lot and did a fair amount of scowling, too. She had short dyed red hair and bright blue eyes, was sturdy but not fat, and probably thought she'd gotten dressed up when she decided on her brown leather pants, cowboy boots, and snug scoop-neck sweater that exposed the tiny butterfly tattooed on her left breast, and plenty of cleavage whenever she'd bend over to dig into her briefcase on the floor. She was sexy in her own way. She was funny. She had an Alabama accent as thick as fudge. She wasn't afraid of anything or anyone, and Marino hadn't stopped looking at her since she'd walked through the door carrying 3 boxes of files from the homicides that had been committed 5 years ago in Baltimore and Greenwich. I'm not attempting to make the point that a little person could or couldn't have done anything, Scarpetta replied. Unlike most people, she was always polite enough to stop typing, to unglue her eyes from her computer screen when she talked to someone. But he couldn't have, Bacardi said. And I don't mean to keep interrupting like Old Faithful going off, but I just had to get this out and make sure all of you are hearing me, okay? She looked around the room. Okay, she answered herself. My Lady Bethany was almost 6 feet tall. Now, unless she was lying down, there's no way someone 4 feet tall could have garroted her. I'm simply pointing out she was garroted. Basing that on the photographs you've shown me and the autopsy findings I've reviewed, Scarpetta patiently said, the angle of the marks on her neck, and the fact there are more than one of them, etc. I'm not saying who did or didn't do it. But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying who did or didn't. Bethany didn't kick or struggle, or if she did, by some miracle she didn't scrape or bruise herself. I'm telling you someone normal size was behind her, and both of them were standing up. You think he raped her from behind while he was doing it, because that's what got him off. And same thing with Roderick. The kid was standing up, and this guy was behind him. The advantage the perp had in my cases is he was big enough to control them. He intimidated them into letting him bind their hands behind their backs. It doesn't appear they struggled with him at all. I'm trying to remember how tall Roderick was, Benton said, and his hair was very messy, his face covered with stubble that reminded Lucy of salt. 2 all-nighters, back to back, and he looked like it. 5'10", Bacardi said, 136 pounds, skinny and not strong, and not much of a fighter. We can say all of the victims have one thing in common, Benton then said. I should say all of the victims we know about. They were vulnerable. They were impaired or at a disadvantage. Unless the killer's Oscar, Berger reminded everybody. Then the odds change. I don't care if you're a skinny kid on oxys. You're not at a disadvantage necessarily if your assailant is only 4 feet tall, and I hate to keep saying it, but unless there's another logical explanation for how his fingerprints turned up at Eva Peebles's crime scene and prints made by a size 5 women's shoe, a Brooks Ariel, and Oscar just happens to wear that exact same shoe and he buys it in a size 5 women's, can't overlook the fact he's disappeared either, Marino said. He's got to know we're looking for him, and he's choosing to be a fugitive. He could turn himself in. It would be in his best self-interest. He'd be safer. You're talking about someone profoundly paranoid, Benton said. There is nothing on earth that would convince him it's safe to turn himself in. That's not necessarily true, Berger said, looking at Scarpetta. She was going through autopsy photographs and didn't notice Berger's thoughtful stare. I don't think so, Benton said, as if he knew what was on Berger's mind. He wouldn't do it, not even for her. Lucy decided that Berger must be hatching a plan for Scarpetta to make an appeal to Oscar. Morales said, Don't know how we'd get the message to him anyway unless she calls his home phone. Maybe he can't resist, is checking his messages. Never happen, Benton said. Be Oscar for a minute. Get inside his mind. Who's going to call him that he wants to hear from? The only person who mattered to him, the only person he seemed to trust, is dead. And I'm not sure how much he trusts Kay anymore, no matter. I don't believe he's checking his voicemail remotely. He already thinks he's being monitored, spied on, which is the main reason he's hiding, in my opinion. The last thing he's going to do is take the chance he might end up on the enemy's radar again. What about email? Morales asked. Maybe if she sent him an email, sent it from Scarpetta 612. I mean, he believes that really is you. He looked at Scarpetta, who was looking up at everyone now, listening to them strategize about what she might do that could convince Oscar to turn himself in to the police. Lucy could tell by the look on her face that she wasn't interested in playing bait and switch with Oscar Bain, except now she could. Confidentiality didn't matter anymore. Oscar was a fugitive from justice. There were warrants out for his arrest, and barring some miracle, when he was apprehended, he would go to trial and he would be convicted. Lucy didn't want to think about what might happen to him in prison, Lucy said. I think he would assume we've been in his email. He's not going to log on to his account, not unless he's stupid or desperate or losing control. I agree with Benton. You want my suggestion? Try TV. Unless he believes people can find him when he turns on a TV in a Holiday Inn, that's probably the only thing he's monitoring. He's watching the news. You could make an appeal to him on CNN, Berger said. I think that's genius, Morales agreed. Go on CNN and tell Oscar to please turn himself in. That it's the best plan for his useless life, under the circumstances. He can call his local FBI field office, Benton suggested. Then he doesn't have to worry about falling into the hands of some rural sheriff's department that doesn't know what the hell is going on depending on where he is. He calls the FBI, they'll take the credit for his arrest, Morales said. Who gives a flying fuck who takes the credit, Marino said. I agree with Benton. So do I, Bacardi said. He should call the FBI. I appreciate everybody deciding on that for me, Berger said. But actually, I tend to agree with you. It's much riskier if he ends up in the wrong hands. And if by some chance he's no longer in the U.S., he can still call the FBI, as long as he ends up back here. I don't care who gets him. Her eyes found Morales. She added, Credit isn't an issue. He stared back at her. He looked at Lucy and winked the motherfucking prick. Scarpetta said, I'm not going on CNN and asking him to turn himself in. That's not who I am. It's not what I do. I don't take sides. You're not serious, Morales said. You telling me you don't go after the bad guys? Dr. CNN always gets the bad guy. Come on, you don't want to ruin your reputation over a dwarf. What she's telling you is she's the advocate of the victim, Benton said. Legally, that's correct, Berger said. She doesn't work for me or the defense. If everybody's finished speaking on my behalf and has no further questions, I'd like to go home, Scarpetta said, getting up and getting angrier. Lucy tried to remember the last time she'd seen her aunt as angry as she was right now, especially before an audience. It wasn't like her. What time do you expect Dr. Lester to start Eva Peebles's case? I mean, really start it. I'm not asking what time she said she'd start it. You don't intend to show up down there and sit around for hours, and unfortunately I can't start the case without her. It's unfortunate she's doing it at all. Scarpetta looked directly at Morales, who had called Dr. Lester from the scene. I don't have control over that, Berger said. I can call the chief medical examiner, but that's not a good idea. I think you understand. They already think I'm a meddler down there. That's because you are, Morales said. Jaime the meddler. Everybody calls you that. Berger ignored him and got up from her chair. She looked at her very expensive watch. She said to Morales, 7 o'clock is what she said. Is that right? That's what Pester Lester said. Since you seem to be so chummy with her, maybe you could check and make sure she really is going to start the case at 7, so Kay doesn't take a taxi down there after being up all night and then sit. You know what? Morales said to Scarpetta. I'll go pick her up. How about that? And I'll call you when we're en route. I'll even swing by and get you. That's the best idea you've had in a while, Berger said to him. Scarpetta said to both of them, Thanks, but I'll get myself there, but yes, please call me. When Berger returned from seeing Scarpetta and Benton to the door, Marino wanted more coffee. Lucy followed Berger into her spacious kitchen of stainless steel, wormy chestnut, and granite, deciding she had to say something now. How Berger responded would determine if there was a later. You heading out? Berger's tone turned familiar as she met Lucy's eyes and opened a bag of coffee. The whiskey's in your bar, Lucy said, rinsing the coffee pot and refilling it. What whiskeys? You know what whiskeys? Lucy said. Berger took the pot from her and filled the coffee maker. I don't, she said. Are you telling me you want an eye-opener? I wouldn't have thought you're the type. There's nothing funny about this, Jamie. Berger flipped up the on switch and leaned against the counter. She really didn't seem to know what Lucy was talking about, and Lucy didn't believe her. Lucy mentioned the Irish whiskey and the Scotch that were in her bar. They're on the top shelf behind glass. In your own damn bar, Lucy said. You can't miss them. Greg, Berger said. He collects, and I did miss them. He collects? I didn't know he was still around, Lucy said, feeling worse, maybe the worst she'd ever felt. What I mean is those are his, Berger said with her usual calm. If you start opening cabinets in there, you'll see a fortune in small batch this and single malt that. I did miss them. They never entered my mind because I don't drink his precious whiskies. Never did. Really? Lucy said. Then why does Morales seem to know you have them? This is ridiculous, and it's neither the time nor the place, Berger said very quietly. Please don't. He looked right at them as if he knew something. Has he ever been here before this morning? Lucy said. Maybe the tavern on the Green Gossip is more than that? I not only don't have to answer that, I won't. And I can't. Berger said it without an edge, almost gently. Maybe you could be so kind as to ask who wants coffee and what they might want in it. Lucy walked out of the kitchen and didn't ask anyone anything. She unplugged her power supply, she calmly looped the cord around her hand and tucked it into a pocket of her nylon case, then the MacBook went inside. Gotta head back to my office, she said to everyone as Berger returned. Berger asked about coffee, as if everything was fine. We haven't listened to the 911 tape, Bacardi suddenly remembered. I want to hear it anyway. Don't know about everyone else. I should hear it, Marino said. I don't need to hear it, Lucy said. Someone can email the audio file to me if they want me to hear it. I'll be in touch if I have any new information. I'll see myself out, she said to Jaime Berger without looking at her. Chapter 30. Poor doorman, Scarpetta said. I think I spooked them more than usual. When they arrived at their luxury apartment building, one glimpse of her crime scene case and the doorman always stayed clear. But this early morning the reaction was stronger than usual because of the news. A serial killer was terrorizing New York's East Side and may have killed before, years earlier in Maryland and Connecticut, and Benton and Scarpetta looked pretty scary themselves. They stepped onto the elevator and rode up to the 32nd floor. The minute they were inside the door, they started undressing. "I wish you wouldn't go down there," Benton said. He yanked off his tie as he took off his jacket, his coat already draped over a chair. "You've gotten swabs. You know what killed her?" "Why?" he said. Scarpetta replied, "Maybe just once today people will treat me as if I have a mind of my own, or even half the one I used to have." She dropped her suit jacket and blouse into the biohazard hamper near the door. A practice so normal for them, it only rarely occurred to her what an odd sight they would be if anybody was watching, perhaps with a telescope. Then she thought of the new helicopter the NYPD had gotten, something Lucy had mentioned. It had a camera that could recognize faces up to 2 miles away, or something like that. Scarpetta unzipped her pants and tugged them off, and she grabbed a remote from the Stickley Mission oak coffee table in a living room full of Stickleys and Poteet Victory oils on canvas. She closed the electronic blinds. She felt rather much like Oscar hiding from everyone. "I'm not sure you agreed with me," she said to Benton, both of them in their underwear and holding their shoes. "And by the way, this is us. Are you happy this is what you married?" Someone who has to change when she comes through the door because of the antisocial places she visits. He took her in his arms and buried his nose in her hair. "You're not as bad as you think," he said. "I'm not sure how you mean that." "No, I did agree with you. Or, yes, I did. If it weren't—" He held out his left arm behind her head, still holding her close, and looked at his watch. 6:15. Shit, you might have to leave in a minute. That part I don't agree with you about. No, babysitting Dr. Lester. I'm going to pray for a big storm that prevents you from going anywhere. See your favorite painting in here? Mr. Victory's balancing elements. I'm going to pray to the Great Spirit that the elements will be balanced and you'll stay home and take a shower with me. We can wash our shoes together in the shower like we used to do after crime scenes, and then you know what we did after that? What's gotten into you?" "Nothing. So you agree about my not going on TV," she said, "and please do pray. I don't want to babysit her. Everything you said is true. I know what happened to Eva Peebles. She and I discussed it in her bathroom. I don't need to discuss it with Dr. Lester, who doesn't listen and isn't as open-minded as Eva Peebles was. I'm tired and stressed out and sound like it. I'm angry. I'm sorry." "Not at me," he said. "Not at you," she said. He stroked her face, her hair, and looked deep into her eyes, the way he did when he was trying to find something he'd lost, or perhaps thought he'd lost. "It's not about protocols or whose side you're on," he said. "It's about Oscar. It's about everybody who's been brutalized when you're not sure who's doing what or how or why. It's better to stay behind the scenes. This is a good time to stay away from Dr. Lester to carry on quietly." "Jesus," he suddenly said. He returned to the hamper and fished out his pants. He reached into a pocket and pulled out the thumb drive still wrapped in the pair of purple gloves. "This," he said, "this is important. Maybe the Great Spirit just heard my prayer." Scarpetta's cell phone rang. It was Dr. Kieselstein at Y12. She said to him before he could say anything, "Lucy said it got there safely. I apologize 1,000 times. I hope you weren't waiting. I'm not sure where." Dr. Kieselstein's German-accented voice in her earpiece. "Since I usually don't receive samples from private jets, I treated myself and listened to music on the iPod my wife gave me for Christmas, so small I could wear it as a tie clip. It was no problem. I know McGee Tyson, the Air National Guard base, except, as I said, usually not the jet of a millionaire. Usually a C-130 or some other cargo plane bringing us something from Langley that NASA won't admit to, like faulty heat shields. Or prototypes, which I like much better because nothing bad has happened. Of course, when they are strange deliveries from you, it's always bad, but I do have some results. As this is timely, I realize. No official report of the analysis, that will be a while. Benton gave up hovering. He touched her cheek and headed to the shower. What we have basically is an ointment that is mixed with blood, possibly sweat, and silver salts, and along with this are fibers of wood and cotton, Dr. Hiselstein said. Scarpetta moved toward the sofa. She got a pen and notepad from an end table drawer and sat down. Specifically, silver nitrate and potassium nitrate, and carbon and oxygen, as you would expect. I'm emailing images to you, taken at different magnifications up to 1000x. Even at 50x, you can see the blood, and the silver-rich regions are quite bright due to their higher atomic number. You can also see silver nitrate in the wood's small, whitish silver-rich specks evenly dispersed over the surface. Interesting. It's evenly dispersed, she said. Same with the cotton fibers? Yes, visible at higher magnifications. To her, an even disbursement implied something that might have been manufactured, as opposed to a random transference due to contamination. If what she suspected was correct, however, they were likely dealing with both. She asked, "What about skin cells?" "Yes, definitely. We are still at the lab, and this will be going on for a day or two. No rest for the wicked. And this is very difficult because you sent many samples. What I'm calling you about is just two of them, one from each case. The chair and a swab. You might think the cotton and wood fibers are from the swabs you used on the body. And yes, maybe no. I can't tell you. But not so with the chair because you didn't swab the chair seat. No, that wasn't touched. Then we can conclude the cotton and wood fibers and the material on the chair cushion are there for another reason, perhaps transferred by the ointment, which presents a challenge as it's non-conductive. That requires us to use variable pressure, which maintains the high vacuum in the gun needed to create the electron beam as the rest of the chamber is backfilled with dry filtered air. And we have reduced the scattering of the electron beam by minimizing the working distance. I suppose I'm making excuses. The ointment is difficult to image because the electron beam actually melts it. I'm afraid. It will be better when it dries. Silver nitrate applicators for cauterizing skin, possibly. That's what comes to my mind right away, she said, which might explain the presence of blood, sweat, skin cells, and a mixture of different DNA profiles if we're talking about a communal jar of a healing ointment. If we're talking about a source being perhaps a medical office, for example, a dermatologist. I won't ask about your suspects, Dr. Kieselstein said. Anything else interesting about the chair? The frame is iron with trace elements of gold in the paint. There was no one sitting in it when we placed it in the chamber. Suspects and punishment aren't my department. They hung up. Scarpetta tried Dr. Elizabeth Stewart's numbers and got voicemail. She didn't leave a message and stayed on the sofa, thinking. She believed she was dealing with Marino just fine until she decided to call him and realized she didn't have his cell phone number. So she called Berger, and the way the prosecutor answered, it was as if she knew who it was and that the call was personal. "It's Kay." "Oh," Berger's voice. It said restricted. I wasn't sure. When Lucy called, it came up as restricted. Scarpetta had a feeling something was going on with them that wasn't good. Lucy had been very subdued during the meeting. Scarpetta hadn't tried to call her, was assuming she was still with Berger. Maybe not. Berger said, "Morales called a few minutes ago, said, he's getting your voicemail. I've been on my phone with Y12. I'm not going to be able to head to the morgue right this minute." She gave Berger a quick summary. Then that's a common denominator, Berger decided. The dermatologist, Terry, went to her, and you said Oscar does or did? Scarpetta had revealed that detail during the meeting just a little while ago because she no longer was bound by patient-physician confidentiality. It wasn't right not to divulge the information, but she'd felt uncomfortable doing it. Just because the situation had changed legally didn't mean it felt that way to her. When Oscar had talked to her and wept so bitterly, he really hadn't anticipated the day when she'd betray him, no matter how many times she'd warned him and encouraged him to get a good lawyer. She was so conflicted. She resented him, was incensed by him because she felt she should be someone he could trust, and she resented him, was incensed by him because she didn't want his goddamn trust. I need to tell Marino what Y12 has discovered, Scarpetta said to Berger. I don't know how to reach him. Berger gave her 2 numbers and said, "Have you heard anything from Lucy?" "I thought she might be with you," Scarpetta said. "Everybody left about a half hour ago. She left right after you and Benton did, minutes after you did. I thought she might have caught up with you. She and Morales weren't getting along. He's not somebody she would like." After a pause, Berger said, "That's because she doesn't understand a number of things." Scarpetta didn't respond. "We get older and there really aren't absolutes," Berger said. "There never were." Scarpetta wasn't going to help her. "You're not going to talk about it, and that's fine." Berger's voice, still calm, but something else was in it. Scarpetta shut her eyes and pushed her fingers through her hair, realizing how helpless she felt. She couldn't change what was happening, and it was foolish and wrong to try. "Maybe you could save me a little time," Scarpetta said. "Perhaps you could call Lucy and let her know about the Y12 results. You do it instead of me, and I'll try to find Marino. And while you have her on the phone, perhaps you might try a different tactic. Be very, very honest with her, even if you think she'll get incredibly upset or might use it against you. Just give her the facts, even if you think it might ruin your case, cause you to lose something. That's hard for people like us, and that's all I'm going to say. I'm wondering if Bacardi, God help me, I can't get used to calling any real person that would know if either Bethany or Roderick was seeing a dermatologist in Baltimore or Greenwich in 2003. I noticed in the police report that he was taking Accutane for acne, implying a dermatologist," Berger said. "I would hope so. That's not an insignificant medication. I'll pass all this on to Lucy. Thank you." "I know you will," Scarpetta said. "I know you'll tell her whatever she needs to hear." Benton was out of the shower and wrapped in a thick robe, stretched out on the bed. He was scrolling through something on his laptop, and Scarpetta moved it out of the way and sat next to him. She noticed the red thumb drive plugged into a port. "I'm not clean yet," she said. "I probably smell like death. Would you still respect me if I told a lie?" "Depends on who it's to." "To another doctor." "Well, then, that's fine. For future reference, lawyers are preferable if you're going to lie to someone." "I went to law school and don't appreciate lawyer jokes," she said, smiling. She combed her fingers through his hair. It was still damp. She added, "I'll tell my lie in front of you, and it won't seem as much a sin. I can't wait to get in the shower and brush my teeth, and these—" Realizing she still had her dirty shoes in one hand while she touched his hair with the other. "I thought you were going to wait and take a shower with me," she said, "and we'd wash our shoes." "I plan to take a second one," he said. "I haven't washed my shoes yet." Scarpetta got up from the bed and used the landline. This time she didn't call Dr. Stewart's presidential suite directly, or her cell phone. She tried the St. Regis front desk. She said she was from CNN and trying to reach Dr. Stewart, who she realized stayed there under the name of Dr. Oxford. "Hold on, please." And then Dr. Stewart was on the line. Scarpetta told her who she was, and Dr. Stewart said brusquely, "I don't discuss my patients. And I generally don't discuss other doctors on TV," Scarpetta said. "But I might make an exception. What is that supposed to mean?" "It means what it means, Dr. Stewart. At least one of your patients has been murdered in the past 24 hours, and another one is being accused of that murder and another murder, and more charges could follow, and he's vanished. As for Eva Peebles, who also was murdered last night, I don't know if she's one of your patients, but what I do know is that forensic evidence indicates you'd be wise to be helpful. For example, I'm wondering if a certain woman from Palm Beach who has a home in New York might also be your patient." Scarpetta gave her the name of the paraplegic whose DNA was found in Terry Bridges's vagina. "You absolutely know I can't release information about my patients." Dr. Stewart said it in a way that confirmed the woman was her patient. I absolutely know how it works, Scarpetta said, and to be sure, she added, just tell me no if she's not your patient. I'm not going to say no to anything. Scarpetta went through the same routine with Bethany and Roderick without telling Dr. Stewart why she wanted to know. If the dermatologist had been acquainted with them, she wouldn't need Scarpetta to tell her the two had been murdered 5 years ago. She would know that. As you might imagine, I have plenty of patients from the Greenwich area because I have an office in White Plains, Dr. Stewart said as Scarpetta leaned against Benton and looked at what he was scrolling through. It looked like sections of maps someone had been emailing to Oscar allegedly. I'm not saying whether those two people have ever been seen by anyone in my practice, Dr. Stewart said. I will tell you that I remember the young man's death. Everyone was shocked, just as we are by what's just happened in New York. I saw it on the news last night, but the reason I remember Greenwich is because the Aston Martin dealership, Bugatti, Scarpetta said. I use the Aston Martin dealership. It's very close to Bugatti, Dr. Stewart said. That's why the boy's murder hit home. I've probably driven within a block of the spot where he was found or killed when I've taken my Aston Martin in for service. That's the reason I remember, if you understand what I'm saying. Actually, I don't have that car anymore. She was hinting that neither Roderick nor Bethany had been her patient and that she would have been aware of a sadistic sexual homicide because it had reminded her of a car that cost more than some people's homes. Do you have anybody working for you or somehow connected with your practice who the police should be aware of? Scarpetta asked. Or let me ask it in a way easier to answer. What might you be thinking if you were me? I'd be thinking about the staff, she said. In particular, part-timers. Which part-timers? Part-time techs, residents, particularly those who do menial things in the offices and come and go. For example, work at one of my offices during their summer breaks or after hours. It could be anything from cleaning up to answering the phones and paging the physician on call. I have one who's also a vet tech, but has never been a problem. It's just he's more of an unknown, and I don't work with him personally. He's rather much a cleaner-upper and assists other doctors. I have a huge practice, more than 60 employees at 4 different locations. Vet tech? Scarpetta said. I believe that's what he does for his full-time job. I know he has something to do with pet stores because he's gotten a few of my staff puppies. A vet tech who helps with the pets in these places. Probably not in a way I want to know about, truth be told, Dr. Stewart said. He's an odd duck. Tried to give me a puppy once on my birthday last summer. One of those Chinese crested dogs that has no fur except on its head, tail, and feet. This was maybe an 8-week-old puppy that looked deformed, as if it had alopecia, and all it did was shiver and cough. He wrote in a card that I could tell everyone I was doing hair removal on dogs now, that I was adding pet dermatology to my practice or something like that. It was peculiar, and I wasn't amused and made him take the puppy back. Frankly, it was an extremely upsetting experience. Did you ever ask him what happened to the puppy? I have a good idea, she said it ominously. He likes to give injections. Put it like that, Dr. Stewart said. He's very good with needles, has some phlebotomy training. Look, this is making me very upset. His name is Juan Amate. That's his full name? Often Hispanic names include the mother's maiden name, not just the surname. I don't know. He's worked out of my Upper East Side office for the last several years. Maybe 3 or 4 years, not sure. I don't know him personally, and he's not allowed in the room when I'm with a patient. Why? Frankly, most of the patients I see personally are VIPs, and I don't allow part-time techs to assist me. He have my regular assistants who are accustomed to dealing appropriately with very well-known people. You don't have a part-time tech drawing blood from an A-list movie star. Did you personally see Terry Bridges or Oscar Bain, or would that have been one of your other doctors? I wouldn't have reason to know them personally. But I do have a few other little people who are patients since obesity is one of the most common problems, and an unfortunate side effect of dieting can be skin problems. Acne, premature lines and creases on the face and neck, And if one doesn't have the proper fat intake, the skin doesn't hold moisture as well. So now we add dry flakiness to the list. She didn't see Terry or Oscar personally. They weren't important enough. Is there anything else you can tell me about Juan Amate? Scarpetta said, I'm not saying he's done anything wrong, but I don't want anyone else hurt or dead, Dr. Stewart. Do you know where he lives? Anything like that? Have no idea? I doubt he has much money. Olive complexion, dark hair, Hispanic, speaks Spanish, which is helpful. Speaks English fluently, which is a requirement in my practice. Is he a U.S. citizen? He should be. But that's not for me to check on. I suppose the answer is I don't know. Anything else you can tell me? For example, do you have any idea where the police might find him right now to ask questions? No idea whatsoever. I know nothing else. I just didn't like it when he gave me that Chinese puppy, she said. I felt there was something mean about the gesture, as if he were jerking me around somehow of all people to give me an extremely ugly dog with hair and skin problems. I just remember it being very upsetting, and then I looked bad to my staff because I made him take the pathetic little thing out of there immediately, and he said he didn't know what he'd do with it, as if I was sentencing the pitiful creature to, well, it's as if he wanted to make me look heartless, and I think I actually started almost thinking about firing him after that. Obviously I should have. Benton had placed his hand on Scarpetta's bare thigh, and when she ended the call, he put his arm around her and directed her attention to what he had been looking at while she was on the phone. He scrolled through maps, scores of them. Track logs, Benton said. These thick, colored lines, the dark pink ones. He traced one that ran from Amsterdam to an Upper East Side location on 3rd Avenue. An actual track mapped by a GPS, simulated or real? Scarpetta asked. I think these are real tracks. It appears they're recordings of routes Oscar took, hundreds of them. Some kind of recording process was on while he was going to various locations, as you can see. He scrolled through about a dozen maps. Most of them either begin or terminate at the address of his apartment building on Amsterdam. Based on what I'm seeing, these track logs began this past October 10th and ended December 3rd. December 3rd, Scarpetta said. The same day, the morgue photograph of me appears to have been simultaneously deleted in Scarpetta 612's and also Terry's email. And the same day Oscar called Berger's office and ended up on the phone with Marino, Benton said, What the hell is going on here? Scarpetta said, Was he walking around with some kind of bracelet or something that has a GPS chip and maybe using a PDA that has a GPS and downloading all of his movements and perhaps emailing it to himself? To make it appear he's being followed, spied on, all those things he said. You saw his apartment, Kay. Oscar believes this stuff, but if someone else has been sending these track logs to him, can you imagine? No. Benton scrolled through more of them. Locations for grocery stores, several gyms, office supply stores, or as Benton put it, just locations where he might have walked but didn't actually go inside the restaurant, bar, or other business. And as you can see, Benton said, rubbing her back, as time goes on, his destinations become more erratic and variable. He's changing his locations daily. None of the tracks are the same. You can actually see his fear, the way he's zigzagging, literally all over the map, or his simulated fear. If, once again, he staged all this, but his fear seems real, his paranoia isn't faked, I really don't think so. You can imagine how this will look to a jury, Scarpetta said, getting up. It will look like the mad cyber professor manufactured this elaborate plan to make it appear he's the target of some clandestine organization or hate group, or God knows what. It will look as if he followed himself, so to speak, with a GPS and planted all sorts of bizarre devices all over his apartment and carried them on his person and in his car. She finished undressing because she had to get into the shower. There was so much to do. And Benton's eyes were intense on her as he got off the bed. No one on earth will believe him, she said, as Benton put his hands on her and kissed her. I'll help you take your shower, he said, guiding her in that direction. Chapter 31. The wind buffeted Lucy as she sat on concrete as cold as ice on the brownstone's roof and took photographs of the camera attached to the footing of the satellite dish. It was an inexpensive internet camera that included audio and was connected to the building's wireless network and served any tenant who wished to join it. It also served somebody else. It served Mike Morales and not in the way everybody thought, which was why it hadn't occurred to Lucy to check, and she was furious with herself. Since it was known that another device was connected to the network, the camera that Morales said he had installed himself, it hadn't entered Lucy's mind to access the log to the wireless router. It hadn't occurred to her she ought to check the router's admin page. Had she done that last night, she would have discovered what she now knew, and she tried Marino again. For the past half hour, she'd tried him and Berger and had gotten voicemail. She didn't leave a message. She wasn't about to leave a message the likes of the one she had. This time Marino answered, "Thank God." "It's me," she said. "You in a wind tunnel or what?" he said. "The camera you saw Morales install up here on this roof, where I'm right now sitting. He wasn't installing it when you surprised him up here. He was probably removing it." "What are you talking about? I saw him." "Well, yeah, you're right. I didn't actually see him do anything. He just got off the phone with your aunt. Let me tell you real quick, because she's trying to get hold of you. Something about our person of interest being tracked by a GPS or something, and he might work as a vet tech at Dr. Stewart's office. Long and short of it, Terry might have known the killer through the dermatologist's office, some Hispanic guy. Listen to me, Marino. This fucking camera's been up here for fucking 3 weeks. And it's motion sensitive. So every time it records something, it's emailing it to someone who's about to get hacked into. I've got Morales's damn IP. I've got his fucking machine access code, and it's the same fucking one as Scarpetta 612. Do you understand what that means? I'm not fucking retarded, just like the old days. How many times had he said that to her over the years? It means whoever set up this camera and is getting images emailed from it is the same person sending emails to Terry, pretending to be my aunt. Probably some type of PDA, and the asshole stands out in front of John Jay, hijacks their wireless network, so that's what the IP comes back to. The machine access code is also the same one for the device used to email the photograph to Terry. The photograph emailed from the internet cafe near Dr. Elizabeth Stewart's office. Morales is the one who instructed Terry to delete that photograph on December 3rd. Why? He plays fucking games. That's why he was probably in the morgue when the damn photo was taken, probably is behind it. Just like the photo of Amy at Tavern on the Green, he probably orchestrated that and sent it to Gotham Gotcha. Then he's probably connected to Gotham Gotcha. Got no idea, but I do know Eva Peebles worked for whoever Gotham Gotcha is. And I doubt she could tell you who Gotham Gotcha is. If she were still alive to tell us anything, poor lady, nothing in her computer identifies who it is. I'm setting up sniff packets even as we speak, looking at info at junction points. Fuckhead Morales. He's probably your fucking Hispanic vet tech, too. Fucking piece of shit. I'm about to pay him a home visit. She was typing on her MacBook as she talked, doing a port scan. Marino had gotten deadly quiet. "You still there?" "Yeah, I'm here." "You want to tell me why the fuck a cop would put up a surveillance camera 3 weeks before a murder?" she said. Jesus Christ. Why would he be sending shit pretending to be her? Lucy heard a woman's voice in the background, Bacardi. "Why don't you ask him?" Lucy said. "He's probably the one who gave Terry the brilliant idea to post something on the John Jay site about her needing to get in contact with my aunt. And Terry does, and then, miracle of miracles, guess who writes her? He obviously knew Terry, or he wouldn't have been emailing her. He's probably the fucking vet tech, like I said, and she knew him because of the dermatologist. He probably gave her the sick puppy. Thought it was funny." Marino's voice muttering, "Then Eva Peebles gets it. The puppy dies. She dies. What'd she do to deserve any of this? Wonder if he's the one who fixed things in Terry's apartment? What the landlord was talking about. That would be like him to be a pal, a confidant, to someone who could use a big, strong pissant like him. Be like him to get someone like Terry, a forensic psych grad student, to post something on a website, to fuck with everyone. But why the doc? Because he's a failed doctor, and my aunt isn't. I don't know why. Why does anybody do anything? You're not going to remove the camera, right? We don't want him knowing it's down. Of course not, Lucy said as the wind ripped at her, as if trying to rip her off the roof. He'd probably come up here to remove the damn thing, and last thing he expected was you climbing up the fire escape ladder. Now he has to cover his ass, so he puts on the big act that he's installing a surveillance camera in case the perp returns to the scene of the crime. Well, bullshit. I've got the log open right here on my laptop. This camera's emailed over 10,000 images in the past 3 weeks and is still grinding away even as we speak, according to the tab status. The asshole's accessing the network right now. You'll be happy to know I've disabled the audio function. Not that you'd hear a damn thing up here but wind. You absolutely sure about this? Marino said. And I'm in. This is completely illegal, Lucy said. Oh, God, she said, shocked, as she scrolled through video files. Video files in Mike Morales' personal email account. His username was foreignxxx. She landed on a video file that had been recorded by an entirely different device than the rooftop camera. She opened it and clicked play. Oh, Christ, she said. A recording made New Year's Eve, only this one isn't from the roof. It's from inside Terry's apartment. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Berger's penthouse was 2 levels, the master area on the upper one, where she and Lucy watched the murder of Terry Bridges on a huge plasma flat screen in a sitting area off the bedroom. It was almost more than either one of them could stomach, and there was virtually nothing either of them hadn't seen. They sat rigidly on a sofa, watching Terry's face in her vanity mirror as a pair of latex-gloved hands garroted her from behind with a rubbery blue tourniquet, the type used in doctors' offices when blood is being drawn. Victim and assailant were nude, her hands bound behind her back as she kicked savagely from the chair with the heart-shaped back, while he almost lifted her off it as he strangled her into unconsciousness. Then he would release the pressure, and when she was revived, start again. She said nothing the entire time, just made the expected awful, guttural, gagging sounds as her eyes bulged and her tongue protruded from her mouth and spittle ran down her chin. It took exactly 24.5 minutes for her to finally die, because that's how long it took for him to ejaculate and finish her off, because he had no further interest. He flushed the condom down the toilet and he turned off the camera. Let's start it again, Berger said. I want to listen a little more carefully to what's said when he takes her into the bathroom. I'm getting the impression they'd had sex before, and the other things said suggest maybe why he did this. The premeditation factor. He may have had motive that went beyond his sexually sadistic compulsions. Did she call him Juan, or was that just a sound she made? I suspect she'd been having sex with him long before she had it with Oscar, Lucy said. Based on the familiarity, the comments he's making, she would have known him from Dr. Stewart's office for a couple of years. I don't care if we don't yet know for a fact that he's Juan Amade. I'm telling you, they're the same person. They have to be. I think she might have said Juan, I agree, hard to tell. She pressed the play button on the remote. The film began mid-sentence with a shot of the vanity and Terry's terrified face in the oval mirror. Behind her was a man's naked body. He moved, adjusting himself in the camera angle, exposing his erect condom-sheathed penis, poking it between her shoulder blades as if it were the barrel of a gun. He was visible only from the waist down. Just our usual baby with a little extra hot sauce thrown in, the killer's voice said. I don't know, she said, her voice quavering as his gloved hand held up a scalpel in the mirror and twirled it, and its steel blade caught the light, the sound of fabric slitting as he cut open her robe, her lacy red bra. It was a shelf bra, and her breasts protruded from it, her nipples exposed. He slid off her matching red lacy panties. He turned the camera on the pink robe and pink slippers and the bra as he dropped them into the tub. His gloved hands waved the cut lacy red panties in front of the camera lens, capturing the flag, his Hispanic voice, in my pocket so I can enjoy later, right, little girl? Let's don't, she said. I don't think I can. Should have thought about that when you told the little man all our secrets. I didn't tell him. You sent the emails. That's how. Now that was a really big mess you made. How's that going to work? He complained to the fucking DA. How's that going to work, baby? I trusted you. I did you a favor, and you told him. I never told him. He told me. You were sending him the emails, and finally he told me. He got freaked out. Why are you doing this? And it sounded as if she said, Juan, you gonna ask me why anything? The scalpel stroking the air, almost touching her cheek, then withdrawing and vanishing. No. So who's your man, the little one? Or me? You are, her terrified face said to the mirror, his gloved hands pinching her nipples. Now, you know that's not right, or you wouldn't have told him. The killer's voice chiding her. I promise I didn't. He found out because of the emails. Those maps you sent him, he told me. You scared him. Now, baby, pinching her nipples harder. I don't want to hear no more of your lies, and now I gotta figure out how to get that fucking thing out of his ass before somebody else does. Lucy hit pause and the recording froze on a blurry image of Terry's wide-eyed face talking while his hand squeezed her breasts in the mirror. Right there, Lucy said. The way he says it, possible he's hinting he's going to murder Oscar. He's going to be the one to retrieve the thing out of his ass. I'm wondering the same thing, Berger said. She triple underlined a key phrase in notes on her legal pad. Terry's idea GPS, she said to Lucy. I don't think there's any doubt about how this started. That Terry asked Morales to follow Oscar because she was a jealous, controlling person. It wasn't her nature to trust anyone, and before she'd even considered making any sort of a commitment to him or perhaps telling her family about him, she wanted proof he was honorable. If one can make psychopathology logical, we have to. Jurors expect reasons for things. You can't just say someone's evil or felt like it. She may have said something about wanting to know what Oscar was up to, but I doubt an implanted GPS was her idea, Lucy said. I don't think she ever imagined Morales would do her the favor and then take it a little further by anonymously emailing GPS track logs to Oscar to drive him crazy, to torment the living hell out of him. The emailing of the tracking logs stopped when Oscar finally said something about it to Terry, and she obviously must have flown all over Morales about it.
Right. That's what Morales is referring to.
Berger indicated the frozen image on the TV screen. She did the wrong thing and complained to Morales. Berated him, perhaps. A guy like this? You insult his narcissism? And then he's the typical psychopath and blames it on her because she's the one who wanted Oscar spied on. Suddenly, it's her fault that Oscar called my office and reported everything. To Marino on December 3rd, Lucy said, and at that point, Oscar destroyed his computer's hard drive and hid the thumb drive in his library where my aunt and Benton found it. And Morales stopped emailing the logs to him because Terry knew, and the gig was up. Kay mentioned the thread on the carpet outside Oscar's apartment door, the roof access and fire escape. I'm wondering if Morales went in there trying to find this log, and while he was at it, planted a jar of aqualine. I'm wondering if he came in through the window, set off the alarm, then left through the roof access so the doorman didn't see him. He had a key and the alarm code, the password. After killing Terry, he got some unexpected surprises. Oscar demanded to go to Bellevue. He demanded to see Benton and Kay. Now the stakes have been raised considerably. Morales has some worthy adversaries to deal with, including you. He wants that damn tracking log so it's not traced back to him by someone like you. And he wanted Oscar to take the fall for at least 4 homicides. A classic case of someone who's decompensating, Lucy said. Morales didn't need to kill Eva Peebles. Not really, for that matter. He didn't need to kill Terry. He used to be smart and stick with strangers. What I still can't figure out is why would Oscar let anybody do that? You mean the implant. We just listened to him say it. He stuck something in Oscar's ass and has to get it back. What else could that mean? I'm thinking there's only one thing, but you don't just walk up to someone and say, "Hey, can I implant a GPS microchip under your skin?" Berger placed her hand on Lucy's bare knee and leaned against her to pick up the cordless phone. She called Scarpetta for the second time in the past hour. "Us again?" Berger said. "Maybe you and Benton should just come over here." "I can. He can't," Scarpetta said. Berger put her on speakerphone and set the handset upright on the coffee table inside her handsome sitting area of leather and glass, and Agam polymorphic paintings and serigraphs that seemed to change and shimmer as Berger moved. Greg's room, where he used to plant himself in front of the TV while Berger was alone in bed in the adjoining room sleeping or working. It took her a while to figure out that one of the reasons he started keeping such strange hours, as if he were on UK time, was because he was on UK time. He'd sit in this room, and at some point after midnight New York time, he'd call his friend the barrister, who would just be waking up in London. Benton's with Marino and Bacardi, Scarpetta said. They went out. He was rather cryptic about it. I've not heard anything from Dr. Lester. Still, I'm assuming you haven't. Morales had dropped off Dr. Lester at the ME's office earlier because he didn't know then what Lucy was about to find out. Now he was aware people were looking for him because Berger had contacted him. All she'd had to say was, "I think you need to explain some things." She'd gotten as far as mentioning silver nitrate and Dr. Stewart when he hung up on her. "I suppose someone will tell me if I need to go down there," Scarpetta said. "Although I seriously doubt it's an issue. She really should X-ray Eva Peebles carefully. I'm repeating myself, because you don't want her body leaving the morgue until every inch of it has been X-rayed. Same thing with Terry's body, X-rayed again, every inch of it." "That's what I'm getting around to," Berger said. "This idea of the microchip implant. When you talked to Oscar, did you get any idea that might lead you to believe he'd ever, for any reason, allow something like that? Lucy and I are watching this god-awful video again, and that's what the killer is implying, Morales. I mean, we know it's him." "Oscar would never allow that," Scarpetta said. "What's far more likely is he complained about painful treatments, specifically laser hair removal, and he has had hair removed from his back, possibly from his buttocks. He has no hair at all except on his face, his head, and he has pubic hair. He mentioned Demerol to me. If someone came in with scrubs and a mask on, and Oscar was on his belly, he would never have seen the tech or necessarily recognize him later. At Terry's apartment, for example, when Morales encountered Oscar at the crime scene, Oscar wouldn't necessarily connect him with some backroom tech at Dr. Stewart's office. In the video, we think Terry calls him Juan. We're not sure. You need to listen," Berger said. Scarpetta said, "They're doing R&D with wireless GPS glass encapsulated chips that have miniature antennas and a power supply that can last up to 3 months, about the size of a grain of rice, maybe smaller. One of them could have been implanted into his buttocks and he'd never know, especially if it's migrated, buried itself in deeper, which happens. We could find it with an X-ray if we can find him. And, by the way, he's not the only one paranoid about this sort of thing. The U.S. government has a number of pilot programs, and a lot of people fear that mandatory chipping is on the horizon." "Not me," Berger said. "I'll move. You'll have plenty of company. That's why some call it Mark of the Beast 666 technology." "But you didn't see anything like that in Terry's X-rays." "I've been looking," Scarpetta said. "I have the electronic files of that and everything else, and I've been doing nothing but work on all of this since we last spoke." "The answer's no. It's very important that Dr. Lester get more films, and I want to see them, especially focusing on the back, the buttocks, the arms. People who have been implanted with microchips usually get them in their arms. Morales would know a lot about microchip technology for the simple reason it's used to tag animals. He would have seen microchips implanted in pets at the vet's office. He may have done the implanting himself, a simple procedure that requires nothing more than the chip and an implant gun fitted with a 15-gauge needle. I can be there in maybe half an hour." "That would be fine." Berger reached across Lucy again and ended the call. She returned the handset to its charger. She scribbled more notes and underlined words and phrases. She looked at Lucy for a long moment, and Lucy looked back, and Berger wanted to kiss her again, to resume what had begun when Lucy first appeared at her door, and Berger had pulled her by the hand straight up here. Lucy didn't even have time to take off her coat. Berger didn't know how she could think about something like that right now, with that hideous image frozen on the big flat screen, or maybe that was why she was thinking about it. Berger didn't want to be alone. That's what makes the most sense, Lucy finally said, Morales implanting the GPS chip in Oscar while he's in the dermatologist's office probably thought he was getting a shot of Demerol in his butt. Terry probably had said something to Morales about Oscar, about not knowing if she could trust him, probably when she and Oscar first started dating, and Morales did his thing and acted like her best friend, her confidant. Big question, who did Terry think Morales was? Juan Amate or Mike Morales? I'm betting Juan Amate way too risky if she knew he was an NYPD cop. I think she did call him Juan. I do think that's what I heard. I think you're right. If she was screwing around with him, does that compute? Lucy said. Morales wouldn't care if she was seeing someone else. No. As I just said, he acts like your best friend. Women confide in him. Even I have, to an extent. To what extent? They had never returned to the subject of the whiskeys in her bar. I shouldn't have to say it, Berger said, but Morales and I didn't have that, and I don't think you believed we did or you wouldn't be sitting here. You wouldn't have come back. The tavern on the green rumors, that's all they are, rumors, and yes, no doubt he started them. He and Greg liked each other. No way. No, not that way, Berger said. One thing Greg doesn't have any ambivalence about is what he likes to fuck, and it definitely isn't men. Chapter 32. Scarpetta refilled coffees and carried them out on a tray with a few things to eat. She believed that sleep deprivation was healed by good food. She set down a platter of fresh buffalo mozzarella, sliced plum tomatoes, and basil dribbled with cold-pressed unfiltered olive oil. In a sweetgrass basket lined with a linen napkin was crusty homemade Italian bread that she urged everyone to pass around, to break it with their hands, to tear off pieces. She told Marino he could start, and he took the basket and she placed small plates and blue-checked napkins in front of him. Then one in front of Bacardi. Scarpetta set her own place on the coffee table next to Benton's, and she sat next to him on the couch, leaning forward because she could stay only a minute. Just remember, Benton said to her, when she hears about it, and you know she will, you don't talk about what I'm about to do, either before or after I've done it. Damn right, Marino cut in. Her damn phone will start ringing off the hook. I gotta tell you, I don't feel so hot about this. I wish I could think about it some more. Well, we can't, Benton said. We don't have the luxury of time to think about much of anything. Oscar's out there somewhere. And if Morales hasn't gotten to him already, he will. All he has to do is track him down like a hunted animal. Like he's been doing, Bacardi said. Now a guy like that makes you believe in the death penalty. Much better if we get a chance to study them, Benton said matter-of-factly. Killing them serves no useful purpose. He was impeccably dressed in one of his hand-tailored suits that he never wore on the ward. A deep blue with a lighter blue pinstripe, a light blue shirt and silvery blue silk tie. The makeup artist at CNN wouldn't need more than 15 minutes with him. There was little Benton needed to improve his appearance, maybe a little powder and a breath of spray on his platinum hair, which needed a trim. To Scarpetta, he looked the same way he always had, and she hoped he was doing the right thing, that both of them were. I won't say anything to Jaime. I'll stay out of it, she said, and she realized she had started calling her Jaime about the same time Jaime had started spending so much time with Lucy all these years, and she usually referred to her as Berger, which was rather distant and perhaps not particularly respectful. Scarpetta said to Benton, I'll tell her she can take that up with you. It's not my network, and, contrary to popular opinion, I don't run your life. Marino's cell phone rang. He lifted his PDA and squinted at the display. IRS must be about all my charitable trusts, he said, pressing his flashing blue earpiece to answer. Marino, yup, just hanging out. You, hold on, I'm going to start writing. Everyone got quiet so he could talk. He set down the PDA on the coffee table and placed his notepad on his wide knee. He started scribbling. Upside down or right side up, Marino's writing looked about the same. Scarpetta had never been able to read it, at least not without tremendous annoyance, because he had his own version of shorthand. No matter the cracks he made, in truth, his writing was far worse than hers. I don't mean to be a smart ass about it, Marino said. But first off, when you said Isle of Man, where the hell is that? I assume it's one of these Caribbean tax havens, or maybe one of those islands near Fiji. Now that's something, never heard of it. And I've been there before. I mean to England. I realize it isn't exactly in England. I know Isle of Man's a fucking island, but in case you flunked geography, England's a fucking island. Scarpetta leaned close to Benton's ear and wished him good luck. She felt like telling him she loved him, which was unusual with people around. But for some reason she wanted to say it, but she didn't. She got up and hesitated, because Marino seemed about to get off the phone. No offense, but we knew that. We got that address, Marino said. He looked at Bacardi and shook his head as if the IRS agent he was talking to was dumber than a bag of hammers, one of Marino's favorite expressions. He said, "That's right. Nope. You must mean 1A. So it's Terry Bridges. I know it's an LLC and you don't got a name yet, but that's her apartment. No, not 2D. She's in 1A, he frowned. You sure? I mean, damn sure. Wait a minute. That guy's a Brit, right? Well, he's Italian, but lives in the UK, is a UK citizen. Okay, so it fits with the Isle of Man shit, I guess. But you'd better be right, because in maybe half an hour, that fucking door's getting kicked in. Marino touched his earpiece and disconnected the IRS without a thanks or a goodbye. He said, "Gotham gotcha?" "We don't have the name of whoever it is, but we know where the person has an apartment. Upstairs from Terry Bridges, 2D, unless something's changed and nobody told us. Still nobody home in that building." Tenants, an Italian financial guy named Cesare Ingico. Domicile is Isle of Man, where his company is actually located. And Isle of Man's not the Caribbean, just so you know. The LLC renting his apartment is this offshore one that Lucy dug up info about. Guarantee the guy doesn't actually live there, that it's someone else working out of that apartment, or maybe no one working out of it. So sounds like we need a warrant and should go in there, or maybe we go in and then get a warrant, whatever. We don't waste time since Eva Peebles indirectly worked for this Cesare Ingico guy across the street, but probably not the one who actually lives across the street. Probably on his island, and we're going to find you watch that he dealt with Eva over the phone long distance. Eva didn't know shit, whatever the case. How fucked up is that? Why don't I hook up with some of your guys over there? Bacardi said. I think you should hang around this area. When Benton goes live on the air, all hell might break loose. I agree, Benton said. Morales is going to know, if he had any doubt at all, that we think he might be after Oscar, and the rest of the world is after him, after Morales. You think there's any chance at all? Oscar and Morales are partners in all this? Bacardi asked. Maybe I'm crazy, but how do we know they don't work as a team? Sort of like Henry Lee Lucas and Otis Toole. And to this day, there are plenty of people who think the Son of Sam didn't act alone, either. You just never know. Extremely unlikely, Benton said as Scarpetta put on her coat by the door. Morales is far too narcissistic to work with anyone. He can't work with anyone else, no matter what he's doing. You got that right? Marino said. But what about Oscar's shoe prints and fingerprints we found in Eva Peebles's apartment? Bacardi made a good point. I don't know if we should just ignore them and assume they were doctored or there's a mistake. Guess who collected the shoe prints and fingerprints, Marino said. Fucking Morales. Plus he has a pair of Oscar's sneakers from when he took his clothes the other night. Anybody witness him lifting the prints off the light fixture? Bacardi went on. It's not easy to cheat. I mean, it's one thing if it's a pair of sneakers you took from the suspect. But it's another to take his fingers and leave prints, so to speak. My point is, you gotta have a pretty clever conspiracy to process prints at a crime scene and have them get a hit in the computer system in IAFES. Yeah, well, Morales is a clever guy, Marino said. Bacardi got up and said, I'm gonna go on over to Murray Hill. Who's meeting me? Sit back down. Marino tugged softly on the back of her belt. You ain't taking a damn cab. You're a homicide detective. I'll drop you off and head right back here. I got a battering ram in the trunk you can have. I pinched it last night when they brought me one at the Peebles scene. Special order. Oops, I forgot to give it back. I'm going, Scarpetta said. Everybody be careful, please. Mike Morales is an evil man. Actually, Berger said to Lucy, and I've never told anybody this before. You don't have to tell me anything, Lucy said. I think Morales may have broken in the barrister for Greg, and in typical fashion, Morales goes from being the philanderer to the confidant you can tell your troubles to. The more I think about it, he's very bizarre that way, among other ways, to say the least. You think Greg knew? No, I sure don't. Should I get us more coffee? How do you know Morales was screwing around with the barrister? It's not hard to tell these things when you're in an office with other people. You don't pay much attention, or maybe it appears I don't, but it registers. In retrospect, it becomes clear. Morales has probably done this sort of thing countless times, practically under my nose, or I've heard stories. He seduces someone into cheating on the boyfriend, the husband, and next thing, Morales has a bedside manner, if not caretaking relationship with his victim, helps her patch things up. Or he gets to know the man he fucked over, who doesn't know he's been fucked over, because Morales loves being pals with someone who has no idea he's the devil's sadistic games and more sadistic games. He and Greg used to sit downstairs and drink his expensive liquor and talk, probably about me, at least some of the time, not in a good way. How long ago? Morales got transferred into investigations about a year ago. It was right about that time, toward the end. Not long before Greg moved to London. I'm sure Morales encouraged it. Might even have been his idea for Greg to just end it with me. Maybe so Morales could start something with you. Finish me and start me. He'd get off on that, Berger said. Then Greg is how Morales would have gotten the idea for the Irish whiskey and scotch he wrote about in that phony interview he sent to Terry when he was pretending to be my aunt, Lucy said. And Greg shouldn't have let himself be talked into anything. Fuck that, he made his choice, and Morales won't be finishing or starting anything except he's going to finish himself. You watch. If you check the bottles downstairs, Berger said. My guess he and Greg put a hefty dent in both of them. Morales would want the most expensive thing in the bar. That's him all right. And it was a nasty dig to imply Kay routinely drinks whiskey that costs $500, $600, $700 a bottle and say it was more than Terry's school books. He was painting quite the portrait of her, and if she'd finished her thesis, her so-called book, that would have been extremely unfortunate. I'm sure it's occurred to you he might be Gotham Gotcha. Seems that sort of thing would be right up his alley. The IP of whoever writes those columns is anonymized, and the Internet service provider has an account that traces to an LLC with an address in the Isle of Man, Lucy said, which has one of the strongest offshore trust jurisdictions in the world. The machine access code doesn't match anything I've seen so far, so those columns aren't written on any laptop or any other device we're familiar with, nor is it one used to send any emails we've been looking at. Problem is, jurisdictions like the Isle of Man, Nevis, Belize offer such stringent privacy protection, it's very difficult to penetrate the shield and find out who's behind an LLC. I've got a contact at the IRS pulling some strings for me. Interesting. It's the UK. I would have expected the Caymans, as in about 75% of all hedge funds registered, but I don't think Morales is Gotham Gotcha. The implication, of course, is whoever it is, this person has a lot of money parked offshore, Berger said. Of course she would, Lucy said. Her endorsements alone, her product promotions, she's probably getting staggering kickbacks wired into accounts that are sheltered. My hope is she's a little too clever about bypassing certain tax laws, and that's what will lead us to a physical address. I mean, she rents, she owns, she's paying bills, Or someone is on her behalf and she's likely got a place in this city and was paying an employee in this city, and we know that for a fact. Someone was wiring Eva Peebles money from the UK on behalf of Gotham Gotcha. This agent who used to be ATF and now is IRS. I gave him Marino's name too, and he's tying down more info from Eva Peebles's bank. I want to know who Gotham Gotcha is and where the hell she is, and if she's screwing the IRS. Oh, well, have fun in prison. She, her. After that first column came out, I ran language analysis on maybe 50 archived ones. No, I really don't think it's Morales who writes those columns and has a site like that. Would require too much maintenance, too much work. He's a hit-and-run guy, just like everybody says. He's got a careless streak in him, and that's going to be what nails him in the end. You ran this analysis on the website about the same time you crashed it, Berger said. I didn't crash it. Marilyn Monroe crashed it. A subject for another day. For the record, I don't approve of infecting sites with worms, Berger said. Same words and phrases constantly pop up, and allusions, metaphors, similes. Lucy was talking about the language analysis she ran. How can a computer possibly recognize a simile? Berger asked. An example. Search for the words like and as, then the computer searches for those followed by adjectives, nouns. Like the long, hard leg of a chair, as if he had 3 of them. And here are a few more good ones from Gotham Gotcha's purple prose, gently curved like a firm banana inside Calvin Klein's that seemed melted on him. Then let me see if I remember. Her tiny tits as flat as cookies, her nipples as small as raisins. Berger said, and your computer recognizes a metaphor. How exactly? Discrete bodies of information with nouns and verbs that are inconsistent with each other. My skull hibernated in the wet nest of my hair. Skull and hibernate in the same sentence would be flagged as an inconsistency, as would nest and hair, if you look at them literally. But what you have metaphorically is a line from the Nobel Prize-winning poet Seamus Heaney. I'm sure you knew that wasn't purple prose. So your neural networking software reads poetry when it's not busy tracking assholes on the internet. What it's telling me is the author of Gotham Gotcha is likely female, Lucy said. One who's snide, petty, resentful, and angry. A woman competitive with other women. A woman who so intensely loathes other women she'll mock one who was sexually assaulted. She'll humiliate and degrade the victim all over again, or try. Berger picked up the remote and pressed play. Terry's panicky face in the mirror talking as latex-gloved hands kneaded her breasts. Her eyes were watering. She was in pain. Her voice shook badly as she said, "No, I can't. I'm sorry. Don't be angry with me. I don't want us to do this." Her lips and tongue made sticky sounds. Her mouth was so dry. The killer's voice, "Sure you do, baby. You love being tied up and fucked, don't you? So this time we're going for the jackpot, you know." Gloved hands set a jar of Aqualine on the counter, screwing off the lid, and his fingers dug into it. He smeared it into her vagina while she stood with her back to him, and he took his time, his condom-sheathed, erect penis pushing hard into her upper back. He sexually assaulted her with the lubricant and his fingers. He raped her with fear. Unless he'd penetrated her with his penis off camera, that wasn't what he did. It wasn't what he wanted. The chair scraped across tile as he made her sit. "Look how pretty you are in the mirror," he said, sitting all pretty. "Almost the same height as when you're standing. Who else can I say that about, right, little girl?" "Don't," she said. "Please don't. Oscar's going to be here any minute. Please stop. My hands are numb. Please take it off, please." She was crying, but trying to act as if this was just that, an act. She was trying to act as if he really wasn't doing anything harmful. It was a sex game, and based on references and demeanor, it seemed a certainty they'd had sex before, and domination might have been part of the drama, but nothing like this. Nothing even close. A part of her knew she was about to die, and die horribly, but she was doing her best to will it not to be so. "He gets here at 5, poor little punctual Oscar. It's your fault, you know," Morales's voice said to her face in the mirror. "From now on, baby, it's what you created." Berger turned it off again. She wrote down a few more of her thoughts. It all added up, but they couldn't prove one damn bit of it. They had yet to see Mike Morales's face. Not once. Not in this video recording, or the one he'd made when he'd murdered Bethany in his crappy Baltimore apartment the summer he'd finished medical school at Johns Hopkins in 2003, and not in the recording he made months later when he murdered Roderick and dumped his graceful young boy's body near the Bugatti dealership in Greenwich, where Roderick probably found his way onto Morales's radar because of the vet's office where Morales had worked part-time. It was probably where he'd met Bethany, only a different vet's office, that one in Baltimore. In both those cases, he'd done the same thing he'd done to Terry. He bound the victim's wrists. He was wearing surgical gloves when he penetrated them digitally using the same type of lubricant. Back then, 5 years ago, he was about to start the NYPD Police Academy, and his part-time work was with veterinarians, not dermatologists. But veterinarians use cauterizing applicators and lubricants like Aqualine. Morales's pilfering a partially used jar of lubricant from his workplace was part of his M.O., perhaps going back to his first murder. Berger had no idea how many people he'd killed, but she wondered if the reason he used the lubricant was to confound police with a mixture of different DNA profiles. He would think that was funny, she said to Lucy. He must have been thrilled when one of the profiles actually got a hit in CODIS and turned out to be the paraplegic from Palm Beach. What a big ha-ha that must have been. He won't get away with it, Lucy said. I don't know. The police not only hadn't found Morales yet, but at the moment there was no warrant for his arrest. The overwhelming problem, which would continue to be a problem, was proof. The scientific evidence did not prove Morales had killed anyone, and recovering his DNA at Terry's crime scene and even from her body meant nothing, since he was inside the apartment and had actually touched her when he'd checked her vitals. He was the lead investigator in her case and had touched everything and everyone connected to it, and his face wasn't on the video recordings. And he wasn't on video coming into or leaving Terry's apartment building because he probably had used the roof access night before last, pulling the ladder up after him, then returning it to its closet later. Prior to that, when he'd been with her, probably it was somewhere else, not Terry's apartment. That was too risky. Someone might have remembered seeing him in the area. Morales was too smart to take a chance like that. It was possible, Berger considered, he used the roof then, too. She wouldn't rule it out, and she might never know. Morales was smart as hell. He'd finished Dartmouth, Johns Hopkins. He was a sadistic sexual psychopath, perhaps the most outrageous and dangerous one Berger had ever come across. She thought of the times she'd been alone with him in his car, in Tavern on the Green. And in the Ramble when she'd paid a retrospective visit to that crime scene where the marathon runner had been raped and manually strangled, and now Berger had to wonder about her. Did Morales kill that woman, too? She suspected it, couldn't prove it. A jury wasn't likely to trust any identification based on the sound of his voice, which, like O.J. and the bloody glove, could be altered on demand, so he didn't sound exactly like the murderer in the recordings. That man spoke with a heavy Spanish accent. Morales, when speaking normally, had no discernible accent. A case wasn't going to be one solely based on forensic voice analysis either. Didn't matter how sophisticated the software. It wasn't likely anyone, certainly not a prosecutor as seasoned as Berger was, going to suggest anything as ridiculous as making a comparison of Morales's penis with the penis in the video recordings. A normal penis, uncircumcised. Nothing unusual about it, nothing remarkable one way or another, and wearing a condom over it was reminiscent of someone having a stocking over his face. Were there any identifying features so much as a freckle they were masked? The most the cops could do, or Lucy could do, was prove these violent, seemingly damning videos were in his email account. But where did he get them? Having them didn't prove he'd killed anyone, or even done the filming with a camcorder he must have set up on a tripod. Lucy was the first to say that getting jurors to understand IP addresses, machine access codes, anonymizers, cookies, packet sniffing, and about 100 other terms that were part of her easygoing vernacular was like a throwback to the early days, the late 80s and early 90s, when people like Berger were first trying to explain DNA to judges and jurors, eyes glazed over, nobody trusted it. She'd spent an inordinate amount of time and energy on satisfying the Fry standard whenever she tried to admit DNA evidence into court. In fact, DNA hadn't helped her marriage, not that much could have. But with the proliferation of new scientific techniques had come new pressures and demands, the likes of which no one had ever anticipated or seen. Maybe if forensic science had stayed where it was when she was still at Columbia, living with a woman who eventually broke her heart and scared her straight into Greg's arms, she would have had something left over for her private life, gone on more vacations or even gone on one when she didn't bring a briefcase, gotten to know Greg's children, really gotten to know them. Gotten to know people she worked with like Scarpetta, who'd never received so much as a card from Berger after Rose died, and Berger had known about that. Marino had told her. Maybe Berger would have gotten to know herself. Kay will be here in a second. I've got to get dressed, she said to Lucy. Actually, maybe you should get dressed. Lucy was in a jockey undershirt and briefs. Both of them had been watching what were called snuff films in some markets, and neither of them had on much in the way of clothing. It was still early, not even 10 a.m., but seemed more like late afternoon. Berger felt as if she had jet lag. She was still in the silk pajamas and robe she'd put on after getting out of the shower minutes before Lucy had shown up at her building. In the space of less than 5 hours since Scarpetta, Benton, Marino, Bacardi, and Morales had been in her living room, Berger had learned the grotesque truth and had watched it as if it was happening before her eyes. She'd witnessed the tortured deaths of 3 people who had fallen prey to a man who was supposed to protect them, a doctor who never was, who shouldn't have become a cop, who shouldn't have ever been allowed within a mile of any living creature. So far, only Jake Loudon had been located. He wasn't about to admit he might know Mike Morales, might actually use him to euthanize pets that didn't sell, or God knows what he used him for. Maybe Morales went by the name of Juan Amate when he entered the basements of pet shops and added yet one more layer of misery to the world for a fee. Maybe Berger would get lucky and find a way to coax Loudon into admitting, in exchange for a reduced sentence, that he'd called Morales last night after Eva Peebles was in the wrong place at the wrong time, a pet store basement. Berger really didn't think that Loudon had asked Morales to murder anyone, but Eva Peebles's existence was becoming an inconvenience that gave Morales the excuse to have a little more fun. The intercom buzzed as she finished getting dressed, and Lucy was sitting on the bed because they had been talking nonstop. Berger picked up the house phone as she buttoned her Oxford cloth shirt. "Jamie? It's Kay," Scarpetta's voice said. "I'm at your door." Berger pressed the 0 on the keypad and remotely unlocked it and said, "Come in, I'll be down in a minute," Lucy said. "All right with you if I take a quick shower?" Chapter 33. Marino watched headline news on his PDA as he walked swiftly along Central Park South, leading with his shoulder, weaving through other pedestrians like a football player with the goal in sight. Benton, in his blue pinstriped suit, was sitting at a table across from a correspondent, Jim somebody. Marino couldn't remember because it wasn't one of the more famous ones at this hour in the day. Below Benton's name in bold block letters was Dr. Benton Wesley, Forensic Psychologist, McLean Hospital. Thanks for joining us. And with us is Dr. Benton Wesley, former chief of the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit at Quantico, and you're now actually at Harvard and here at John Jay? Jim, I want to get straight to the point because this is extremely urgent. We're appealing to Dr. Oscar Bain to please contact the FBI. Let me just back up and tell our viewers this is in reference to cases that you can't miss, no matter where you look. The 2 absolutely appalling homicides committed in New York over the past couple of nights. What can you tell us about those? Just ahead was Columbus Circle and the Time Warner skyscrapers, where Benton was in the studio this very second. This was a bad idea. Marino understood why Benton didn't think there was a choice, and why he didn't want to ask Berger first. He didn't want her held accountable, and Benton didn't answer to her. He didn't answer to anyone. Marino understood, but now that Benton was making his appearance on international TV, something didn't sit well about it. "What we're asking is if he's listening to please call the FBI," Benton's voice on live TV through Marino's earpiece. "We have reasons to be very concerned about Dr. Bain's safety, and he is not, and I repeat is not to contact local police or deal with any other authorities. He's to call the FBI and he will be escorted to safety. One of the things Scarpetta always said is never push somebody until that person has nothing to lose or nowhere to go. Benton always said it too. So did Marino. Then why were they doing this? First, Berger had called Morales, and Marino had thought that was a terrible idea. She'd basically given him a heads up, maybe gloating a little as she stuck it to him. The brilliant Morales busted caught. Berger was one hell of a prosecutor. She was tough, all right, but she shouldn't have done that, and Marino still wasn't sure why she had. He had a funny feeling it was personal, at least in part. Scarpetta didn't do anything like that, and she'd had her chance. When they were in Berger's living room from midnight on, Scarpetta could have said a lot of things to taunt Morales, whom she didn't like or trust any more than Marino did, even though they didn't yet know his hobby was starring in his own damn snuff films. But Scarpetta had been completely professional, her usual self with Morales sitting right there. If she'd thought he was a murderer but didn't have a shred of proof, she would have kept her thoughts to herself. That's who she was. I have to say, Dr. Wesley, this is probably the most unusual plea I've ever heard. I mean, maybe plea isn't the right word, but why? Marino glanced down at the tiny figures bantering on his PDA. Berger's building was maybe 2 more blocks away. She wasn't safe. You push someone like Morales too far and rub his face in it, then what? Then he's going to do something. Who's he going to do it to first? The same lady he's been trying to conquer ever since he became an investigator. The same lady he lies about, giving everybody the bullshit impression he has sex with the sex crimes DA. Not true, not even close. Morales wasn't her type. Marino had had a feeling he'd figured out who Berger's type was, some rich guy like Greg. But as he'd watched Berger and Lucy together while everyone was in Berger's living room, then watched Lucy follow her into the kitchen and suddenly leave the apartment, he changed his mind and had no doubt whatsoever. Berger's weakness, her passion, wasn't men. Emotionally, physically, she was hardwired a different way. Oscar has every reason in the world not to trust anybody right now, Benton was saying. We have reason to believe certain fears he's voiced to authorities about his own safety have merit. We're taking them very, very seriously. But hold on. There are warrants out for his arrest, for murder. Excuse me, but it sounds like you're protecting the bad guy here. Oscar, if you're listening to me, Benton faced the camera, you need to call the FBI whatever field office is local, wherever you might be. You'll be escorted to safety. Seems like everybody else ought to be worried about their safety. Don't you think, Dr. Wesley, he's the one police suspect killed those? I'm not going to discuss the case with you, Jim. Thank you for your time. Benton unclipped his mic and got up from the table. Well, this has been an unusual moment in the New York crime investigation. 2 murders have rocked this new year, and the legendary, I guess I can use the word legendary profiler, Benton Wesley is appealing to the man everybody thinks did it? Shit, Marino said. No way Oscar was going to call the FBI, God, or anyone else after hearing that. Marino logged out and closed his browser as he walked fast. He was sweating under his old leather Harley jacket, and the cold air was making his eyes water. The sun was trying to escape heavy, dark clouds. His cell phone rang. Yeah, he answered, dodging people as if they had leprosy, not looking at any of them. I'm going to talk to a couple agents in the field office here about what we're doing, Benton said. I guess it went okay, Marino said. Benton hadn't asked for a critique, and he didn't respond to it. I'll make a few calls here at the studio, then head over to Berger's, Benton said, and he sounded down in the dumps. It went good, I think, Marino said. Oscar will hear it, no doubt about it. He's got to be in a motel or something, and that's all he's got is TV. They'll keep playing the segment all day and night, that's for sure. Marino looked up at the 52-story glass and metal building fixing on the penthouse facing the park. The grand entrance had Trump in huge gold letters, but then so did everything expensive around here. If Oscar doesn't ever see it on TV, Marino seemed to be talking to himself now. Benton had gotten so quiet. Then I don't want to think about why that might be. Unless he's done surgery on himself. His every move is tracked by GPS. You know who's GPS, right? So you did a good thing. The only thing you could do, he continued until he realized the call had been lost. Marino had no idea he'd been talking to no one. The gun barrel jammed against the base of Scarpetta's skull didn't evoke the fear she would have imagined. She really couldn't comprehend it. There seemed to be no synapse between her actions and consequence, cause and effect, if and then, now and later. All she was vividly aware of was a dismay of biblical proportions that it was her fault Morales was inside Jaime Berger's penthouse, and that at the end of Scarpetta's life she had managed to commit the only sin that was unforgivable. She was to blame for tragedy and pain. Her weakness and naivete had done unto others what she had always warred against. Everything was her fault after all, her family's poverty and the loss of her father, her mother's unhappiness, her sister Dorothy's borderline personality and extreme dysfunction, and every harm that had ever befallen Lucy. He wasn't there when I rang the bell. She said it again, and Morales laughed at her. I wouldn't have let him in. Berger's eyes were unblinking and fastened to Morales as she stood motionless at the foot of her spiral staircase, her cell phone in hand. Above her was a gallery displaying magnificent works of art in her magnificent penthouse, the New York skyline all around them beyond a curved wall of spotless glass. Ahead was the sunken living room with furniture in fine woods and earth-tone upholsteries where all of them had sat not that long ago, allies, friends, together in a campaign against the enemy, who now was revealed and was here again. Mike Morales. Scarpetta felt the barrel of the revolver leave her skull. She didn't turn around. She kept her eyes on Berger, hoping she understood that when she'd gotten off the elevator and rung the bell and announced herself, she was alone. Then, suddenly, a force out of hell grabbed her arm and escorted her through Berger's door. The only reason she might have been the slightest bit forewarned was a comment one of the concierges had made when Scarpetta had entered the building a few minutes ago. The lovely young woman in her lovely suit had smiled at her and said, "The others are waiting for you, Dr. Scarpetta." What others? Scarpetta should have asked. Dear God, why hadn't she? All Morales had to do was show his badge, but even that hadn't been necessary, most likely. He'd been here hours earlier. He was charming, persuasive, didn't like to be told no. Morales's eyes looked around, his pupils dilated, and his latex-gloved hands dropped a small gym bag to the floor. He unzipped it. Inside were the retracted legs of a tripod and colorless nylon ties, and other items Scarpetta couldn't discern, but it was the ties that caused her heart to pump harder. She knew what those ties could do, and she was afraid of them. Just let Jaime go and do what you want to me, she said. Oh, shut up, as if he found her tedious. In one snap, he lashed Berger's wrists behind her first and led her to the couch and pushed her down hard, making her sit. Behave, he said to Scarpetta, and he lashed her wrists next very tightly. Instantly, her fingers contracted and the pain was terrific, as if something metal was clamped around her wrists, compressing blood vessels and biting into bone. He pushed her down on the couch next to Berger as a cell phone started ringing upstairs. His eyes slowly moved from the cell phone he had removed from Berger's grip to the gallery upstairs and the rooms beyond it. The cell phone rang, then stopped, and water was running somewhere and it stopped. And Scarpetta thought about Lucy the same time Morales did. You can stop this now, Mike. You don't need to do this, Berger started to say. Scarpetta was on her feet and Morales shoved her hard and she fell back onto the couch. He bounded up the spiral stairs, his feet scarcely seeming to touch them. Lucy toweled off her very short hair and breathed in a lungful of steam inside one of the nicest showers she'd been in for a while. Greg's glass enclosed, with rainforest shower heads, body jets, steam bath, surround sound music, a heated seat if you wanted to just sit and listen to music. Berger had Annie Lennox in the CD player. Maybe it was a coincidence, since Lucy had played it last night in the loft. Greg and his whiskeys, and his fine things, and his barrister, and Lucy was baffled by a man who truly knew how to live, but had chosen someone he could never do it with, all because of a slight genetic murmur. Sort of like being one digit off in math. By the time you finished the long, complicated equation, you were light years from the answer, and you failed. Berger was the right person, but the wrong answer. Lucy felt a little sorry for him, but not for herself. For herself, she felt a happiness that was indescribable, unlike anything she'd ever known before, and it seemed all she did was relive and relive. It was like listening to the same intoxicating piece of music again and again as she'd just done in the rain shower, every touch, every look, every accidental intention that resulted in a grazing of bodies that was so erotic and at the same time so moving because it really meant something. It wasn't cheap, it wasn't guilt-ridden or headed into shame. It felt perfectly right, and she simply didn't believe it could be happening to her. This was a dream she'd never known enough to have, because no part of her had ever feared or wanted it any more than she had nightmares about extraterrestrials or fantastic dreams about flying machines and race cars. Those didn't exist or were real and within reach. Jaime Berger wasn't an impossibility or a possibility that had ever crossed Lucy's mind, although certainly during early encounters she'd felt a giddiness and nervousness on the rare occasions she'd been around her, as if she were being offered an opportunity to toy with a very large, undomesticated cat, like a cheetah or a tiger, that she would never be in the same room with, much less pet. Lucy stood up inside the steam-filled shower, unable to see through the clouded glass, contemplating how best to have an open conversation with her aunt, to explain, to just talk. She pushed open the door at the same time a shape moved in front of it, and steam dissolved around Mike Morales' face. He smiled at her, a pistol pointed inches from her head. "Die, bitch," he said. The door yielded to one blow of the battering ram and slammed against the wall. Bacardi and a uniformed officer whose name she thought was Ben walked into the soft music of Coldplay as they entered apartment 2D and were confronted by Dr. K. Scarpetta. "What the hell?" Bacardi said. Scarpetta was all over the walls, posters, some of them from ceiling to floor, not poses but newsy photos of her on the set of CNN, or walking through Ground Zero, or in the morgue, preoccupied and unaware that someone was taking what Bacardi called a thinking action shot. Didn't mean the person was doing something powerful, but he or she was doing it mentally. "It's like a freaking shrine," said Ben, or whatever his name was. The apartment at the back of the building, one floor above Terry Bridges's, was unfurnished except for a simple maple desk facing a wall and tucked under it a small office chair. On the desk was a laptop, one of those new power books or air books or whatever they were called, expensive and weighing almost nothing. Bacardi had heard stories about people accidentally throwing them away with a stack of newspapers and could see how that might happen. The laptop was plugged into a charger and Clocks was playing on iTunes, the volume turned low, playing over and over again, God knows for how long, because someone had selected repeat on the menu. Also on the desk were 4 bud vases, cheap cut glass, and in each one a withered rose. She went to the desk and pulled down one of the rose petals. "Yellow," she said. Officer Ben, as she now thought of him, was too busy looking around at the shrine to Scarpetta to care about a few dead roses, or to understand that from the female perspective, yellow mattered. Bacardi's need of reassurance wanted red when it came to roses, but her instinct knew better. A man who gave you yellow roses was one you'd never have, and that's the one you wanted and should move heaven and earth to get. She glanced at Officer Ben, for an instant fearing she just might have said that out loud. "Well, guess what?" she said, her voice bouncing off old plaster walls as she walked on bare hardwood floors, going from room to room. I don't know what we're supposed to do, because it looks like the only thing in here's a computer and toilet paper. When she walked back in, Officer Ben was still looking around at photographs of Scarpetta that were as big as Times Square in proportion to their location. He shone his flashlight on them as if that might tell him something. "While you gawk," Bacardi said, "I'm going to call Pete Investigator Marino to you and find out just what the hell we're supposed to do with Gotham Gotcha. You got any idea how to arrest a website, Ben?" "Ban," he corrected her. "For Bannerman," he said. His light trailed over the huge posters like a comet on its last legs. "If I were Dr. Scarpetta," he said, "I might hire a couple bodyguards." Chapter 34. The house phone rang and Berger told Morales it was the intercom. "It's probably security," she said from the couch, and she was pale and in pain. Her hands were cherry red behind her back. Scarpetta couldn't feel her own hands at all now. They could be rocks. They probably heard the gunshot. If a voice could be gray, Berger's was gray. When Morales had bounded up the stairs after the cell phone sounded up there, the ring tone a familiar one, Scarpetta had asked the question that would change eternity for her. She'd said to Berger, "Is Lucy up there?" Berger's answer was her wide eyes, and then they heard the gunshot. It had sounded like a metal door slamming shut, almost like the steel barrier doors at Bellevue, and silence. And now Morales was back, and at this point Scarpetta no longer cared about anything in this world except Lucy. "Please get an ambulance," she said to him. "Let me tell you what's up, Doc." He waved the pistol and was becoming more bizarre. "What's up is your little superhero niece has a fucking bullet in her fucking head. You imagine the IQ I'm killing off this morning? Whew." He picked up the unzipped gym bag and walked around the couch to the front of it. Displayed on the PDA, clipped to his low-riding jeans, was a GPS track log, a heavy pink line snaking through a map of some place. He dropped the gym bag on the coffee table and squatted next to it. His latex-gloved hands reached inside the bag, and he pulled out a small pair of Brooks running shoes and a plastic baggie containing the polyvinyl impressions Scarpetta had made of Oscar's fingertips. The baggie was greasy, as if Morales had oiled or lubricated the polyvinyl impressions. He balanced the revolver on his thigh. He removed the impressions from the baggie and slipped them over the fingers of his left hand, and that was the first time Scarpetta realized he was left-handed. He held the gun with his other hand and stood up and splayed his left hand with its freakish, irregular white rubbery fingertips, and he grinned, his pupils so dilated it was as if he had black holes for eyes. "I won't be around to reverse the reverse of them," he said. "These are reversed," slowly moving his rubbery fingertips and enjoying himself. "Right, Dr. Sherlock? You know what I'm talking about. How many people would think of it?" He meant that since the prints were from an impression, they would be reversed when they were transferred to a surface. Morales must have remedied that when he'd photographed the prints he'd planted on the light fixture in the tub at Eva Peebles's apartment. Whoever photographed and lifted the prints in Berger's apartment would discover a reverse sequence arrangement, a mirror image of what was expected, and wonder how that could have happened. A fingerprints examiner would have to make adjustments, display different perspectives to make an accurate geometric analysis for a comparison of these planted prints with Oscar's prints in IAFIS. "You answer when I talk to you, bitch." Morales got up and loomed so close Scarpetta smelled his sweat. He sat down next to Berger and stuck his tongue between her lips and slowly rubbed the gun between her legs. "Nobody would think of it," he said to Scarpetta as he fondled Berger with the barrel of the revolver and she didn't move. "Nobody would," Scarpetta said. He got up and started pressing various silicone fingertips on the glass coffee table. He went to the bar, flicked open a glass door, and plucked out the Irish whiskey. He picked out a colorful tumbler that looked like hand-blown Venetian glass, and he poured whiskey into it. He left Oscar's prints all over the bottle and the tumbler as he drank in gulps. The apartment phone rang again. Again Morales ignored it. "They have a key," Berger said. "They hear something in this building and you don't answer. They'll finally come in. Let me answer it and tell them we're fine. Nobody else needs to be hurt." Morales drank some more. He swished whiskey in his mouth and waved his gun at Berger. "Tell him to go away," he said. "You try anything? Everybody's dead right now. I can't pick it up." Morales exhaled an exasperated breath as he came close and picked up the cordless phone and held it against her mouth and ear. Scarpetta noticed tiny specks of red on his light-skinned face, like his freckles, but not his freckles, and something moved inside her like plates of the earth sliding before a huge quake. The pink line on the map on the PDA snaked, moving. "Someone or something moving fast. Oscar, please call an ambulance," she said. Morales mouthed sorry and shrugged. "Hello," Berger said into the phone he held. "Really? You know what? Probably the TV? A Rambo movie or something he's got on. Thanks for your concern." Morales removed the phone from her drained face. "Hit 0, she said with no inflection, to disconnect the intercom. He hit 0 and dropped the cordless phone into its charger. Marino touched the door with his index finger and pushed it open an inch as he slid his Glock out of a pocket in his leather jacket, and the alarm system chime sounded its warning tone that a door or window had been breached. Marino swung himself around inside Berger's penthouse, the pistol in both hands. He crept forward, and through an archway he saw the sunken living room that reminded him of a spaceship. Berger and Scarpetta were on the couch, their arms behind their backs, and he knew by the looks on their faces that it was too late. An arm snaked up from behind the wraparound couch and poked a gun in the back of Scarpetta's head. "Drop it, asshole," Morales said as he stood up. Marino was pointing his Glock at Morales, who had a gun buried in the back of Scarpetta's blonde hair, his finger on the trigger. "You hear me, Gorilla Man? Drop the fucking gun or you're going to see genius brains all over this penthouse apartment. Don't do it, Morales. Everybody knows it's you. You can quit." Marino's mouth said while his thoughts streaked through possibilities that kept pinning him against the same wall, a wall he couldn't get away from no matter what. He was trapped. He could pull the trigger and Morales would pull the trigger. Maybe Morales would be dead, leaving Berger and Marino, but Scarpetta would be dead. "You got a little problem with proof, Gorilla Man. Anybody ever call you that?" Morales said. "I like that, Gorilla Man." Marino couldn't tell if he was drunk or high, but he was on something, because he sniggered, "You're the proverbial knuckle dragger now, aren't you? Vanilla gorilla, how you like that?" Marino, "Don't drop your gun," Scarpetta said with amazing steadiness, but her face looked dead. "He can't shoot everyone at once. Don't drop your gun. You know, she's such a hero, ain't she?" Morales jammed the barrel hard against her skull, and she winced silently. One brave lady having all these stiffs for patients who can't thank her or complain. He bent over and touched her ear with his tongue. "Poor thing, couldn't work with living people. That's what they say about doctors like you. That, and you gotta have the air conditioning on 50 or you can't sleep. Put the fucking gun down," he yelled at Marino. Their eyes locked. "Okay," Morales shrugged. He said to Scarpetta, "Sleepy time, and you get to see your precious little Lucy again. Did you tell Marino I blew her brains out upstairs? Say hello to everyone in heaven for me?" Marino knew he meant it. He knew people meant it when they really didn't care, and Morales didn't care. Scarpetta was nothing to him. Nobody was anything to him. He was going to do it. Marino said, "Don't shoot. I'm going to put my gun down. Don't shoot." "No." Scarpetta raised her voice. "No." Berger said nothing, because there was nothing she could say that would make a difference. It was better for her to say nothing, and she knew it. Marino didn't want to put his gun down. Morales had killed Lucy. He would kill every one of them. Lucy was dead. She must be upstairs. If Marino kept his gun, Morales couldn't kill all of them. But he'd kill Scarpetta. Marino couldn't let him do that. Lucy was dead. All of them would be dead. A tiny red laser dot landed on Morales's right temple. The little dot flickered and was shaking badly, then slowed and moved just a little, like a ruby-red firefly. "I'm putting my gun down on the floor," Marino said, squatting. He didn't look up or back. He didn't let on he saw anything as he set his Glock on the oriental rug, his eyes never leaving Morales's. "Now stand up real slow," Morales said. He raised the pistol away from Scarpetta's head and pointed it at Marino as the red firefly crawled around his ear. "And say, Mommy," Morales said as the laser dot went perfectly still on his right temple. The gunshot was a loud spit from the gallery, and Morales dropped. Marino had never actually seen that for real. Someone dropping like a puppet with its strings cut, and he bolted around the couch and grabbed the gun off the floor as blood poured out of the side of Morales's head, spreading across the black marble floor. Marino grabbed the phone and called 911 as he ran into the kitchen for a knife and changed his mind and grabbed a pair of poultry shears out of the cutlery block and snapped through the ties around Scarpetta's and Berger's wrists. Scarpetta ran upstairs and couldn't feel her own hand on the railing. Lucy was just inside a doorway that led from the gallery into the master bedroom, blood everywhere, great smears of it from where she'd crawled across the bathroom floor, then across hardwood to where she'd shot Morales with the Glock 40 caliber pistol next to her. She was sitting up, leaning against the wall and shivering, a towel in her lap. She was so bloody. Scarpetta couldn't tell exactly where'd she been hit, but it was her head, possibly the back of her head. Her hair was soaked with blood, and blood was running down her neck and her naked back, pooling behind and around her. Scarpetta struggled out of her winter coat, then her blazer, and got on the floor next to her, and her hands felt dead as she touched the back of Lucy's head. She pressed her blazer against Lucy's scalp, and Lucy complained loudly. "It's going to be all right, Lucy," Scarpetta said. "What happened? Can you show me where you've been shot?" "Right there. Ow, Jesus Christ, right there. Fuck, I'm okay. I'm so cold." Scarpetta ran her hand down Lucy's slippery neck and back, couldn't feel anything, and her hands were beginning to burn and tingle, but her fingers didn't seem to belong to her. Berger appeared at the top of the stairs. "Get towels," Scarpetta said to her. "Lots of them." Berger could see Lucy was alert. She was all right. Berger hurried toward the bathroom. Scarpetta said to Lucy, "Is any spot tender back here? Tell me where you feel pain." "Nothing back there." "You sure?" Scarpetta did the best she could, gently palpating with a hand that wasn't working right. "Making sure you've got nothing going on with your spine. It's not back there. It feels as if my left ear's gone. I can hardly hear anything." She scooted behind Lucy so that she was sitting behind her, her legs stretched out on either side of her, her back against the wall, and she carefully felt the back of Lucy's heavily bleeding scalp. "My hand's pretty numb," Scarpetta said. "Guide my fingers, Lucy. Show me where it hurts." Lucy reached back and took her hand and guided it to a spot. "Right there." "God damn, that hurts. I think it might be under the skin." "Shit, that hurts. God, don't press on it. That hurts." Scarpetta didn't have her reading glasses on and couldn't see anything but a blur of bloody hair. She pressed her bare hand against the back of Lucy's head and Lucy yelled. "We have to stop the bleeding," Scarpetta said very calmly, kindly, almost as if she was talking to a child. "The bullet must be right under the scalp, and that's why it's hurting when we apply pressure. You're going to be all right. You're going to be just fine. The ambulance will be here any minute." There were furrows around Berger's wrists, and her hands were bright red and were very stiff and awkward as she opened several large white bath sheets and tucked them around Lucy's neck and under her legs. Lucy was naked and wet and must have just stepped out of the shower when Morales shot her. Berger got down on the floor next to them, and blood got all over her hands and her blouse as she touched Lucy and told her repeatedly that she would be fine. Everything was going to be fine. "He's dead." Berger told Lucy he was about to shoot Marino, to shoot all of us. The nerves in Scarpetta's hands were waking up and angry, a million pins sticking, and she vaguely perceived a small, hard lump at the back of Lucy's skull, several inches to the left of the midline of it. "Right here," she said to Lucy. "Help me if you can." Lucy lifted her hand and helped her find the perforation, and Scarpetta worked the bullet out, and Lucy complained loudly. It was medium to large caliber, semi-jacketed, and deformed, and she handed it to Berger and pressed a towel firmly against the wound to stop the bleeding. Scarpetta's sweater was soaked with blood, the floor around her slippery with it. She didn't think the bullet had penetrated the skull. She suspected it had struck at an angle and expended most of its kinetic energy within a relatively small space, within milliseconds. There are so many blood vessels close to the surface of the scalp. It bleeds alarmingly, always looks worse than it is. Scarpetta pressed the towel very firmly against the wound, her right hand on Lucy's forehead, holding her. Lucy leaned heavily against her and shut her eyes. Scarpetta felt the side of her neck and checked her pulse, and it was rapid but not alarmingly so, and she was breathing fine. She wasn't restless and didn't seem confused. There were no signs she was going into shock. Scarpetta held her forehead again, pressing hard against the wound to stop the bleeding. "Lucy, I need you to open your eyes and stay awake. You listening? Can you tell us what happened?" Scarpetta said. He ran upstairs and we heard a gunshot. "Do you remember what happened?" "You saved everybody's life," Berger said. "You're gonna be fine. All of us are fine." She was stroking Lucy's arm. "I don't know," Lucy said. "I remember being in the shower. Then I was on the floor and my head felt as if someone hit me with an anvil. Like I got hit with a car in the back of my head. For a minute I was blind. I thought I was permanently blind, and suddenly I saw light and images. I heard him downstairs and I couldn't walk. I was dizzy, so I crawled over to the chair, kind of slid myself over the wood to where my coat was and got the gun out of it, and I started to see again. The bloody Glock was on the bloody floor near the railing of the gallery, and Scarpetta remembered it was one Marino had given to Lucy for Christmas. It was Lucy's favorite gun. She'd said it was the nicest thing he'd ever given to her, a pocket-size .40 caliber pistol with a laser sight and boxes of high-velocity hollow points to go with it. He knew what she liked. He was the one who'd taught her to shoot when she was a child, when the two of them would disappear in his pickup truck, and later Lucy's mother, Scarpetta's sister, Dorothy, would call and curse, usually after several drinks, and scream at Scarpetta for ruining Lucy, threatening to never let Lucy see her again. Dorothy probably never would have allowed Lucy to visit were it not for the minor problem that she didn't want a child, because Dorothy was a child who would always want a daddy to take care of her, to dote on her, to adore her the way their father had doted and depended on Scarpetta. She pushed Lucy's forehead with one hand and held the cloth against the back of her head with the other, and her hands felt hot and swollen now, her pulse pounding in them. The bleeding had slowed considerably, but she resisted looking. She continued the pressure. "Looks like a .38, Lucy said, shutting her eyes again. She must have noticed the bullet when Scarpetta had handed it to Berger. "I want you to keep your eyes open and stay awake," Scarpetta said. "You're fine, but let's just stay awake. I think I hear something. I think the rescue squad's here. We're going to the ER and we'll do all those fun tests you like so much. X-rays, MRI. Tell me how you're feeling." "I hurt like shit. I'm okay. Did you see his gun? I'm wondering what it was." "I don't remember seeing it. I don't remember him." Scarpetta heard the door open downstairs and the clatter and confusion of tense voices as the squad came in, and Marino hurried them up the stairs, all of them talking loudly. He stepped out of the way, looking at Lucy in her bloody bath sheets, then at the Glock on the floor, and he leaned over and picked it up. He did the one thing you never do at a crime scene. He held it in his bare hands and walked off with it, disappeared into the bathroom with it. Two paramedics were talking to Lucy and asking her questions, and she was answering as they buckled her into the stretcher, and Scarpetta was so busy with that she didn't notice Marino had somehow ended up back downstairs and was there with 3 uniformed officers. Other EMTs were lifting Morales's body onto yet another stretcher, nobody bothering with CPR because he had been dead for a while. Marino was dropping the magazine out of the Glock, Lucy's Glock it seemed, and clearing the chamber while an officer held a paper bag open. Marino was telling them about Berger remotely unlocking the apartment door and letting him in without Morales knowing. Marino was making up a story about him creeping as close as he could, then deliberately making a sound so Morales would look up. giving me just enough chance to get off a round before he shot someone, Marino lied to the cops. He was behind the dock with his revolver pointed at her. Berger was with them, and she said we were right here on the couch. A hammerless .38, Marino said. He was pointing all this out, taking the blame, not the credit, for killing someone, and Berger was going along with it flawlessly. It seemed her new role in life was keeping Lucy out of trouble. Legally, Lucy absolutely couldn't have a handgun in New York City, not even inside a residence, not even for self-defense. Legally, the handgun still belonged to Marino because he'd never gotten around to the paperwork, to transferring his gift over to Lucy's ownership, because so much had gone on after that Christmas a year ago in Charleston. Nobody had been happy with one another, and then Rose wasn't herself and no one knew why for a while, and Scarpetta wasn't capable of fixing their world as it seemed to fly apart like an old golf ball that's lost its skin. It had been the beginning of what she'd decided. Not all that long ago was the end of them. Her bloody hand held Lucy's bloody hand as the paramedics clattered the stretcher toward the elevator, one of them talking on the radio to the ambulance in front of the building. The doors opened and Benton was stepping out in his pinstripe suit, looking just like he did on CNN when she'd watched him on her BlackBerry as she'd walked to Berger's apartment. He took Lucy's other hand and looked into Scarpetta's eyes, and the sadness and relief on his face was as deep as anything could possibly be. Chapter 35. January 13. Scarpetta's well-known name was not what got her a table at Elaine's, where it wasn't possible for anyone to be important enough to earn indulgences or sovereign immunity if the legendary restaurateur didn't like the person. When Elaine took up residence every night at one of her tables, an expectation drifted up like cigarette smoke from an earlier day when art was adored, criticized, redefined, anything but ignored, and anybody in any condition might walk through the door. Contained within these walls were echoes of a past that Scarpetta mourned but didn't miss, having first set foot in here decades earlier on a weekend getaway with a man she'd fallen in love with at Georgetown Law. He was gone, and she had Benton, and the decor at Elaine's hadn't changed black, except for the red tile floor, and there were hooks for hanging coats and payphones that, as far as Scarpetta knew, weren't used anymore. Shelves displayed autographed books that patrons knew not to touch, and photographs of the literati and film stars filled every spare inch of wall all the way to the ceiling. Scarpetta and Benton paused at Elaine's table to say hello, a kiss on each cheek, and I haven't seen you in a while. Where have you been? Scarpetta learned she had just missed a former Secretary of State, and last week it was a former Giants quarterback she didn't like. And tonight, a talk show host she liked even less. Elaine said she had other guests coming, but that wasn't news, because the Grande Dame knew everybody expected in her salon on any given night. Scarpetta's favorite waiter, Louis, found just the right table, he said to her as he pulled out her chair. I shouldn't bring it up, but I've heard everything that's gone on, shaking his head. I shouldn't say it to you, of all people, Gambino, Bonanno. It was better back then, you know. They did what they did, but they had their reasons, know what I mean? They didn't go around whacking people for the hell of it, especially doing some poor lady like that, a dwarf, and that elderly widow. Then the other woman and the kid. What chance did they have? They didn't, Benton said. Me, I believe in cement shoes. There's special situations you don't mind me asking how's the little, the other dwarf doing? I feel like I shouldn't use that word because a lot of people say it in the pejorative. Oscar had contacted the FBI and was fine. A GPS microchip had been removed from his left buttock, and he was taking a rest, as Benton put it, at the private and posh psychiatric unit at McLean called the Pavilion. He was getting therapy and, most of all, was being given the gift of feeling safe until he could sort himself out. Scarpetta and Benton would head back to Belmont in the morning. He's doing okay, Benton said. I'll tell him you asked. Louis said, what can I bring you, drinks? Calamari? Kay, Benton said. Scotch. Your best single malt. Make that too? Louis said with a wink. For you? My special stash. A couple new ones for you to try. Anybody driving? Strong, Scarpetta said, and Louis headed to the bar. Behind her, at a table by a window overlooking 2nd Avenue, a big man wearing a white Stetson sat alone, working on what looked like straight vodka or gin with a twist. Now. And then he craned his neck to check the score of a basketball game playing silently on the TV above his head, and Scarpetta got a glimpse of his big jaw and thick lips and long white sideburns. Then he stared at nothing, slowly turning his glass in small circles on the white tablecloth. Something about him was familiar, and she envisioned footage she'd seen on TV and was seized by the shock that she was looking at Jake Loudon. But it wasn't possible. He was in custody. This man was small, rather thin. She realized he was an actor, one who wasn't busy anymore. Benton studied the menu, his face obscured by a plastic laminated menu with Elaine on the cover. Scarpetta said to him, "You look like the Pink Panther on a stakeout." He closed the menu and placed it on the table and said, "Anything in particular you want to say to everyone, since you've orchestrated this little gathering for reasons beyond being sociable?" Just thought I'd mention it before they show up. Nothing in particular," Scarpetta said. "Just wanted to air out. I feel everyone should air out before we go home. I wish we weren't going. It doesn't seem like we should be there, and everyone else is here. Lucy will be absolutely fine." Tears touched Scarpetta's eyes. She couldn't get over it. A sense of dread held her heart like unwelcome hands, and she was conscious of her near loss even in her sleep. "She's not meant to go anywhere." Benton pulled his chair closer and took her hand. "If she were, she would have checked out a hell of a long time ago." Scarpetta held her napkin to her eyes, then stared up at the silent TV as if she cared about whoever was playing basketball. She cleared her throat and said, "But it's almost impossible." "It's not those revolvers. The ones I'm always telling you are such a terrible idea because they're so lightweight." "Well, you see why. Only in this case the luck was in our favor. The recoil is unbelievable, like having your hand kicked by a horse." I think he jerked when he pulled the trigger, and probably Lucy moved, and small caliber, low velocity, plus she's meant to be with us. She's not meant to go anywhere. All of us are fine. We're more than fine," Benton said, pressing his lips against her hand, then kissing her on the mouth tenderly. He didn't used to be so openly affectionate in public. He didn't seem to care anymore. If Gotham Gotcha still existed, they would probably be an item in it tomorrow. Scarpetta's entire dinner party would be. She had never visited the apartment where the anonymous author wrote her cruel and vindictive columns, and now that she was sure who it was, she felt pity for her. She completely understood why Terry Bridges turned on her. Terry was receiving heartless and belittling emails from her hero, or thought she was, and when she'd had enough, she gave her alter ego the assignment to eviscerate Scarpetta publicly. Terry had pulled her own trigger, firing several rounds at a woman whose perceived mistreatments were the last straw in a lifetime of mistreatment. Lucy had determined that Terry had written the 2 New Year's Day columns on December 30th, and they had been in a queue and had been automatically sent to Eva Peebles after Terry was already dead. Lucy also discovered that on the afternoon of December 31st, just hours before Terry was murdered, she deleted all her emails from Scarpetta 612, not because she sensed she was about to die for sure, in Benton's opinion, but because she had just committed her own crime, anonymously, against a medical examiner whom she would finally meet in the morgue. Benton believed Terry had a conscience, a sizable one, and that's why she deleted the 100-some emails she'd thought were between Scarpetta and her. Terry's anxiety had dictated she should eradicate any evidence that there might be a connection between Gotham Gotcha and Terry Bridges. By deleting the correspondence, she'd also expunged her fallen hero from her life. That was Benton's theory. Scarpetta didn't have a theory except that there would always be theories. "I wrote Oscar a letter," she said as she opened her handbag and pulled out an envelope. "I'm thinking everyone should read it, that I'll show it to them. But I want to read it to you first. Not an email, but a real letter on real paper. My personal stationery, which I haven't used since God knows when. I didn't write it in longhand, though. My penmanship gets only worse with time since there will never be a court case. Amy said it's perfectly fine to tell Oscar whatever I want, and I have. I've done my best to explain to him that Terry was dealt hardships by her family, and it was this early programming that compelled her to control everything within her reach. She was angry because she'd been hurt, and hurt people often hurt back, but beneath it all she was a good person. I'm giving you a bit of a summary because it's long. She slipped 4 folded pages of heavy, creamy paper out of the envelope and carefully smoothed them open. She skimmed until she found the part she wanted Benton to hear. She quietly read to him. In the secret room upstairs where she wrote her columns were the yellow roses you gave her. She saved every one of them, and I'm betting she never told you. No one would do something like that if the feelings weren't profoundly important. Oscar, I want you to remember that, and if you forget, reread this letter. That's why I wrote it, something for you to keep. I also took the liberty to write her family and express my condolences and tell them what I could because they have many, many questions. Dr. Lester, I fear, hasn't been as helpful as they'd like, so I've filled in the blanks, most of those conversations over the phone, with a few exchanges by email. I've talked about you, and maybe by now you've heard from them. If you haven't, I feel sure you will. They said they wanted me to tell you what Terry did in her will, and they intend to write you about it. Maybe they have. I won't divulge the fine points of her wishes, because it isn't my place to do that. But in keeping with her family's request to me, I'll pass along this much. She left a considerable sum to the little people of America to start a foundation that offers assistance in medical care for those who want and need procedures, such as corrective surgeries that medical insurance won't cover. As you know, much of what can and should be done is unfairly deemed elective, orthodontic care, for example, and in some instances, bone lengthening. Suffice it to say, Terry had a very kind heart. Scarpetta had read as much as she could, because the wave of sadness was rolling over her again. She folded the pages and tucked them back into their envelope. Louis appeared with their drinks and just as unobtrusively was gone, and she took a sip, and it warmed her on its way down, and its vapors lifted her brain as if it had retreated into a cloistered place and needed courage. If you think it won't interfere with your patient's treatment, she handed Benton the envelope, would you see that he gets this? It will mean more to him than you imagine, Benton said, sliding it into the inside pocket of his jacket, a buttery black leather jacket. It was new, as was the belt with its Winston eagle-head buckle and the handmade boots he had on. Lucy's way of celebrating when she, quote, dodged another bullet was to buy people gifts, not inexpensive ones. She'd gotten Scarpetta another watch she really didn't need, a titanium Breguet with a carbon fiber face to go with the black Ferrari F430 Spider that she said she'd also gotten Scarpetta. It was a joke, thank God. Scarpetta would rather ride a bicycle than drive one of those things. Marino had a new motorcycle, a racing red Ducati 1098 that Lucy was keeping for him in her hangar in White Plains because she said he wasn't allowed to ride anything with fewer than 4 wheels in the city. She'd rather rudely added that he had to maintain his weight or he wouldn't fit on a superbike, no matter how super it was. Scarpetta had no idea what Lucy might have given Berger. She didn't ask questions unless Lucy wanted her to ask them. Scarpetta was being patient as Lucy continued to wait for judgment that Scarpetta had no intention of rendering because it wasn't what she felt, not remotely. After getting over the initial shock of it, although there was no justification for shock, not really, Scarpetta couldn't be more pleased. She and Berger had actually gone out to lunch last week, the two of them alone at Ferlini's near one Hogan place, and had sat in a booth that Berger said was almost named after Scarpetta. She'd said it was a lucky booth because it was the breakup booth. Scarpetta had said she didn't see how that could be construed as lucky, and Berger, who, it turned out, was a Yankees fan and used to go to games and thought she might do so again, had replied that it depended on who was up to bat in the bottom of the ninth. Scarpetta didn't need to watch baseball to get the gist of things. She'd simply been glad that a booth named after New York's fire commissioner wasn't the hot seat it might have been in the not-so-distant past. Few people knew as much about Scarpetta as Hamie Berger did. "I didn't answer your question," Benton said, watching the door. "I'm sorry. I forgot the question." "Your letter? Thank you for reading it to me, but don't read it to them. I didn't think so. They don't need proof that you're a decent human being." Benton's eyes on hers. "It's that obvious. Everyone knows that shit on the internet. The emails Morales sent pretending to be you, and all the rest of it. We know who you are and who you aren't. Nothing that's happened is your fault, and you and I will continue to talk about this, say the same thing again and again. It takes a long time for your emotions to catch up with your intellect. Besides, I should feel guilty. Morales got all that shit from Nancy what's-her-name, and Marino never would have had that flake for a therapist had I not sent him to that damn treatment center and even wasted my time conferring with her. She should never have talked to Morales, I agree, but I can see why she would." "Nope," Benton said. "Never should have happened. He probably seduced her over the phone. I don't know what he said, but she should never have told him one word of what Marino had confided in her. It's such a HIPAA violation. She's history. I'm seeing to that. Let's don't punish anybody. There's been enough punishment, enough of people not getting along and fighting each other's battles and making each other's decisions and paying people back. Indirectly, that's why Terry's dead. That's why Eva's dead. If Terry hadn't been paying everybody back, well, if Marino wants to go after his former lame-brain therapist, let him do it himself." "You're probably right," Benton said. "And they're here." He got up so Marino would see him in the crowded dark, and the party of four, which included Marino's new girlfriend Bacardi, who did have a first name, it was Georgia, and also Berger and Lucy, squeezed their way through the crowded dining room and paid their respects to Elaine and bantered about things Scarpetta couldn't hear. Then everyone was pulling out chairs and sitting down and seemed in fine spirits. Lucy had on a Red Sox baseball cap, probably to tease Berger, who naturally hated the Red Sox, but mainly to cover a small shaved spot. That was it. An insult to Lucy's vanity. The bullet wound on the back of her head healed, the minor contusion to her brain gone. Marino had rather much summarized, as only he could, that Lucy was A-OK because there was nothing up there to hit but bone. Louis was back with plates of Elaine's famous calamari, and he took orders without writing anything down, and Berger and Lucy wanted to try his special stash of scotch, and Bacardi didn't live up to her name and asked for an apple martini, and Marino hesitated, then shook his head and looked uncomfortable. Nobody paid any attention, and Scarpetta knew what had happened. She reached behind Lucy and touched Marino's arm. He leaned back and his wooden chair creaked, and he said, "How ya doin'?" "Have you ever been here?" she asked him. "Not me. Not my kind of joint. I don't like having private conversations with Barbara Walters 2 tables away." "That's not Barbara Walters. They have Red Stripe, Buckler, Sharps. I don't know what you're drinking these days," Scarpetta said. She wasn't encouraging him to drink or not drink. She was saying she didn't care what he was drinking, and that only he should care about it, and what she cared about was him. Marino said to Louis, "You still got Red Stripe?" "You bet. Maybe a little later," Marino said. "Maybe a little later," Louis repeated along with the rest of the orders, and was gone. Berger was looking at Scarpetta, and she cut her eyes toward the man in the white Stetson sitting by the window. "You know what I'm thinking?" Berger said to her. "It's not him," Scarpetta said. "I almost had a heart attack when I walked in the door," Berger said. "You have no idea. I thought, how can that be possible? He's still where he ought to be. You mean hell?" Lucy cut in, seeming to know exactly what they were talking about. "That's where he ought to be. Don't go getting any ideas, Rocky." Marino said to her. That used to be his nickname for Lucy, because she never knew when to quit swinging and was always challenging him to boxing and wrestling matches until she turned 12 and got her period. His middle name was Rocco, so his calling her Rocky had always struck Scarpetta as a bit of projection going on. What he loved in Lucy was what he loved in himself, and just didn't know it. "I don't care what anybody says. I'm crazy about those damn movies," Bacardi said as Louis was with them again already. "Even the last one, Rocky Balboa. I always cry at the end. I don't know why. Real blood and guts, not a tear. But the movies? I'm a mess. Anybody driving?" Louis said again, and then answered himself, his usual routine. "Of course not. Nobody's driving. I don't know what happened. Gravity," he added, letting them know their drinks were strong. "I start pouring, and gravity takes over. I can't lift up the bottle, and I keep pouring. My parents used to bring me here when I was a kid," Berger said to Lucy. "This is old New York. You should absorb every detail, because one day there won't be anything left of an era when everything was better. Even if it didn't seem so at the time, people would come in here and actually talk about art and ideas. Hunter Thompson, Joe DiMaggio. I've never really thought of Joe DiMaggio talking about art and ideas, mainly baseball, but not Marilyn Monroe. We all know he didn't talk about her," Lucy said. "You better hope there's no such things as ghosts," Benton said to his almost niece. "After what you did. I've been wanting to ask you about that," Bacardi said to Lucy. "Wow, now this has got a hell of a lot of apples in it." She tucked her arm under Marino's and leaned against him, and a butterfly tattoo lifted out of her tight-knit top on a swell of bosom. Bacardi said, "Since the damn thing crashed, and what a mystery that is, I never got to see the damn photograph." "It's fake, right?" "What do you mean?" Lucy asked innocently. "Don't play your dumb-as-a-fox role with me." Bacardi smiled and sipped her apple martini not daintily. Scarpetta said to Berger, "You must have seen some interesting people here when you were a kid." "Many of the people in the pictures on the walls," Berger said. "Half of them Lucy has never heard of. Here we go again. It's a damn wonder anybody serves me a drink," Lucy said. "I'm still 10. I'll be 10 my entire life. You weren't around when JFK was shot, not when Bobby was, not when Martin Luther King was. Not even for Watergate," Berger said. "Was there anything I missed that might have been good?" "When Neil Armstrong walked on the moon, that was good," Berger said. "I was around for that, and when Marilyn Monroe died." Bacardi worked her way back into the discussion. "So let's hear it. Tell me about the photograph." "The worm, or whatever the media's calling it. There are dead pictures of her on the internet," Marino said. "A couple of 'em. That's what happens. Some asshole who works in a morgue sells a picture. We could stop letting people bring in their phones," he said to Scarpetta. "Make them leave them in the morgue office like I have to leave my gun when I go into lockup. Have a safe or something. It's not a real photograph," Lucy said. "Not exactly, just from the neck up. The rest of it I cut and pasted and enhanced." "You think it's true she was murdered?" Bacardi asked very seriously. Scarpetta had seen the altered photograph and what Eva had written about it, and was quite familiar with all of the records pertaining to the case. If she hadn't been more than halfway through her single malt scotch, straight and neat, she might not have been so candid. "Probably," she said. "Probably not smart to say that on CNN," Benton said to Scarpetta. She took another sip. The scotch was smooth with a peaty finish that drifted up her nose and evaporated somewhere in her brain, deeper than before. "People would be surprised if they knew what I don't say," she said. Eva Peebles had it mostly right. Lucy curled her fingers around her glass, raising it to her aunt, then to her lips, exploring it with her nose and tongue the way a Testavin treats a fine wine. She looked at Scarpetta from the shadow of her baseball cap and smiled.